Bum, 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 bum. I think we're here. I think we're live. Coming here, GTO headquarters, Las Vegas, Nevada. My name's Joey Ingram, aka Chicago Joey. We are tuning in today to some high stakes heads up, no limit hold'em action. 100, 200 between two of the most popular poker players in the world. We got my man, the young prince, Fedor Holz versus Limitless. Session number 2 going down today. We saw last session on Friday, and you know, there was a little bit of drama. There was some discussions of potentially a staged match, which you're going to talk more about. They questioned Doug Polk actually quit his stream after he felt so disrespected by Limitless. This crazy guy Limitless, right? He checked raised 7-6 offsuit on Jack 3. Doug Polk could not believe what took place. And then he saw Limitless fold top pair in a 3-bet pot, and he ended his stream and said it was a staged match. So I don't know what happened. It got a little crazy. It got a little out of line. But all I know is I had a pretty good time watching it. Fedor took a nice little head start. He was about $100,000 to start the match off. He was playing well, but Limitless battled back. And after 3 bottles of wine, he ended up only down $37,000 today. We're going to be checking out session number 2 of the match. And we listened to the feedback. Last match was a little bit slower. We're only watching 1 table. So today we got 2 tables. We got Limitless and we got Fedor with their webcams. We get to see them while they're actually playing. We'll get to listen to them talk. I'll be trying not to interrupt them because I do not want to anger the YouTube chat because they get fired up. And I do want to let you know that if you're expecting the action to start right now, they're doing a pre-show. So let's get into our pre-show. Let's talk more about it. And the actual match will probably begin about 20 to 30 minutes. So you can tune in then if you want to see these boys play. But we're going to go over some stuff from Daniel Negreanu. Daniel Negreanu is breaking down a little bit of the hands. And we're going to go over the player profiles, check out some hands, give a little backstory for the players. If you don't know much about them, we're going to get into the match. Match is going to begin. We got 2 tables. We're playing 400 hands, maybe 500 hands, depending on how fired up the boys get today. So let's check out our betting odds. And because I know we got a lot of degenerates out there who love to bet on this match. As my man Dan Smith said, these heads-up challenges bring out so much betting in the community that that's what makes them interesting to a lot of people. So let's check out our betting odds. Let's see what we got here. So as you can see, let's see. Let me see if I have the actual full odds of the player. Here we go. Bam. All right, cool. So odds to win 1.8 for Victor. So you got to bet $1 to win a $1.80. I'm told. I believe that's how these odds work. I don't quite understand the 1.8, the 2.1. But right now it looks like more money's coming in on the young prince, Fedor Holz. Okay, $48,000 coming in on Fedor. All right, I guess people are being a little results oriented. Last match, I think, yeah, sorry, here we can see this, minus 125 for Victor, plus 110 for Fedor. I got to be honest, if I'm going to, after the last match, I probably would just take Fedor in this match too. I think, you know, will Victor come out and be inspired to maybe tighten up his game a little bit and make some Doug Polk approved plays? I don't know, but I feel like, yeah, I guess plus 110, minus 125. Probably can't go wrong with either player, but we got 117 people who bet on Fedor. We got 107 who bet on Victor. If you want to bet on the match right now, you have about 10 more minutes to bet on the GGPoker client. If you go to the tournaments, you can see the Faceoff tabs, and you have to hit running as well too. So you got to see the running events, and then you can go in there and you can bet. So you can bet for each individual session, or you can bet for overall. And I don't know. Yeah, I think, you know, I was thinking about who I would bet on this match. I'm still going with Limitless for the overall match. You would just think that he's got a lot more heads-up experience. Fedor Holz is not a very experienced no home cash player, which he discussed in the post-match interview last match. He came on here, he said, you know, I wasn't really sure what to do in some of these spots. Limitless says that he's a GTO god. So when you think about, okay, well, who's the more experienced player? Who's got the more time spent in the lab studying these situations, and who maybe might make some adjustments a little bit better this match? I think you got to go with Limitless. So, but maybe you take the points, you take the money, you take the odds, you go with Fedor. I usually can't go wrong with either one. So, but yeah, you guys in the YouTube chat can let me know who you guys are betting on. And, you know, I'm supposed to talk about the betting here for, you know, for a bunch of minutes, but you know, it's just, how do you guys decide who to bet on in these situations, right? It's such a toss-up. I think I would go with the more experienced player anytime in this situation, but with the plus 110, I don't know. I'm not a very experienced sports bettor, so I prefer to play a lot of poker and invest in other things. I've never really been big in betting side versus side, so I'd be curious to see what the YouTube chat people have to say about that. And as you can see, last match, Fedor Holz took down $37,000. So 218 bettors won a total of $144,000 as the odds were 2.18. We played about 459 hands last match. And like I said, Fedor was up about 100,000 near the beginning of the match. But yeah, Wiktor kind of just chipped away little by little. You know, I think Fedor made some pretty strong hands at the beginning, and he caught Limitless and a couple out of line bluffs as well too. And then he just got up there. And I think when you're running well and when your opponent is a really aggressive player and you make hands, you're going to be winning a bunch of money. And I think that's what we saw to start the match off last time. But then as time went on, I don't think we saw Fedor show up with as many strong hands in those bigger pots like we've seen in the beginning of the match. And therefore Wiktor's very aggressive play, his overbetting, it seemed to be working out in his advantage quite well. And he slowly chipped away. So it's going to be curious to see. You know, I really liked watching Wiktor play last match, contrary to what some people out there might have said, because I felt like he used overbets in spots where I wouldn't have thought to maybe use an overbet, and he was mixing it up. He wasn't afraid to make non-GTO plays. You know, I think everyone's like, oh, if you don't play perfectly according to what a solver or a computer program says, like you're not worth watching or something, or like you're dog shit. I don't know what the sentiment seems to be right now. Like I don't know when the backlash became when if a guy decided to play a little differently than what everyone agreed or programs agreed was the best way to do it. It seems like we've gone a little other way. Like, oh my God, he folded a top pair. You know, I mean, you know, seems a little crazy to me to that's where poker's kind of coming to. But yeah, I think we can roll. Can we get into the Daniel Negreanu review time video? So my man, Dan Negreanu, shout out to Dan Negreanu. You know, he's fresh off the challenge against Doug Polk, 3 months. Hard playing back and forth, a lot of time spent in the lab studying, working on his game with his team. Shout out to MJ. And yeah, he was nice enough to break down some of these hands from the match. So we have a video. It's called Review Time with Dan Negreanu. And let's see if we can get into that video and check out those hands.
What's up, everybody? I know a lot of you are excited to see some of the crazy action between Limitless and Fedor Holz. You know, Limitless has a background of being like a killer in boss, and of course so does Fedor Holz, right? But Fedor Holz is not necessarily, you know, known for his heads-up skill, although he did win a big heads-up tournament. Limitless is known for being willing to drink wine. So in this match, I think that was part of the stipulation, that when they played, Wiktor had to drink himself some wine or whatever else he wanted. We're going to take a look at the top 10 hands from the first session, and I'll give you my 2 cents. I don't know if it's worth anything. You know, I'm coming out of a losing session myself, but hey, you know what I mean? It's worth something. I don't know. Here we go. Let's take a look here. First hand, we got a raise to 500 with Queen 9 standard. Wiktor, 3 bets to 2,000. Again, pretty standard. 10x is pretty normal. 2.5 to 10x. All right, not the best flop for queens, but he likes to bet 1,200. Again, pretty standard, about quarter pot. Now for Fedor, this is probably just a fold. Actually, you know what? His call of the 3-bet is a little loose. I forgot to mention that. Queen 9 offsuit doesn't typically call too often against a 3-bet of that size. But anyway, as you can see here, Fedor says, eat it. You know, I've got the 9 of spades. I got nothing. And so I'm just going to raise small, which is kind of a weird play on this board. Wiktor, I mean, he's not going to fold here. He has to at least call. He has the Queen of Spades, though, which maybe is a bad thing because it blocks, like, some hands like Queen Jack of Spades. All right, there's the Ace of Spades. Now he has the nut flush draw. I would expect Wiktor to just check this ace. Oh, no, he's going to bet really small. Interesting play here. Weird, like about 15% pot, 10% pot, something like that. You got to wonder, what kind of a line is this from Wiktor? Like, what is he leading here with? This is a little strange. So he makes the call. River's an ace. So Wiktor's going to, I would imagine, is just happy to check and hope it goes check back and somehow has some showdown value against maybe a 7 or something like that. I don't know. I mean, it doesn't seem like if you check and Fedor bombs this, you're going to beat many hands. But the question is, would Fedor bet a king here on this river? Is it king, queen? You have a queen. I don't know. Pretty thin. So for 16K, overbets the pot, and Wiktor folds immediately. So sick play there from Fedor. Wow, craziness. Like, first of all, the pre-flop call is a little bit loosey-goosey. The flop raise is a little goofy. It's a little outside the GTO norm to make that kind of a play. But then when he did it, you know, he went pedal to the metal and was able to get the winning hand to fold. He was drawn dead and somehow won the pot. Very nice. Okay, so we've got to defend here with the 6-7 offsuit and a check raise. This is a weird check raise with this hand. I mean, you are close to the bottom of your range, which is okay, I guess, but you have like no real backdoors or blockers or really anything. And of course, Fedor is sitting here with the goods, with the 3 jacks. All right, now the 6-7, he has the gutter ball. So if he check raises this flop, I would imagine following through on that card makes sense. Check raising this flop is a little too loosey-goosey. All right, now he's going to bet overbet. Okay, overbet. Now, so he's really just going for it, saying I have the jack. Fedor here, I think, has an easy call. Although, I guess you could make a case for Wiktor having 15K back and just saying, YOLO, let's go. But I think the correct play is to flat here. And he makes the call. All right, now absolute air for Wiktor. He cannot win the pot. I mean, at this point, it's like, all right. Well, you got to ask yourself, like, what is Fedor really calling turn with? Is he really calling with draws? Is he really calling with the 3? Feels a lot like a jack. Having said that, you know, you certainly can't win if you check with the 7 high. Question is this a good bluff spot? I don't think so. I think overall it's probably not the best spot to bluff. And he does get called, obviously, with the 3 jacks and takes it down. So loosey-goosey and another big win for Fedor. Okay, we got a 3-bet with ace-jack, call with 6-4 diamonds. That all makes sense. And a check bet here with 6-4 is great. You know, top pair, open-end straight draw. Fedor really hates this flop. I mean, there's not a lot to it for him. He doesn't have anything backdoor, but boom, there you go. So that's a huge action card, okay? Because now you got Wiktor with a pair, a flush draw, and open-end straight draw. And Fedor just hit essentially his best card with the jack. And a small bet, about 3rd pot from Wiktor. So I don't think he minds that much. He doesn't want to get check raised, which he does, but he's got a call now. And Fedor has to fade 100,000 outs. And the river comes the squeeze, and it misses, of course, the GGPoker squeeze for maximum torture. All right, we got a race with queens, defend with 6-2 suited. You got to play hands when you play heads up. And now you're going to go ahead and flop 3 deuces. Bad spot for Wiktor, who's got the overpair. Now Fedor has 2 choices, obviously. Fold is not one of them. He can call or he can go for a check raise. He should probably do a mix of both. And he does check raise. Pretty good size, too. Check raising to 1,300. You know, I think Wiktor's play is just always call. Now, Wiktor doesn't love that card. When you get check raised, flush draws are a big part of that check raising range. He does not even have a spade. I mean, Fedor has to feel still pretty strong about his hand, but he has to worry as well a little bit about spades. But he's definitely got a lot of flushes in his range when he check raises this flop and bets this turn. He bets 1/3. A raise. What a weird raise from Wiktor. I'm not sure I understand the purpose of this raise here. Unless it's just to, like, raise and shut down the river. Because now you're looking at Fedor with a full house, and there's really not a lot of hands that Wiktor has an 8. You know, what is he going to just call the flop with, like, 8 and then hit an 8 and raise? Doesn't make any sense. So Fedor has to feel like he has the absolute stone cold nuts. Unless he's up against, you know, what the hell? So now this was a weird hand. So he raised the turn, board paired, and he just like, all right, give it up. So really weird play there from Wiktor. All right, we got a raised called here from Wiktor with 8-9. King 3 on the button for Fedor. Standard open, standard call. And this is a spot where, wow, okay, so he's betting 70%. This is a good flop for the button, actually. So Fedor makes a good bet here on the flop. You know, check, check, turn, and now a bet on the river with 9 high and a raise here. Wow, okay, so Fedor turning his king high into a bluff. He could obviously call with king high sometimes, but he does have a very good blocker hand with the king of diamonds. He's got a 3 that sort of blocks some straights and things like that. So, yeah, he had the best hand anyway, but very nice. Okay, so we got small here from Fedor, and it's check raised by Wiktor here with the top pair. Fedor has absolutely nothing here. I mean, you could make a case for folding in this spot, but he does not. He doesn't want to be folding much. So now that's an interesting card. Wiktor still has top pair, open and straight draw. Fedor has turned a gut shot now after having absolutely nothing on the flop. Fedor is going to decide here if he wants to go rep something big. He did call this flop, so now he is repping it. He's betting 2/3 pot, pretty close, something in that neighborhood. With absolute air balls, I can't imagine there's any world in which Wiktor folds this turn. So he obviously calls, and now this should be a check from Wiktor. And then you would imagine, as played, Fedor really has no choice but to bomb this river. It's a tough call, because you literally, with 10 jack against the jam, it's a bluff catcher, right? The question is 10 jack one of the good bluff catchers? Having a jack, good for some reasons, bad for other reasons. I imagine the solver would say call at a mix. I don't know what that mix is, but call. Okay, so pot size bet. This is a slam dunk. You must call here with top pair and a jack. There's just no way you can fold. No way. I mean, it's just, if you are, you're over folding, right? You just cannot fold for pot size bet. And he does make the call, and Fedor shows the absolute air ball. Okay. Hope you enjoyed the rundown there. there will be more action, I believe, on Monday. Or you guys are probably watching it right now because we're going to put this little video into the video for you guys to watch. So I'm a fan. I enjoyed it. I hope you guys did. I've certainly learned a lot about heads-up poker thanks to the spanking that I took in my match. But I hope you guys enjoy the action, and I'll be back in the ring. I'll be back in the ring fighting somebody soon. Maybe even that Phil Hellmuth guy. I don't know. That would be so tough, huh? We shall see. Peace, y'all.
That was Dan Negreanu. Shout out to Daniel. He gave us that nice video. As he said, he's been getting more into the heads-up no home streets. Before, he's always been known as a tournament player and debatably one of the best tournament players of all time. And then he took on my man Doug Polk. Unfortunately, didn't go his way. He lost that $1.2 million to Doug. But I do think now he's got this match with Hellmuth coming up. Him and Hellmuth are going back and forth on Twitter. Hellmuth is, by the way, Phil Hellmuth. I think I'm going to make a video about why Phil Hellmuth is the greatest poker player, debatably, of all time. I think I can make a great case for it. The guy's one of the most disrespected people in the poker world year after year after year after year. And I'll never get tired of Phil Hellmuth talking about how great he is and how he's a winner in the last 17 of 19 cash games on Twitter for as long as I'm possibly alive. So shout out to Daniel for taking out the time out to break down that video for us. And I think we're going to get into the players interview video. So we're going to do a little hype video we made leading up to the match. Get to hear more from Limitless and from Fedor. We got the match about to start in 15 minutes. The boys are getting ready. They're setting up their webcams. They're trying to make sure they look beautiful. Limitless is getting his bottles of wine in order, ready to get a nice drinking session in. So let's run these videos and let's hear more from the players.
Well, he seems like a nice guy with a lot of money and high ego, so hopefully he accepts the challenge. And
I accepted this match because I love the challenge and I cannot wait to take this guy's money.
Even worst player can win. That's the beauty of poker. You know, in chess you don't get that. You always know who's gonna win. That's why I'm 100% confident.
I'm pretty confident in my game and ability. I will obviously prepare, but
that's the game. So I'm totally confident in my abilities, and I work more than anyone in this industry. That's 100%, like, no, undeniable.
Hopefully gonna pick up some tells, and yeah, that's gonna be the most fun part for me about this game.
I'm just built that way, that I just like competition, I like tough matches, and I just enjoy the game.
Playing on the highest level against the best in the world, it's always been a love of mine. I love the challenge, I love challenging myself, I love challenging others.
I get like almost same, if even not more thrills by playing the game. I love competing against strong opponents, making my adjustments, being focused, and then money is also there. It's very fun, you know. The poker game is like, it's amazing. It's like life.
I really like that process of that journey of becoming better and growing and just becoming an overall better player.
I just feel like cash game players are way more technical, way more professional.
In tournaments, I feel I got the better of him, so that's more...
He obviously wants a flip versus me, so...
It's a new format for me, so I haven't really been playing much heads up, but I love it. So I will try my best to get into it as good as I can and get as good as I can in a short period of time.
I mean, I shouldn't say it, but I hope he'll have enough fans that will bet on him. So I'll get better odds.
I'm not sure if I'll take many side bets. I'll see if there are some fun ones popping up, but I mean, for me, it's really more about the excitement of playing.
In terms of win rate, I think like 20 BB should be fine.
He's gonna be on Zoom, which I don't think he's often when he plays online. Like, this is the edge I'm looking for, so Wiktor better watch out.
Smoke a cigar, or maybe do some stretching, and drink. I don't know how much he wants me to drink, but I guess that will be my preparation.
Better don't drink too much while playing. Better don't laugh whenever you have a bluff. And
like, I don't even see him as my opponent. It's just like just a random guy I play sometimes, and it's okay. I probably have a few tables on the side too, so it's fine.
I'm gonna get very lucky.
They were so fucking easy, man.
And I'm gonna spank that petulant child.
Welcome to the Face-Up Challenge.
All right, guys. Shout out to the boys there for giving a little bit of words. I mean, we always talk about I always talk about how we need some more personalities and kind of people talking, people just getting people excited, getting hyped up. And I think Wiktor certainly does that. Fedor was a little bit more nicer in that little interview right there. But yeah, also Fedor Holz player profile. Here we go, guys. Lock in. We're almost ready to start this match. Also, if you're on Twitter, GGPoker's Twitter, you get to guess Fedor Holz's 300th hand. And if you guess it, they're going to give somebody $1,000. So go to their Twitter. You have about 10 minutes left to enter that. And Fedor Holz, here we go, 27. I can't believe this kid's getting so old. When I met him, he was, I think he was like 19 or 20 on my podcast. Just a young kid. And now 27 years old. My God, lives in Vienna, Austria, born in Saarbrücken. Nickname is CrownUpGuy, better known as Fedor Holz. Instagram, Fedor Holz. Player bio, most memorable hand is 10-10 in the $1 million WSOP one drop. We're actually going to watch a hand right after this from Fedor from that one drop. Most memorable session is a live cash game session in Macau. I wish we could get a little bit more information on what exactly made this session memorable. We don't know much about it, but I have a lot of questions, I'm sure, about this session. Highest limit played, 4,000, 8,000 euro, and favorite casino, Aria. Aria, very, very beautiful poker room here in Las Vegas, GTO headquarters. Best live results, second place in the big one for one drop, $6 million. Not bad at all. $111,000 one drop, first place, $5 million, and the 2016 Super High Roller Bowl, second place for $3.5 million. And on GGPoker, his best is a $1 million first place in the $25,000 Heads Up Nolan Hold'em event. Obviously, Fedor, as we said, not a Heads Up Nolan Hold'em player, but has had success in a tournament format in the game before. So, and we saw last match, held himself very well. Current winnings on GGPoker, $4 million, and his all-time money is $32.5 million, first place overall in Germany. So I think we are going to go to a hand from the one drop of Fedor Holz, one of his most memorable hands.
And if Fedor does call, he's got both of them at risk. He does make the call, and so it will be Fedor Holz with pocket tens. Only two aces left in the deck.
I think Rick's going to hit it.
Three
right.
kings. Here's the flop.
Oh,
Ace and a king and the flop.
Wow. It's not over yet, folks. It's not over yet. A queen or a jack. Poker players always root for like a queen or a jack in these spots.
Oh, my goodness.
To be fair.
Fedor made the proper call, thinking that Solomon didn't have aces.
Oh, Solomon now looking.
Now there's the queen.
Oh.
That's 4 jacks and 2 tens, 6 outs. Oh my goodness! And by the way, Caverman needs a club. Any club except the king of clubs. Wow.
Fedor can still score a double knockout. Still a sweat on the river for everyone.
If a jack of clubs comes, I don't think anybody goes broke.
The river card is
Oh my
God.
Fedor Holz gets there on the river and scores the double knockout.
Oh my God. How good is this guy right here? I remember that hand. That hand's crazy. I remember actually posting that about Instagram. Wow, what a sick hand. Yeah, I can see why that'd be a most memorable hand. $1 million tournament. You hit the set of tens on the river versus top 2 pair and top pair nut flush draw. Yeah, must be nice, kid. So here we go. We're going to look at some memorable hands. Fedor played on GGPoker here, 200, 400 heads up versus Robert Flink with the king 4 hearts. Looks like Fedor's got the ace 10 of clubs. Yes, looks like the kind of hand Fedor would win. Flop comes down king queen 8. Robert's got top pair. King high flush draw. Fedor's got the backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw. And looks like Fedor is going to bet. Klink's going to raise him with that top pair and flush draw. Fedor calls with the gutter. And then turn goes check, check as Robert checks back the turn. The river, Fedor makes not only makes the straight, but also makes the backdoor nut flush. And he check jams. And my man Robert Flink makes the slightly loose call with the top pair for kicker. Maybe putting Fedor on a missed flush draw as well too. Maybe some type of like ace 9 of hearts man maybe. But very loose call by him. And debatably a loose value bet by him in this hand. But he did take that one down. Nice hand. Another hand we got right here, big pot for Fedor as well. Looks like Fedor 3-bet my man John McClain. Is that what happened here? No, Fedor raises pre-flop to 4,000 with the king 10 of spades. They're playing 500, 1K, maybe a 2K there. And then John McClain's going to 3-bet to 24,000. Fedor calls, flops ace 8-2. Fedor flops the nut flush draw. And he calls a small continuation bet from John McClain, 16,000. Turn is a 6 of clubs. And John McClain's going to check call Fedor. So Fedor does take a stab on the turn with the king high flush draw. River comes down. It's the 3 of spades. And Who picked this hand, guys? I got to know who picked this hand. Basically, John McClane check folded the river. So I did not pick these hands, guys. Do not tell me, do not blame me for these hands here. Another hand versus my man Robert Flink. Fedor defends with the king 10 offsuit here. Flops ace queen 6, all spades. Fedor's got that nut flush draw and the gut shot straight draw. He's going to check raise Robert, who does flop the flush. Robert does just call on the flop with the 7-9 of spades. Turn comes down, it's a 3. And Fedor goes for another check raise. Interesting. So Fedor check raises min. What the hell is going on in this hand? This hand is not GTO. Doug Polk would have not liked to watch this hand, guys. Fedor Holz check min raises the turn with about check raise, a little more than a check min raise. I mean, it makes sense. He's got the nut flush blocker, but Robert does call, and then the river is a 5 of clubs, and Fedor tries to bluff. Robert is not folding the 7-9 of spades. One of the best hands that he's going to show up here with, and takes down a nice pot. There's really just showing Fedor blasting off here. Who picked these hands? Mary, another hand Fedor loses here, it looks like. Marius Glersey raised with the king 6 of diamonds. Fedor 3 bets jack 7 of hearts. Marius calls, flops king 9-6. Marius has the German 2 pair, top and bottom pair. And Fedor's got the flush draw, backdoor straight draw. Fedor bets the flop, gets called, turns the 10. Fedor's got 2 blockers to both the straights with the jack and the 7 in his hand. Plus he's got the flush draw. And he's going to have some strong hands, and Marius going to have to fold some of his 9s and 6s and 10s potentially. But if Fedor does bet the turn, but Fedor does check, and Marius bets 10,000. Fedor check raises. They run it twice, and Fedor loses both. Nice hand, Fedor. I think now we're going to go to Wiktor Malinowski, a.k.a. Limitless. This is player profile, 26 years old, currently residing in Macau, born in Minsk. His most memorable hand is a deuce 7 hand versus Christopher Brewer at high stakes session on GGPoker. And his most memorable session is, from stuff he can talk about, would be a 2-day straight session with Tan and a bunch of other tournament players. Highest limits he played is about 2,000, 5,000, 2,050, 500 USD. One of those live poker stakes that you don't see very often. Favorite casinos, the win. And his favorite non-poker casino game, which I would love to watch this guy play, is Baccarat, an ultimate degen game. His best live results, you can see he's not much of a live poker tournament player. He's got a 7th in a super high roller at the EPT Monte Carlo. He's got a 7th in a Million Sochi event and a 17th in a super high roller Triton event. So hasn't necessarily made a big score in those live tournaments. He's definitely more of a online cash game player. And his best results for online tournaments have been better because he's more of an online guy. So he probably hops in those on occasion. He took down a Bryn 25K high roller, took down a WSOP Circuit Series 25K high roller, and a Super Millions 10K high roller. Got second place in that for 350,000 all-time money. Not quite as much as Fedor, 708,000. Cash game player, tourneys are too small. So there you go. Wiktor is, yeah. So I think we're gonna look at one of Wiktor's most memorable hands here as well. That deuce 7 versus Chris Brewer.
Small blind from Christopher Brewer, who we are looking to completely destroy and own. Trying to go after our blind will be his death sentence. He could have transferred the money right away instead of trying to beat the master. We basically got the nuts in a situation like this, holding 7 deuce, and it's even suited. So we obviously have to 3-bet here. This is what GTO advises. The straddle is less adventurous and respects the big blind of the best player in the world by folding his hand. Christopher Brewer isn't convinced yet, making it 56k to go. We are really happy to see this. We decide to slow play our monster this time. We don't want him to fold his crap like ace-10 off yet. We are looking to get his entire stack, so we just call. The flop is not exactly what we hoped for. It's a bit mediocre, but with a strong draw to a backdoor straight draw, to be more specific, to a backdoor gut shot, we can't fold yet. We could also still have the best hand against hands like 4, 5, 6, 5 or 6, 4. The turn improves our hand a lot, giving us a gut shot along with our 7 high. We are definitely not looking to fold here. With these monster draws, we don't mind to get some money in. That's why a bet of 33k seems more than adequate. Christopher Brr still doesn't respect our game and our status as the best player in the world, which nobody can beat, and continues to bleed money away by calling once again. On the river, our monster draw finally came in and we got to shove for value. Poor guy messing with the almighty Malinowski, but this will probably a lesson to him to not get into the way of Wiktor, the drunken master, ever again.
That was one of the most incredible breakdowns of a hand, and one of the most ridiculous hands that I've ever seen. Limitless taking down the deuce 7 here. Okay, so we're gonna go over some Wiktor hands here. That hand was absolutely insane. I don't know, I haven't seen that video before, but that is an amazing video. So guys, we are gonna start the match here soon. We're looking over a couple more of Wiktor's hands right now on GGPoker. What happened here? It looks like he's got pop. My God, what is this? What is going on here? This looks like what happened here. So my man Bill Perkins raised with the king 8 of spades. Slightly loose raise under the gun, but that's a loose raise. True Teller 3-bets the ace 3 suited. How is Jack 6 in this hand? Jack 6 not in the hand. Okay, Jack 6 is just in the hand. It's not actually in the hand. And Wiktor cold calls with pocket 10s, it looks like here. And then a Gash Trader lays down the king 8. Okay. Flop comes down, 5 deuce deuce. True Teller flops a straight flush draw. So Wiktor, what happens in this flop? Wiktor check calls. Okay, makes sense. Turn is a 7 of spades. So True Teller, I can't say his last name. Kuznetsov. He turns the nut flush, and now I'm just reading hand history. This is interesting. So he check calls once again. I guess what happens this hand here? Okay, Victor's got pocket 10s. He cold calls a 3-bet from under the gun +1. Check calls the flop. Check calls the turn. Somehow it's a miracle on the river, and check jams for 200,000 more into the nut flush. I mean, True Teller's got to be hoping this guy's got a king high flush, maybe like king queen of spades, king jack of spades. Obviously, he's not going anywhere. He only loses to 5s, 7s, deuces, and 10s. And he calls and gets the bad news. Yeah, nice pot there for Wiktor, $550,000. Mark Davies says king 8 is standard under the gun open. Listen, man, I don't know. In the Bill Perkins solver, I think king 8 suited is a pretty damn good hand. One more hand here. Badzakuski raises 2,500 under the gun. Adamo calls with pocket 4s. True Teller 3-bets with pocket aces. Wiktor once again cold calls a 3-bet pre-flop pocket jacks. Michael, what is going on in this hand? Okay, so this guy runs pretty well, it appears, because Wiktor flops top set, Adamo flops bottom set, and True Teller has an overpair. So True Teller bets 15K, Wiktor just calls, Adamo shoves, True Teller shoves, and anytime you got top set facing 2 shoves, you're basically poker hard as it gets. So he calls, stacks him again. Another hand here. Ace 10 of hearts. Looks like what happened here. Man, there's a lot of action on the right-hand side here, boys. Brewer raises. Wiktor calls out of the big blind. Flop comes down. 8 deuce deuce. Badzakuski flops the nuts. And what happens here? Brewer continuation bets. Badzakuski just calls. Wiktor check raises with a backdoor flush draw and 2 overs. Badzakuski calls again and then basically just calls it off. So on the river, Wiktor calls it. Big check raise. Wow, what a crazy call on this river here. Wow. So $500,000 pot goes Makita's way. Another hand. Okay. Another hand here. Yin raises 4K. Small blind 3-bets pocket jacks. Chase wind XX. Wiktor 4-bets ace queen suited. Chase just calls, flops jack 9 deuce. Not a good board there for Wiktor at all. He check calls a min raise. What the hell is his hand? So Chase wind check min raises with top set. Wiktor calls with backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw. And then the turn, Chase bets again, and Wiktor shoves all in. What the hell's going on here? It's a crazy hand here, guys. $540,000 pot when Chase wins way. Nice play by him. And we're going to get some tweets of the week here, and then we're going to start this match off here, guys. I made a tweet during last session, State of the Heads of Oklahoma match. Wiktor casually staring off with the fire. He's down 100,000. He's staring at his wine, and he had this kind of look on his face. He wasn't feeling pretty good. Shout out to the meme gods out there for sending me that one. Let's see what else we got in here. The Coon says 2016 Player of the Year versus the guy that open sits at the highest stakes online. I'm not sure if he's trying to insult anybody there or not. I don't know. Let's see what this one is. Bigfoot Birth was great to watch. and is brilliant for the game. Will be even better with 2 tables, maybe play more than 4 sessions now. Lewis said the speed needs to improve or 2 tables. Viewer count will plummet if the second session is anything like the first. Adrian said mix in a second table so it isn't painful to watch. Well, we did mix in a second table. Who chose these tweets? These are some interesting tweets to choose. And then Fedor saying that we thought it'd be easier to follow with 1 table, but turned out to be slow. We will switch to 2 tables on Monday. Thank you, Young Prince, for that nice PR message. Cat's Coffee Poker, double the tables, double the wine. Well, I don't know if Limitless can possibly drink more wine and possibly play poker at an adequate level, but... And then Button Clicker, I think Doug Polk's student, he said, I'm challenging Limitless to any stakes up to 501K online. The match can be played with 360-degree cam setup, similar to the one in Doug vs. Daniel, with a judge reviewing the footage afterwards. I mean, these sets of challenges are getting real extreme here, guys. If you guys set up 360-degree cameras. And Doug Polk said strong words from Clicker on the stream, challenging Limitless to a high-stakes match. Calls him overrated and, quote, kind of a bitch. Well, okay. Tim Riley says, I watched all of 20 minutes of the D-Negs versus Polk match, but couldn't be more excited to watch Limitless and CrownUpGuy, better players on a better network. I'll be bang, bang. Well, I'll be glued to GGPoker while I fire this WPT today. Shout out to Tim Riley. Okay, then. Now we're taking shots at WSOB here. Playing great. Keep it up. I like it. Shaquille Oatmeal. Okay. What is going on? I'm loving this. Ivan, you don't know how I'm wafting this like I'm playing now. Amen, Ivan. Shout out to you, brother. Much love to you, man. Thank you for that great comment. And Fedor Holz, also, I have 100% of my own action. So Fedor putting to bed the myth that you know, he doesn't have all his action. And I tweeted out a psychotic high stakes player who plays 501K regularly and drinks bottles of wine while he plays and said the phrase Macau changes people. Made a few out of line plays at a low stakes heads up match that's supposed to be a fun event for the community. Why is this so surprising? So shout out to me for that great tweet. Brandon Wagner. Come on, Joey, you're not being fair here. Aren't we supposed to talk shit and judge someone on an extremely small sample size here? This is like in English school when I would have to read out of a book. I'm just reading tweets. And even if it's true, who fucking cares? He would crush me in about 99% of everyone else running their idiotic mouths. Wow, okay. Tense comment, Brandon. Thank you for that one. Christopher Green and boss, good luck, good luck. I'll watch with my Peruvian beer. Perfect. Thank you, Christopher, for tuning in. Hope you're watching. So guys, after that, the time has arrived. Sit back, enjoy the show. We're going to be watching 100, 200 high stakes action, Fedor Holz versus Limitless. I can't wait. I'm excited. I've been battling and studying a lot of heads of no hold'em this weekend. It's been a great weekend. I'm excited to watch these two boys play. I'm excited to see if Fedor can continue his run well, if he can keep his foot on the gas here and try to get an upset against Limitless. I think we're going to go to the match right now. So let's go. Let's watch it and see what happens. So here we go. I think we can hear the players as well, too, if they're talking. I don't know, because I can't hear them on my end right now. So let's see. So we got two tables here now. Left-hand side, you can see Fedor Holz is going to be on the top, and Malinowski is going to be on the bottom. Cards are a little bit small here, but we're still going to be able to pay attention. I'll let you guys know what's going on. The quality in this is not good on my end here. Looks like left-hand side, we're already going to pick up the pace here, guys. Lock in. Fedor Holz turns the straight with the gut shot. Malinowski has a double gutter with the jack-high flush draw. It looks like it was a 3-bet pop, potentially, and maybe Malinowski check-called the flop. So let's see what's going down here, guys. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Nasty Nate, Murphy's Law, Bohan, what's going on? Nick, McLovin, how's it going? Left-hand side, Malinowski probably not going anywhere right now.
What's up?
Oh, hey, good. A lot of action. All business.
Same here.
Yeah. They're playing the main, right?
Yeah.
All right, good luck.
Also, this fish set me on 100, 200, so I'm...
Yeah, it's gonna be quite busy day. I'm happy I got some sleep. I'm happy I got some sleep.
Good day at work.
Yes.
You played 100K as well?
Yes, I wrecked in. Yeah. How can I not? It's one time in like 1 year or something.
Mm-hmm.
So my main goal here is to not try not to talk over these players, and because they talk randomly, that's going to be a challenge. So my main focus is not to talk over the players. Sounds like not a GTO thing to be main focusing on during the podcast, but left-hand side, Malinowski turns to straight. Fedor, river's a higher flush though. They both have the flush draw. Wiktor and Fedor are talking about other events they're playing. Wiktor talked about playing 100K. Fedor talked about Battle and Fish. I believe he's talking about Badzakuski, maybe at high stakes. Not sure if they're playing or not. Left-hand side, Fedor takes it down with the flush. With that 9 of hearts, goes check, check on the river. Right-hand side, Wiktor bets for value with the trip kings. Fedor gets a little bit unlucky with that river. He's going to call with the ace. So it's different when we can see the cards. You know, a lot of the commentary I did on the Doug versus Daniel, it was 2 tables, but you couldn't see the actual cards themselves. So when you can see the hands, it's a little bit different here. It's going to take some getting used to, man. Yeah, we do have the boys in the chat. You can see Wiktor there, Limitless on the left-hand side. Told he is in Macau. Right-hand side, you can see Fedor Holz in his place in Vienna. Right-hand table, 3-bet pre-flop from Wiktor with the Jack-7 of diamonds. C-bets the Ace-5-7 board. Fedor has open and straight draw. Turn is a 10 of spades. Fedor most likely could better check here. Could go with some type of small bet. Going to fold out some of Wiktor's worst hands. Like maybe like a king queen, maybe like a king jack, maybe some hand like king 9. Let's see what Fedor decides to do. 6,400 in the pot. And he does go with that small bet. Malinowski with the middle pair, or you know, he's got third pair, Jack-7 of diamonds. Not a very good hand. Probably a bit way too loose to be check calling here with. And he does lay it down. So the boys are getting off to a little start here. I like what I see. I'm told that they're both playing day 2 of the Sunday of the Super Million. The Super Million, these names are always so long for all these tournaments, guys. The Super Millions week main event, $10,000 buy-in, $10 million guaranteed. Final day will be streamed tomorrow with Anonoko and Rotterdam.
Yeah,
there you go.
I mean, too much here, cannot talk. But I think 2 tables is better, in my opinion. Just more fun. But yeah, I have quite good stack in the main, so but I ask you all. I have like 1.1 almost.
Nice. I have 500, so also
so
okay.
Maybe you give me all in luck.
I will open your table 1 second.
Yeah.
Looks like Limitless is talking about having a good stack in one of these tournaments. So he's playing some tournaments on the side as well. Right-hand side, 3-bet from Fedor with the 9-7 of hearts. Wiktor calls with king-7. Flop comes down 9-5-8. So Fedor's got top pair, gut shot straight draw, backdoor flush draw. Wiktor just has a gutter with the 7. See what Fedor decides to do here. Could go with a wide variety of bet sizes. Left-hand side, Wiktor, rivers, trips. Fedor might be looking to bluff here, just 9 high, and he does go ahead and bluff. Let's see if Wiktor goes for a value raise. Right-hand side, Fedor goes with the small bet, 12-20, and they both turn the straight. So 6 on the turn, 9-8-5-6. This money's going to get all in, but unfortunately, it's going to be a chop pot. Left-hand side, Wiktor deciding how much he wants to raise, goes with a pretty big size. 6,000, hoping to get called by a king. And, you know, that's probably all it's going to call him there. He does lay it down right-hand side. Fedor decides to check the straight. Wiktor goes to the small bet, 1,858. Big pot energy is brewing here, but unfortunately, we're not going to see anything go down. Fedor most likely just going to check call here. Left-hand side, nothing brewing, just sing a race pot. Big Galtman says, Joey, are you from Chicago? I am from Chicago, guys. That's why they call me Chicago Joey. And yeah, man. Chicago Joey, currently living in Vegas, G2 headquarters. Right-hand side, let's see if Wiktor decides what size he wants to go with. Kind of interesting spot. Is he going to shove it in for 1.5? Hope to get called by a 1-pair hand. Overpair, maybe a strong 9, ace-9, something of that nature. He would be bluffing here with a hand like 10-jack, queen-10, queen-jack, potentially. So Wiktor deciding what size to go with. 10.2K. He does go pretty small. In the 5,000 range. Now Fedor's got a decision. And he's fake tanking. Look at him. He's got on his face. What do I do? You know, he's playing with doing the German playing. Left-hand side. Here we go. Another big pot. Potentially brewing. I don't think Fedor is going to be calling this 4-bet with Jack 9. We do got a 4-bet alert from Pocket Kings on the left. Right-hand side, Fedor. You can see he definitely plays a lot slower than we've seen a guy like a Doug Polk or Daniel Negreanu play. Right-hand side, all in, and anticlimactic chop. See, when you can't see the card, oh my God. Lock in, left-hand side. When you can't see the cards, you don't really know what's going to happen. But now we know on the left-hand side, we're going to see a battle. Fedor Holz calls the 4-bet, flops top 2 pair. First Limitless is over pair. You can see in the 4-bet pot, they go with that quarter pot size bet. Let's see how Fedor plays this. He's got top 2. The only option you can go wrong with is by folding. He could check raise small, maybe like 6,000. Could just check call. So Fedor, the run good begins today for the young prince. We saw this happen last match. He started off running exceptionally well. Left-hand table. The big pot energy is brewing in these 4-bet pots. See how he plays this one, guys. He's got to be thinking, okay, he does go with a small check raise. Wiktor, now he's got a big decision to make. Pocket Kings, I mean, you're probably not going anywhere with Pocket Kings. It's just a matter of, are you going to call or are you going to go all in? If you go all in, he does go all in. Fedor calls. $41,000 pot is in the middle. Wiktor needs a king or an 8. River turns a deuce. River is going to be, let's see the peels, a 4 of diamonds, and Fedor Holz wins our first big pot of the session. $41,000 goes his way for the young prince.
Where's my rebuy button?
Good luck with the queens.
Yeah.
A little chuckle there from Fedor Holz after that hand. My man Thallo in the chat, yo puppy, didn't realize this thing just started. Just finished a 15-hour 100, 200 PLO session in the Jean Robert Ballon game. Well, I hope it went well, brother.
That is very true.
Shout out to Thallo. So I don't know how much we're going to hear the boys talking today, because we do have them on 2 tables today, and also they're playing some tournaments as well. So it becomes a lot harder to conversate with your opponent when you got 3 tables going. So you can't really spend a lot of time talking to your opponent. You got to focus on a lot of decisions going on. So nothing really brewing here. A couple just single raise pots. You're going to see in these single raise pots, the boys are playing about 80% of their hands from the button, and the small blind's playing about 50% of their hands. They're going to be 3-betting about 23% of their hands. So they're going to be showing up with all kind of hands. You see Fedor here, Jack 5 offsuit, 9-4 suited.
Almost.
I don't think they're talking. Okay. So you can see right-hand side, Fedor 3-bets a hand like King 5 of clubs. So you're going to see certain hands will 3-bet pre-flop. Not all the time, but some percentage of the time. So a hand like King 5 suited might 3-bet 20% of the time, and then maybe just call 80% of the time. Meat Boy says, yo, Joey, edibles on standby. The edibles are on standby, 500 likes. And we'll definitely take a first edible. Left-hand side, 3-bet pre-flop. Queen 3-3 flop. Fedor 8-9 of diamonds. Expect to see him bet here. Backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw.
Yeah, but
check or
thanks
bet,
for
though.
allowing me not
Wiktor.
drinking today. I mean, too much tables.
No problem.
Yeah. I'll make up next time.
So now Wiktor said he's can't drink today because he's playing too many tables. Interesting. But yeah, they can see each other, guys. Shout out to my man, Nasty Nate. Much love, brother. Nice to see you guys. Very nice to see everybody here tuning in, watching these 2 boys battle it out. Left-hand side, Fedor debating whether to 2-barrel with the 8-9 of diamonds. He decides to check it. Now Victor with the ace jack called with the open-ended straight draw, or backdoor open-ended straight draw on the flop, or backdoor, I guess this isn't really backdoor open-ended straight draw. It's a backdoor, just a backdoor straight draw. Still got ace high though. Can't really go anywhere with that strong of a hand. Turn goes check, check. Now Fedor might be thinking about turning this into a bluff. 8-9 of diamonds. Victor, what does he mean checking back the turn with? Some queens, some threes. Gonna have his ace highs. He does check, does instantly call the river. So Victor snaps him off with the ace jack. $15,000 pot goes his way. Nice play by Victor. I wonder if that bluff on the river, I'd be curious to see how that bluff on the river looks like, and if that is one of the kind of hands to do it with. I think it's one of the worst hands you're going to have there, so probably not going to be bluffing your ace highs on the river. You might value bet your tens, value bet your queens and your threes. And so yeah, you're going to have some bluffs as well too. So 8-9 diamonds makes sense to maybe include that hand, maybe a little bit loose, but nice hand by Victor. Ace jack offsuit, pretty nice call by him. He snap calls. He's really only worried about Fedor maybe value betting a queen that he bet check call, bet, which Fedor is capable of doing that. Right hand side, Victor going with a pot size bet on the turn with pocket nines. Interesting. Yeah, guys, what's everybody up to out there, man? Thanks for tuning in. We're here, GTO headquarters, Las Vegas, Nevada. Right hand side goes check, check. Where are you guys out there watching from? I know normally on the streams that I do for these challenges, we get people watching from all over the world. Left hand side, Victor, two pair with the 8-5 versus Fedor's top pair. So you can see we're getting a lot more action, a lot of three betting. There's free rolls at the top of the hour. So in 20 minutes, there'll be a free roll, and then there'll be 3 free rolls total in the top of the hour. You can find that in the GGPoker client if you guys want to check that out. I feel like I'm super serious around here, man. It's like, well, a little weird being on like a different channel, you know, not doing like production, everything like that. You kind of just like watching the screen, you're talking about it, you're just reading through comments and stuff like that, trying to say anything too idiotic so then people don't completely bash you and try to make you feel like shit about what you're doing. So it's always you know, it's kind of interesting experience to do this on here, man. Yeah, we got people watching all over the world. Who do we got here, man? We got Poland, we got Lithuania, we got another Polish person out there watching Victor, the Polish Scarface. We got Belgium, we got Germany, Boston, Cyprus, Albania, Mongolia. Thanks everybody for tuning in, guys. Watching all over the world. Can we play the free rolls from the US? I don't think you can, but if we can, we'll get corrected and let you guys know. So nothing brewing here. You're going to see a lot of these single race pots, guys. For the single race pots, it's going to get checked down often, or maybe it'll be a small bet on the flop and then call. And then, you know, sometimes you'll see some big bets and over bets on turns, which kind of set up some big pots on the river. But in general, a lot of these single race pots are going to play a little bit more conservative. And then once the 3-bet pots start happening, you're going to see the room for, you know, you're going to see a lot of room for mistakes in those 3-bet pots. It's very, very challenging to play 3-bet pots. The single race pots are a little bit easier to play, except when you start mixing in bigger bet sizes. Who we got in the chat? We got North Korea, we got Brazil, we got India, East Africa. Okay. Make sure you guys getting your water out there, staying hydrated. Especially if you guys are still in lockdown up there, kind of want to be maintaining some positive habits. Get your movement in, get your workouts in. Hopefully your diets are going well. Hopefully you got people to talk with, got some friends out there as well too to help keep you sane. Daniel Charlton, big love, Poppy. Much love, Daniel. Nice to see you here, brother. We got Germany in the chat. Miro says, why is this called Faceoff Challenge if I can see their faces? It's going to be one of those kind of streams, isn't it, boys? Okay, it's going to be one of those kind of streams here. Left-hand side, Fedor going to check raise with the club draw. 10-4 clubs. Nice hand to be including. It's a semi-bluff potentially. And Victor, not going to believe him, calls with the 6. And then Fedor rivers the 10 on the river. Or rivers the 10. So he's definitely not going to bet this for value. Victor making a pretty loose call on the turn, it would appear. He does have the bottom pair, does have the gut shot to go with it. Fedor check raises. What's Fedor saying he has when he check raises here? I guess it's a good question. You know, 6-7, we block the 6. Let's see if Victor's debating turning this into a bluff. This is a really interesting hand, actually. He does check back. Okay. So Fedor's going to take that one down with the 10-4. Yeah, that turn check raise is interesting because you're going to want to have some hands as bluffs and maybe including a hand with a 10 might be one of the best case scenarios. But if it is a bad play, I wonder, you know, how much is might be losing. Right-hand side, Fedor 3-bets pre-flop with the king deuce suited. Going to c-bet the ace-6 deuce. Victor's going to call. Turn is a queen of hearts. Could be a card Fedor might decide to continue betting on. Blocking the king-queen, blocking the ace-king. And Victor most likely going to have to fold the pocket fours. Might decide to call one more off. Hoping that Fedor has a hand like a jack-10, maybe king-10, king-jack. Fedor now in a pretty tricky spot. He does decide to check it. Victor, pocket fours. Could check or could bet here. He does check back. River is a 5. So Fedor, bottom pair, top kicker. I imagine both players are just going to try to get the showdown here. Victor's going to hope that his pocket fours are pretty good. Hope that he's got maybe a 9-10, maybe a king-10. Fedor might be thinking about going with a bluff here. Might be thinking about turning his deuce into a bluff. I don't know. We maybe try to get him off a 6, try to get him off a queen. Maybe a river 5, but he does check it. Now Victor, with the pocket fours, most likely is going to check his hand. Try to get the showdown, try to pray he can beat something. He does, and he's going to see the good news. King deuces of hearts. Not good there. Or Fedor, so a little pot. Goes over to Limitless's way. Right now it says that Fedor's up 61,000 for total. So let's see if we can get a session total and then a challenge total here. Because I believe the hand number counter is going to be at the bottom of the screen there, guys. Right-hand side, Doug Polk. Doug Polk is in shambles right now. 6-7 offsuit, check raise in 4-4-9, no backdoor flush draw. And Fedor also has the 6-7 as well. I thought Doug, did you guys hear Doug on his stream? He said that after Limitless check raised, he check raised 6-7 on Jack 4, and Doug Polk said that. He said that is a day one heads up Nolan Hold'em mistake. They teach you that in day one school of heads up Nolan Hold'em, and that then he said that he can take Mike Brady and turn Mike Brady into a winner against Limitless after seeing Limitless check raise to 6-7. That dude is a funny guy, man. I mean, people take him real seriously. You know, he's joking around a lot. And he's, you know, he's kind of being trolly, being funny, trying to make people laugh, trying to entertain, trying to get people riled up. That's what Doug Polk does. So I did think that was funny. And then when Limitless folded the ace-9 offsuit, you know, Doug was like, they quit the stream. He's like, is it staged? Is it a staged match? I was thinking about what exactly does that mean? Like a staged match. And I was saying, well, what's the argument that these two are playing each other and then they're not risking any money because the losses are getting covered by the poker site and therefore it's a staged match and then the hands aren't real. And then, you know, so it's like, oh, okay, well, you know, I would imagine that these guys are both playing their own money, and I don't think Limitless would spend his time on a 4-day challenge if it wasn't playing his own money, because this guy is like fiending for action nonstop. So I would just imagine that. I mean, I don't know, pretty good deal if that's what's going on. If you get your losses covered, the winner wins, the loser gets their losses covered. I mean, hey, I could see that being a pretty alluring deal if you're trying to play in an event. But yeah, they're basically trying to put the event on to promote their site. I mean, you know, I guess that's what Doug was upset about that, or you know, a little agitated about that. And he thought that Victor was going to come out and play like a GTO warrior. Left-hand side, check raise from Fedor Holz, backdoor flush draw and a backdoor straight draw. This is going to be the kind of hand. It seems a little loose, but maybe it's a low frequency kind of play. Low frequency meaning some percentage of the time you'll let's say there's 100% of the time, right? And 80% of the time you might choose one action, 20% of the time, or even less than 20% of the time, you might choose another action. That would be low frequency. So when you hear people make jokes or memes about making a low frequency bluff in a spot where they have a real shitty hand and they know it's going to look like a really terrible bluff and they say, oh, it's low frequency. That's sort of what they're referring to when they try to joke around about that. So we got in the chat up there. We got my man N2Deep LA. What's going on, N2Deep? What's happening? Nice to see you, buddy. Ray, what's happening, Ray? What's going on, guys? Eunice, what's happening? James Mowbray, what's going on, James? Matthew Sweetman, what's going on, Matthew? Thank you guys for tuning in very much. Nice to see you here on the GGPoker channel, not on my usual channel, on the Joe Ingram 1 YouTube channel. A little different vibe here today for this heads-up match. The boys are way more locked in today. No chatting at all. Playing a bunch of single race pots here. Fedor up about 24,000 for today. I don't think that's right, because Limitless has more money on both tables. So I'd imagine Limitless is going to be up for the match right now. Nothing brewing here on the left-hand side. Another single race pot. Malad and Joey, we need more of your great personality in the stream. Well, I think a lot of times when the personality comes out, it, you know, one, it's kind of early here actually in GTO headquarters, but two, the personality kind of comes out through music and through graphics and through other forms of self-expression, typically on a stream. So when you're watching two guys play who are a little bit more quiet, you know, you're trying to focus on the action. We got the cards up, so you're trying to see what cards and what hands they have and trying to process what hands are going down, and then maybe read the chat and then decide on what to talk about. And, you know, so it's a process to kind of get better at. Thomas said Limitless is also playing the 100K. Well, there you go. Yeah, Limitless also playing a $100,000 tournament right now. So maybe a 100, 200 on the side. I mean, whatever. It seems a little weird to be playing a tournament during something that's supposed to be a challenge, but I can understand he doesn't want to miss out, and he wants to keep playing, and he wants to get more action, play these high stakes, especially when they come up. Rudy Brand says, Joey, you need a tank top with that porn stash. I agree. I do need a tank top with the porn stash. Let me zoom this out a little bit here. So left-hand side, Queen 9 for Victor. You guys don't like the facial here or what? What do you guys don't like it? What's going on, man? You don't think it's GTO? All my men out there in the chat. Left-hand side, Fedor going with a small bet on the turn, 5 deuce of hearts. And Victor with the 9, just going to check call. River's a 4, so Fedor most likely going to bluff this hand. Try to get him off a 9, a 7, a 6, a one pair hand. Obviously, you can fold out some potential hands like a King Jack or something like that. The stash is a 70s porn vibe. Well, it's just a mustache and a beard and a slight beard, so I don't know. Peter says, I think Limitless is on day 2 on GG 10K as well. Well, there you go. Okay. So Fedor does bluff the river on the left-hand side. I don't think this is going to work. It does work, actually. Victor doesn't lay it down, so Victor decides the Queen 9. It's not a hand he wants to call with. It was a pretty small bet by Fedor. Most of the bets we normally see on the river are going to be half pot or bigger, so it's not often we see the very small bet on the river in position. But he does go with that smaller bet, takes it down. Nice hand by Fedor. Nice bluff by him. Barry, I'm sorry, buddy. I apologize. Right-hand side 3-bet from Fedor. Ace-Jack offsuit, Victor, Ace-5. He's going to 4-bet this hand. Ace-5 offsuit. So we got a 4-bet alert on the right-hand table. Let's see what Fedor decides to do. Or Ace-Jack offsuit. Very close hand. Don't love it either way when you got the Ace-Jack offsuit here. He does go ahead and call. Queen 10-8 lock in. Could be a big pot here. I expect Victor to bet small, and Fedor with a double gutter not going to go anywhere. He might decide to get a little frisky and throw in a check raise. It would seem the standard would be to check call. Very interesting spot. Backdoor club draw for both players as Victor does go with that small bet, that quarter pot bet in the 4-bet pot. We saw that very often. Let's see what the young prince is going to decide to do. It's a big pot bruise. He does just check call. Turd is an ace. Now both players make top pair. Fedor, Ace-Jack, top pair, Jack kicker. Victor, what does he got to be putting Fedor on when Fedor calls the 4-bet? Hands like Queen Jack, King Jack, Jack 9. We saw him show up with Jack 9 clubs earlier in the 4-bet pot. Hands like Jack 10. Probably not 8-Jack suited, maybe 8-9 suited. So let's see if Victor, it's a very interesting spot. 4-bet pot. Let's see what Victor decides to go with here. Wouldn't be surprised to see him do any option, check or bet. Does get some value from those one pair hands with gut shots. Maybe he bets this turn, checks back the river. He's in the tank. Very hard. And he does go ahead and bet 4,200 and a 14,000. Now Fedor's got a decision with the top pair, jack kicker. He's scared of ace queen. He's scared of ace king. He's scared of pocket queens, pocket tens. Wiktor might four bet a king jack suited. So you got to be a little worried about that hand. I imagine he's just going to check call here. I wouldn't be surprised to see him check raise it as well. I mean, what do you get called by if you check raise? And yeah, that's a good question. What do you get called by that you beat? Not many hands. He does just check call. River is a 10. So now it's a chop pot. Fedor gets a little bit unlucky on the river. So we got a 4-bet pre-flop. Check call flop. Check call turn. River's a 10. Fedor had a hand like 10 jack or 10 9. It's now improved to 3 10s. Wiktor can't be loving his position. I mean, he does have the top pair. Maybe he thinks about turning this into a... you get some value from a king queen, queen jack maybe. Maybe he thinks Fedor might fold his 10s. So maybe he might try to maybe turn this into a bluff potentially. A bluff or value bet. A little merge range. Get called by a queen. Maybe fold out another ace. Maybe ace 5 suited. He does go all in. Now Fedor in a really tough spot with the ace jack. He loses to ace king. He loses to ace queen. He loses to queens. He now loses to 10 jack. Wiktor probably wouldn't be bluffing here with kings. Probably wouldn't be bluffing here with jacks. Maybe like a king 5 suited type hand if he would have 4-bet that. It's a young prince here. Locked in, deciding, what am I going to do? Top pair. Got the queen as my kicker. My jack doesn't play. The first time we've really seen Wiktor 4-bet him. So here we go. Fedor is going to tank down here. What is he going to do? Real tough spot here, guys. I mean, you can basically beat the king 8, the king X hands that are the worst king X's here. Maybe like king 9, you know, that too, yeah. Would Wiktor 4-bet a hand like a jack 6? No. Jack 7? No. Jack 9? Maybe. That makes a straight. I mean, there aren't really many hands you beat here. So great bluff here by Limitless. Fedor Holz is in the tank. If he calls, I mean, when you call and you get a chop, that's a miserable poker feeling. I mean, you finally hero call the guy, you get it right, and you chop. Rasmus says the fact that he's getting good odds, he does call with the ace jack, getting a good price on their river, and now they chop it up. $40,000 goes both players' way. Anticlimactic ending there as we see a chop pot. Rasmus says the fact that he gets super good odds is going to make him call. Yeah, I'm not surprised by it to see him call there with the ace jack.
Yeah.
Got to call and pray sometimes. He does call. Chop it up. Matthew Sweetman says, how many hands is the session? The session is going to be 400 hands. I would like to see these guys, you know, for like a heads-up challenge, if they're going to be on camera, I'd like to see them interact more and talk more. But obviously, you understand that they are, you know, they do have other things on the side. But I guess, you know, it makes sense. Yeah, nice call by Fedor. What do you guys think? Would you guys have folded that hand? I don't know. I think a lot of you guys would have probably laid that one down, and maybe rightfully so. Is ace 5 offsuit a 4-bet there pre-flop? I think that's one of those hands that is it ace 5 offsuit? Ace 5 suited, I know they 4-bet that hand, but ace 5 offsuit, probably a low frequency kind of 4-bet if you're going to 4-bet it at all. Here we go, a couple hands. Right hand side, 3-bet pocket 7s. Fedor's got the ace 10 of diamonds. Left hand side, Wiktor going to go with a bet with the pocket 4s on the turn, targeting those overcard type hands, ace highs, king queen, queen jack. Right hand side. See a 3-bet and a small bet by Wiktor with the pocket sevens. Turn is a 5. Fedor calls with the ace 10 of diamonds. Backdoor straight draw. He's got the ace high. Turn. Wiktor could bet or check. Gets some value from ace high, some value from some flush draws I don't want to fold. Folds out Fedor's backdoor type hands, maybe like a queen 10 of diamonds, ace 10 of diamonds. I don't think it's going anywhere. See what Fedor decides to do here. Philip Bloodstrom says depends on the player dynamic. That's true. Yeah, I feel like this dynamic could be really well with two people who are willing to engage and kind of get into it. Right hand side, another chop pot. King, 5, 5, 5. Pocket sevens. No good out there if you guys don't know how Hold'em works. Your full house is now counterfeited as you are playing the board. Pocket fives. Fives and kings now. So the sevens do not play. Let's see if Wiktor turns the sevens into a bluff now. Very weird scenario. Fedor going to have some fives. Going to have some kings. And it's probably one of the worst hands Fedor's going to have here. Maybe some flush draws that he decides not to fold the turn with, like a 10 jack of spades. And Wiktor does indeed bet 7,300. So he says, I have a king. Maybe Fedor turns this into a bluff. No, it might be a little overambitious. So he's calling once again to win a chop pot. And now he literally can't win. He can only chop it. Last time he at least could have won for some bluffs. So big pot energy brewing again on the right-hand table. What is Fedor Holz going to do here if this guy shoves? I mean, that's, yeah, he's not going to shove. I'm getting really overzealous. I want him to shove here. So here we go. Left-hand table, Wiktor. Going to bluff the river small with the queen 9. Blocking the straight. Fedor has the third pair, 6-10 offsuit. Right-hand side, Fedor going very far into the tank with the ace 10 of diamonds. 3-bet pre-flop. Wiktor bets all 3 streets. Fedor once again deciding to call for a chop. Left-hand table, he's in the tank as well with the third pair. He beats some of Wiktor's worst bluffs here. He does call the right-hand side. Chop it up, chop it up, chop it up. Another anticlimactic chop pot on the right-hand side. So right now we got Limitless up about, actually Limitless is down about $2,000 for today's session. By the way, guys, we're shuffling chips out here. If you guys hear any shuffling noise from the wind, you guys need to get yourself some chips. Fedor really taking his time here on the left-hand table with the 10. He can beat him. He can beat queen 9. He can beat some jack 6s, jack 5s. And he does go ahead and call. Nice call by Fedor there on the river. A little small pot goes his way, 27.60. Limitless went with the blocking bet, queen high on the river. David Yee says, are charts allowed? I don't know if charts are allowed for this match. I know during the Doug Polk Daniel Negreanu challenge, they were talking about charts, and Daniel said he had an iPad and stuff like that. I don't know much about what was going on with that in terms of the iPad usage and chart usage and that type of thing. So I don't know if these guys are using charts pre-flop or not. It's a really good question, actually. Be interested to know. Who else we got out there, man? Malade and Kutik, what's happening, man? Patrick Pratt, what's going on? Guys, did Fedor fold the ace-jack? He did not fold the ace-jack. He did call right-hand side. Wiktor gets a little value bet on the river with the ace-high. 2-pair, ace-kicker. Fedor calls with the king and takes it down. Ay, man. What a weekend. God damn, man. A lot of poker study out there, guys. A lot of recharging this weekend, man. Real easy to get caught up in the constant go of everybody out there, man. Good to take some time off. Get outside, go to the park, get some sunlight. Left-hand side, nice value bet there by Wiktor with the second pair. Jack kicker, Fedor, light call with the 4. Once again, beats some of Malinsky's Jack 10's worst bluffs. Doesn't beat too many hands, but beats enough hands to decide to call there sometimes, and he does call. But yeah, this weekend we try to get a little recharge, man. I'm working on, I'm trying to decide I'm looking at investing in a couple companies right now, and I might help the companies out as well too. So been studying a lot about what the hell that exactly means and how to get good deals in your negotiations, because all these deals are really intense negotiations with these companies. So you're basically negotiating for equity, you're negotiating for what your responsibilities are going to be, you're negotiating for what some type of compensation from on a retainer-based fee might be. So kind of go back and forth, figure out what you want to do, where you want to focus on, what your strengths are, what you like doing, what you don't like doing. So it's very interesting position to be in and very unusual position to be in. So poker, very easy thing to do. Left hand, comparatively to me, left hand side, Fedor, nice overbet with the 9. So what does he have here? He's got a gutter and he blocks the straight 5-9. Yeah, makes sense. Okay, seems a little bit loose. And now Wiktor has the king 8, third pair. You might not want to fold. He doesn't fold. River's a 4. So let's see if Fedor, this is the kind of spot you put yourself in. Unfortunately, it's actually something I've noticed from my study is that, you know, the frequencies might say you're going to want to bet big some percent of the time. And the problem with that is that when you bet big that small percentage of the time, let's say you make a big bet 20% of the time, you end up in this spot right here exactly where you're really not sure what to do. And it leads to potentially bigger mistakes. So I've been actually trying to think how to combat that when I'm playing in my own study. Now Fedor does indeed bet the pot. I'd be really interested to see what people think about this hand. This is a good bluff. And you might say, well, once you get to the river, you block. I mean, he does call on Wiktor. Yeah, nice call by Wiktor there. King 8, $16,000 pot goes Victor's way. That a little out of line bluff. And that's kind of what I'm saying. You know, once you start the process of betting big on a turn and then you feel like you need to follow through on the river, you put yourself in some pretty dicey, some spicy, some situations where, you know, you might be making a little bit out of line plays. And that's where the mistakes really, really, really start to add up, when you potentially make like a -8 chip blunder on a later street. You know, those are pretty big mistakes. Whereas in earlier streets, you might be making a decision that's between 1 or 2 chips and sometimes even less. So in that scenario, if you make one option or the other, you know, there's really not that big of a difference. But in some of these other spots, you know, there are pretty big differences. And now you might say, you know, bet 5-9, bottom of range. Once you get there, you got to bluff that hand. You talk about what size you want to go for. Do you want to go big? Do you want to go small? And those are all very interesting things to discuss. Right-hand side, Wiktor going for an overbet on the river with the full house. Second full house, though, so he has a 9s. Does not have the king. Fedor Holz, luckily for him, has the king, and now he's thinking about what to raise. If he raises here, I mean, when's he hoping to get called by a 9? So he could make it I don't know what side. I'd probably go with small raise here. I don't think Victor's going to do this with an ace. Maybe he does it with a 10. The guy's a crazy guy. Left-hand side, aces for Wiktor. Takes down a nice pot versus top pair for Fedor. So right-hand side, I'm curious to see how Fedor is going to play this one. He does raise 7,200. Now Wiktor has to decide, is this guy really going to bluff my overbet? What hands would he bluff my overbet with? What hands would he bluff there with? That's a good question. I really don't know. Yeah, I really don't know what he bluffed there with. So I think he's going to have a lot of value in that situation. You got to fold your 9s, and he does lay it down indeed. It's a nice hand there by Fedor. Interesting size by Malinowski. And you can see the very interesting things to me that I find are the larger sizings on the turns and rivers. There's a lot of information to be found in those, a lot of things to think about, how you're going to construct your range. And you know, in some of these spots, you can choose multiple sizings, and the EV is going to be similar, meaning that you might bet 75% pot, you might bet 50% pot, you might bet a pot, and it might be a pretty similar EV. I think when you start mixing in the overbets is where you really start to see some, you start to learn some different things about what you could do for your strategy. So I probably played about 5,000 hands versus this bot that I'm using. So basically it corrects your play in real time. So it tells you if you made a bad play or good play. So it's like you get immediate feedback. It's kind of amazing. So I played like a 5-hour session on Saturday against this thing, just battling it, man, going back and forth, giving this thing the business. But I think for my own study right now, I'm focused on free bet pots, because single raise pots, you can see that a single raise pot is a more common format. Right-hand side, check raise by Wiktor. Backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw. Fedor's got top pair. He's not going anywhere. He's a little scared of You know, he's worried about Victor having flush draws here. You know, maybe some sad 7s, 5s, deuces. Victor, we know he 3-bet 7 deuce, so he probably wouldn't flat that one pre-flop. So Victor does check the turn on the right-hand table. And 2 deep LA. Joey, I saw you want to play some heads up Nolan Hold'em. I will play, bud. We can film it. 0 prep, only field player. No problem. Let's play, Andrew. Shout out to my buddy out there, N2 Deep LA. I put out a tweet yesterday talking about I'm looking for people to play in heads up Nolan Hold'em mid stakes. So Landon said he wants to play. Berkey said he wants to play. So it looks like we're going to get some competitors here to be able to get in the ring. I got to put some music on over here, guys. So let's see, right-hand table, check on the turn. Will Victor turn this into a bluff? He does turn into a bluff. And now Fedor, most likely not going to lay this one down. He's scared of having flushes. He doesn't want Victor to have a flush. Maybe 3-4, but I think 3-4 would probably bet the turn. 6-8, 6-8 makes a straight. Maybe that would bet the turn as well. He had a hand like 6-8, 1 diamond, 6-8 suited. It's going to 3-bet pre-flop. So I think Fedor has to think about what's the worst hand he wants to have here. I think having a diamond in his hand is good. So he blocks some of those flushes, blocks the hand like Queen Jack of diamonds. Queen Jack of diamonds when I 3-bet pre-flop as well too. Jack 10 of diamonds when I 3-bet pre-flop as well. Yeah, he's going to block maybe like a Jack 6 of diamonds. I don't know if Victor would have check raised that hand. Fedor raises. Interesting play. Okay. So he raises. I don't know what the hell's going on there. He must be trying to get him off. Can we get a replay on that hand actually, guys? He must be trying to get him off. I don't. Interesting play by Fedor there with the Jack 7. Yeah, 3-bet on left-hand table. Middle pair for Limitless. First middle pair for Fedor Holz. Limitless decides to check with his backdoor flush draw. And Too Deep says, what would be more fun, wannabe GTO or VIP splashing around having fun versus Joey, fellas? I think people would probably enjoy me and you playing very much, brother. So we'll definitely get in the mix there. We got Dan Negreanu in the chat. What's up, Daniel? How's it going, man? We saw Daniel break down some of the hands at the beginning of the match. Review time with Daniel Negreanu. He was going over a couple of the boys' plays here. Shout out to Daniel preparing for his match against the great Phil Hellmuth. Those guys are going back and forth on Twitter. Phil Hellmuth has talked about how great he is in approximately 55 tweets over the weekend. So if you missed that. So left-hand side, Victor, 3-bet pre-flop, check, flop. Bets the turn for value. River's the king. And now Victor might decide to go for a big bet. Try to get called by a Jack or a 7. Let's see what happens here. Poker Lies Better says, where's the gorilla? I agree. We do need the gorilla. And right hand's left-hand side. Value bet by Victor. Calls by Fedor. One hand better for Victor. Ace Jack offsuit as he takes down another pot. $15,000 goes his way as he takes the lead for today's match. Daniel said, what's up, Poppy? When are we playing? Oh, okay. Me versus Daniel, huh? Okay. The GTO got himself. I don't know, man. This guy's been in the fucking lab for 5 more months straight. And yeah, he said he's not preparing for anything. So Daniel taking Phil Hellmuth maybe a little lightly. Maybe you got to get in the lab against the GTO machine, Phil Hellmuth himself, brother. I don't know, man. You might need to get in there and start working at it a little bit. Hellmuth, you know Hellmuth's going to come out prepared. He's studying with Shamath. Left-hand table. Nice turn for Fedor. He 3-bets 9-10. Turns to straight. Victor, unfortunately, has a bunch of dog. He doesn't have anything to do here. And gets another bet. He's going to have to fold. But it could get interesting if Fedor decides to check. And that maybe leaves the door for Malinowski to turn his hand into a bluff on the turn around the river. Daniel said, I'll play PLO small stakes for LOLs. Let's do it. Left-hand side. Yeah, Daniel hasn't studied much PLO, has he? Okay, good. Dude, I'm actually really excited. I talked about this. We got a sizzle reel coming up for Poker Go for the match, and they gave me some questions to answer, and I said, you know, I don't want to bet against Hellmuth because Hellmuth is kind of a god, and he's like sit and go style formats. He's beat Jungle Man, he's beat Doug Polk, he's beat Antonio Sfandiari twice. So, but I'm curious to see Daniel play against someone who's not Doug Polk. So I'm really excited to see what kind of moves the guy got, and And yeah, just to see, because you see him play against Doug, and it's really hard to gauge where does he stand in the scheme of things. Right hand side, Fedor making a nice bluff here. These guys are taking to the streets here, guys. We got a lot of action today. Fedor turning that deuce into a bluff. I mean, this is nice here. He's got the king high. He's got the deuce of diamonds. And Malinowski's not, I mean, Fedor definitely taking it to Wiktor. Wiktor, beautiful call with the 10. He bet calls the river. Wow, what a nice hand, man. What I mean, nice bluff by Fedor. Maybe a little bit out of line, but nice play by him. And Malinowski absolutely owns him there with the 10. Yeah, the guys are battling back and forth today. Daniel said, I went from facing 100-mile-an-hour fastballs versus Doug to slow pitch against Helmuth. Yeah. I was thinking Helmuth's probably going to bring a game at you that, like, a lot of limping. You talked about you didn't necessarily study much limping. So I feel like Helmuth is going to whip out some non-standard lines, and he's going to do some really weird shit. So I'm very curious to see how a more, how you adjust and how you try to exploit some of those weaknesses. And if you've studied the deviations for how to exploit maybe a strategy that Helmuth's going to be able to employ against you. Also in the live arena, I mean, you guys are both, live pros, so you guys are real good at the live aspect of things and looking for tells and looking for more information from players. So left-hand side, 3-bet pre-flop. Fedor bets the flop with a 6. Let's see if he goes for a little bit of value here. He might not think Limitless is checking back a 9 enough on the turn. He might not think Limitless is checking back a club draw on the turn. So he might decide to work this in his value bet range, and he does bet 5,000. Limitless has ace high. He's seen Fedor bet check bet as a bluff multiple times so far in the match. Does block the club in his hand. Might think about doing something real crazy and going all in here. Wouldn't be surprised if you'd see him call. He beats some 7s. He beats some 8s. He's in the tank. Very serious look on his face. Very serious look on his face. Looks kind of angry in a way. He does all in. Can Fedor find the call? So Limitless turns his nut flush blocker. Thinks he's playing the great game of Pot Limit Omaha here, guys. I don't think Fedor's going to lay this one down. He's basically saying he's got a backdoor club draw or a top pair that he checked on the turn. We know that you should be doing that sometimes, but Fedor might not necessarily think about that. And he might just decide this guy's full of it. He knows I'm capable of bluffing me here. He's seen me bluff here. Maybe this guy has a hand like maybe like a 10-8, something like that. He does lay it down. Nice bluff there by Limitless. $16,000 pot goes over his way. The ace, queen of clubs. Very nice play there by Limitless. Fedor, very tough spot. He's got to be thinking, what is the guy shoving here as a bluff? He doesn't bet the turn. So if Limitless has a hand like a queen 8, so he's got a gut shot on the turn, maybe he decides to not check that back. He would actually bet that hand himself. So maybe his hand is weighted more towards value on the river once he gets there, and he decides to lay it down. You got to think about, okay, what's the weakest hand I want to be calling here with in Fedor's spot. So most likely it starts off as a 9. So you got trip 9s, and then you work your way down from there. So let's say you got aces, kings, queens, jacks, 10s, 9s, 8s, 7s, right? Ace 6, and then you try to find, okay, where do I think the cusp is? And maybe ace 6 is something you fold sometimes, call sometimes. I'd be extremely curious. I'm going to be curious to see what Daniel. I saw Cockatee work. I did a breakdown video as well too. Shout out to Cockatee. Put a brick on my face. Thank you, Cockatee, for that nice brick. What are you thinking, Poppy? Come on. I'm going to do a breakdown of Cockatee's video and put a brick on Cockatee's face, okay? Shout out to Cockatee, though, man. He's working hard out there as well. But yeah, if you guys are watching the Helmuth versus Negreanu match, it's going to be going down on March 16th, live Poker Row Studios. I'll probably head down there, see the boys a little bit, and then come back home, watch the match. I might do like a Joe Rogan style rail for that. I might watch that on the side and kind of see the guys play. So yeah, it looks like right now Wiktor in the lead after that big hand. Let me pull up my results over here, see if we got them loaded up here in our trusty Discord group. Looks like Fedor's down about $10,000 right now in the match. So Malinowski came in today down $37,000. He came in the favorite for the match. I think it was minus 115 or minus 110 on the betting. You can bet on GGPoker, courtesy of Poker Shares. Shout out to my man Timex, Mike McDonald. Jamie says Cockatoo's working hard. He streams Counter-Strike full-time. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense to think about streaming some other games. You know, obviously poker is not the most popular game to stream, and League of Legends, Counter-Strike, Rust, Valorant. I mean, these games are super, super popular to stream, and there's a lot of people that are making big audiences, and you can, monetize your audience a lot of different ways. You can sell products, you can sell services, you can have your affiliations, you have your partnerships. So Dan Negreanu said, so yeah, during that match, what happened was Ryan Fee. So Ryan Fee bet on Doug. Obviously, he's friends with Doug. And then he bought a Lamborghini with Dean Eggs on the license plate after the match was over. And then I saw a video of Daniel. He called him Little Fifi Pinky Dick. Like, I don't know what the hell's going on with these two guys, dude. Oh my God, these guys are crazy. Okay. Daniel, Fees, both absolutely nuts. Right-hand table. This could be interesting here. So Fedor, I like this overbet here with the Jack 10. You can overbet on these King Queen boards. We learned that during the Doug Daniel challenge. King 10, King Queen. This one could probably go either way. You could probably 3/4 here or bet bigger. Maybe betting bigger is by far the best play though. And you can see Victor just calls with that two pair, King 8. River is a 9. Fedor makes the straight with the Jack 10. Let's see what size he goes with here. Once he overbets the turn and gets called, he knows that Victor's probably not going to be check raising his King 8s, Queen 8s, Queen 7s, King 7s on the turn. So he's going to have a lot of 2 pairs in his range. Maybe not a lot, maybe some. Going to have some flush draws, probably folding 5-6. Definitely going to have spades, going to have some diamonds. Probably not laying down a queen. So now Fedor's got to think, what does he want to go with here? He goes with the 5,600. Victor snap calls. Nice river there for the young prince. Jack 10 offsuit. Battling his way back against Victor here in today's session. Nice hand by him. So he's got 35,000 on that right-hand table. Okay. Murphy's Law says, get the likes in for Joey to eat the edible. Yeah, listen, guys. I only do at 5,500 likes on any video that I'm a part of for the live stream. Left-hand side, nice bluff here by Malinowski with the 10-Jack offsuit. Fedor has ace high. Does lay it down. Nice. So we're seeing a lot of overbetting here. And you can kind of see how aggressive the overbetting is and how big the bets are on the turn and then on the river. So very tough to play against here if you're not an experienced heads-up player, and very easy to make a mistake. And very easy to make a mistake and then let that compound in future decisions because you don't start trusting your study or trust your instincts. So these sorts of things can snowball pretty fast if you're running bad, and especially if you're running bad and you're a very aggressive player, which I know a lot of you guys out there maybe start to become more aggressive when you're having losing sessions. You got to remember patience is a massive part of poker, and just because you're playing heads up and ranges are wide doesn't necessarily mean you want to forget that you need to be patient. So it's very important to remember when you start getting all frazzled and, slow down, take your time, really think through the decisions, maybe make your opponent a little bit uncomfortable as well, too, by taking your time, throw them out of their game. I actually think Daniel should have done more of that in that match against Doug, especially once Doug went to some sort of turbo mode where he somehow made every decision instantly. And Daniel was kind of it would actually pick up Daniel's pace too a little bit. So Doug would start playing faster, Daniel would start playing faster. And to me, that favors the more experienced, studious player who is just going to have a better feel for those spots. So I do like that Fedor's taking his time here. Right-hand side, nice play by Fedor. Check raises with the 10-3 of clubs. I love that. So he just calls with the backdoor flush draw on the flop. Check raises the turn. And puts a lot of pressure on Victor there. He's going to be 2-barreling there, pretty wide. The password for the free roll. So the free rolls are happening on the top of the hour, guys. So the next free roll will be in about 35 minutes on the GG. If you guys have the password, put it up there, guys, for people to have. Cockatee in the chat. Shout out to Cockatee. Show him some love out there. If you're on YouTube, go check out his YouTube channel. he's got a lot of funny videos on there. He randomly plays high stakes and sometimes break down some hands. I think I saw something with Dan Bilzerian. Did you play with Dan Bilzerian? Is that what happened? How does that guy play it at heads up, Nolan Hold'em? Or how does he play it? What does he play? He must play like range, right? He probably doesn't play heads up. Left hand side, nice call by Fedor with the 9s. I'd like to see Dan Negreanu versus Dan Bilzerian heads up. That's what I'd like to see. Maybe someone out there can make that happen. So these boys are not very talkative today, as you can see. If you ever wondered what a poker player looks like during an 8-hour grind session, this is what it looks like. A lot of quiet, a lot of not talking. And you can see in these heads up matches that you're kind of going to see a lot of single raise pots for a while, and then eventually you'll see a massive outburst where there'll be a 3-bet, a 4-bet, a call, and then 2 big hands, and you kind of see a clash. But what I want you to look for in these single raise pots is how the turn and the river play, because that's where you're going to see a lot of the real interesting things. And you got to remember that the turn and the river are set up by your pre-flop play and by your flop play. So I think a lot of players greatly underestimate how important pre-flop is for building your overall foundation of your game. So if you're out there and you're wondering, what do I think about getting better, and then where do I start to look for mistakes in my opponent's games, is you want to look at their pre-flop hand construction and start to try to identify mistakes that they make there. And then maybe you can see how those mistakes, how they manifest themselves on later streets with those weaker ranges. And that takes some time to play your opponent and see how your opponent plays. But against weaker players, I mean, they play Jack 4 offsuit in a 9-headed game, and then they're going to put a lot of money in on a 4 when they make a 4. So, that's a good piece of data to note about a person, to let you know I can value bet bigger and value bet thinner potentially against this player, and maybe I should bluff that guy a little bit less too. So left-hand side, let's see if Fedor decides to bluff this one. He's got a perfect blocker, Jack 4. Yeah, the ace on the river, actually pretty good card. Maybe makes it a little bit less likely that Wiktor calls with a hand like what would Wiktor have here? Jack 7, King 9, maybe King 7. So Fedor could try to get him off 7s, maybe some 9s, but he does check back. Does not fire that one. Yeah, he's been getting called on some of these bluffs, so might have felt a little monsters there under the bed, and so he decides not to turn the Jack 4 into a bluff there. Maybe that ace, the ace kind of looks like a good card. So right-hand side, Fedor with the backdoor full house. Malinowski has the 5 in his hand, has 2 pair, flush misses. Fedor could be bluffing here with an 8, a 7, Jack Queen, Jack 10. And he does snap call, and Fedor shows down the full house. $12,000 pot goes his way. Very nice hand there by Fedor. Nice bet by him. So Malinowski is certainly calling down rather light in this match so far. Fedor has to then decide, how do I want to adjust to that? And what's the adjustment if your opponent's calling down too light? You guys tell me, what do you think? Now, you got to remember, you don't want to over-adjust based on a limited number of hands that you see from your opponent, but it appears that Wiktor is not a big fan of folding. Of course, you do need to bluff, right? Like in some of these spots, you're going to bluff, you're going to get called, and you really got to be comfortable about your, you got to be comfortable losing in poker, which is, most people think of when they lose as like a very negative thing or a bad thing, and they don't know how to handle it. They don't understand that like this is how the game works, and that sometimes you're going to lose hands. So they get real rattled and real emotional and let their emotions get the best of them a little bit. So right-hand side, Wiktor has the queen. Pocket kings on the left-hand side for Fedor. Okay, right-hand side, Wiktor does not bluff. Fedor shows down the ace. Nice hand for Fedor. So we got Fedor down about $8,000 so far. And 2 Deep LA says, why don't we raffle out a night with Wiktor rather than some peasant free roll? Okay. Yeah, listen, if you guys want a night out with Limitless, please let me know in the chat. I'd be more than happy to get some, maybe we'll be able to give you guys a night out. So how's live? Have you guys been playing live poker out there at all? I know a lot of people out there are playing more live poker. The WPT Venetian event went down. It was a massive success here in Vegas. And it appears that more and more tournament series are going on. It appears that live poker and the U.S. in general is opening. I don't really know the state around the world in terms of what the casinos are like in other places. So you guys let me know. Are games open where you're at? Are you going to play live? How much do you hate plexiglasses? And why is the answer you really fucking hate them? Because I don't mind the masks, but I mean, the masks do suck to wear playing live poker, but because you can't talk to anyone, and I sort of go to have a social time. Left-hand side, Fedor lays down the king high. But yeah, I think for live poker, the masks are, yeah, they're not the move. So I'm sorry, the masks, you know, they're kind of they are the move in some ways because they're a precaution from getting sick, but the plexiglass is not the move. The plexiglass, I fucking hate. So Brad Don says, I started boxing, the most plus EV poker decision I ever made. Yeah, I started boxing a lot too. I've been going to one of the gyms here close by. I got a few boxing things I use at home as well. And I plan to do a lot more fighting. And then when travel opens back up, I'm going to go train overseas to get in some, I think I'm going to go to Asia and train there. Train boxing, train other martial arts, go to the mountains, get a little retreat, do my work over there, get the hell out of America. Cregan Dow says, do you recommend a site to play on in the US? Yeah, for the USA, I mean, there's the public sites you can play on. There's some of the private sites, like the applications. You know, you got to really know an agent. You got to trust an agent. You got to find someone reputable. So it's a kind of a challenging process. Left-hand side, backdoor 2-pair for Fedor Holz with the ace-9. Malinowski has that Colombian 2-pair, 5-4 offsuit. He's done a pay off a bet. Now, Fedor's got to decide. Fedor might go real big here. I mean, the diamond comes in there, so he's probably not actually getting, he can't really overbet, can he? He probably has to go, what is he going to do here? It's real interesting, real interesting hand. After he big bets the turn, gets called. He does go 2000. That makes sense. Gets snap called by 5-4. Nice hand by Fedor. 2-pair, ace-9 offsuit, $9,600 pot. Another lucky run out for the young prince. Very nice hand, running quite well here is young Fedor. Harb says, can I come to Asia and train with you, Joey? Listen, Harbs, if you want to come to Asia with me, buddy, I'm more than happy to have you, brother. It'd be a little more fun. I know a lot of people over there too, like that live in Asia from poker that I've met over the years. And I'd love to bring more people over there if you're down, if you want to come and get into it. It's going to be intense though. So I'm ready to get pretty intense over there at my training. Carlencho says, let's do a boxing match, me versus you. If I'm going to do a boxing match, it's going to be with somebody who I really want to fucking punch in the face. So, and there's really no one in poker that I want to punch in the face. You know, people take poker real seriously. I take poker pretty seriously too, but it's also a lot of memes, a lot of trolling, a lot of jokes. So let's see here. The boys are kind of going back and forth. Nothing brewing. Our bottom scroll has gone away, so we don't know how many hands they're at right now. I actually know how many hands we're at. We're at 144 hands played. So we're going to see a little bit shorter match today, and we're going to see interviews with the boys at the end. If you guys have any feedback for us, for me, for GGPoker, please let us know. Listen, if you guys don't like it, give us some ideas, right? Give us feedback. Give us your take on things, production styles, format style, you know, ways to increase the entertainment value for you as a viewer, something you'd like to see. You know, that's how a lot of these companies get better. I know GG, they're pretty new to making content, and they started off as a, you know, more of like a gameplay platform and technology, and they weren't really doing a ton of content on YouTube or trying to create long form episodic style formats for their YouTube channel. And that's something they started really focusing on in November. So if you guys have any feedback for these guys, you know, let them know. I do wish my camera was a bit better quality on the Zoom call though. So that's one thing I'm a little tilted about, but fucking Zoom, it happens. Maybe we should use Skype next time. So the Brone here, guys. Left-hand table. Nothing happening. Francis Kelly says, I think the faces are still too big. Yeah, I kind of like the faces of the guys there. I think it's a little nice touch for the edges. Bottom of the screen, I like that too with the betting ons. They're trying to promote the betting on the site. You know, it's a big feature of GGPoker, which is kind of unique, is that you can bet on matches, you can bet on tournaments, you can buy action of people. So it's a very unique feature. And basically they're sort of like solving the process of having to go to another site or use a middleman. I guess they are still the middleman, but I think they make it a lot easier for people to buy and sell action, especially working together with Poker Shares and some of the things in Poker Shares. Mike McDonald, very reputable company and service. And I think GGPoker is trying to build that reputation and trying to build that brand for themselves to have you feel comfortable and safe playing poker and betting on their site too. So this is all part of that process. As Fedor makes a flush on the right, deciding if to value bet or check. See what the young prince does. The 18-year-old. The kid, he's 27, looks 18. It happens. Dubai Vlad in the chat. What's up, Dubai Vlad? What's going on, brother? What's happening? What's happening? Cregan, if you want here, Cregan, if you want suggestions on where to play, I can give you some suggestions on the right sites to play on to find the best games. Left-hand side, Fedor with the trip fives. See if he goes for an overbet here. This would be a nice spot to overbet. Get called by a 10, called by an 8. Yeah, Renan says the production is good so far, but it could be more dynamic with 2 commentators. Yeah, I agree. We thought a lot of these guys were going to talk more, so we don't really know how much the players are going to interact with each other. Yeah, Fedor overbets. Nice overbet by him. Wiktor, top of his range with that 10. Can't lay it down. Can't let it go. Snap calls him. Fedor picks up a nice pot with the trip fives. It's a nice hand there for Fedor Holz. Yeah, I think when we're talking about doing commentary for the show, you don't really know how much the players are going to interact. So if you have a dynamic where Fedor and Limitless are talking a bunch during the show, then the commentators are going to be trying to talk and they're going to be interrupting them and it'll be all kind of awkward and weird. But when you know the players aren't going to say much, like maybe today, then I think it'd be a good spot to have someone else in and ask some questions and bounce off and stuff like that. I've done a lot of live streams on my own channel where I'm by myself for 4 hours, and it's a mixture of poker with, you know, more like me talking about myself and me talking to the guests and asking questions, doing giveaways. So you can certainly do a stream by yourself. Left-hand side, Wiktor overbets with a 6-3. Yeah, Cregan, what's your Twitter? Do you have Twitter? You have Instagram or something? I'll send you a message. So let's see if Fedor lays that one down. Nice overbet. So once again, Wiktor. So we've seen Wiktor overbet leading the turn when the flop is checked through quite often with a bunch of dog hands. I don't actually know if I've seen him do that too often with value, but it's been very small sample size. Maybe only a few hands of a sample size. So it's too much to take away. But I guess I don't think I'm doing that enough in my own game. I don't think I'm leading the turn as an overbet that often. So I need to start looking at spots I can do that. Like 3-6 of clubs there. Yeah, I guess it makes sense to overbet there with the double gutter. Yeah. Yeah, Fedor, Boyan says Holtz is also playing pretty well. Yeah, I think Fedor's playing pretty well, man. Right? Like maybe making, you know, some mistakes, maybe a little bit loose in some spots. And the problem is that a lot of really good players, like if you make a few mistakes, they think that you're dog shit. So they're very critical, and then they start telling other people that this guy's bad, and then you start believing that this guy's bad because Doug Polk said these guys are terrible. Now, in comparison to maybe Doug Polk, right? Maybe they aren't that good because Doug Polk is one of the best. But compared to 99.999% of players, these guys are exceptional players, even a guy like Fedor. So I still think Fedor can compete against anyone in a heads-up Norman Hold'em. So, and maybe after 20,000 hands, he might not be able to compete, but over a small sample size, I think that a reasonable player should be able to compete. Cregan says, my Twitter is Cregan. I'm also on all right, cool. I'll hit you up with some suggestions. Cockatoo's 20 minutes behind. Yo, shout out to Cockatoo. I want to talk to that kid, man. Cockatoo goes way back. We go way back in the day, man. We were playing like full ring Hold'em on Stars back in the day, dude. Can't believe he's still kicking after it, getting after it. Seems like he's in pretty good spirits, and he's kind of memeing a lot, making a lot of jokes, says some things that piss some people off. Right hand side, 3-bet alert, lock in. Fedor bets the turn with the 7s. Turn seems like a spot you can go bet or check. And this is where you make your money as a poker player. And Wiktor check calls. Turn is a 7. Now, Victor is going to be check calling the turn with some overpairs. Hands like queens, kings, pocket 10s. Also going to have flush draws, ace, king, ace, queen. Victor or Fedor might think about value betting this hand. Very close spot. So 3-bet pre-flop by Victor. Victor bet the flop. Very small. Fedor called. He's going to be floating there with backdoor hearts, backdoor straight draws. He's going to be betting the turn with some of those backdoor draws and then having to bluff those on the river. So Victor might feel like his ace, queen, having no spades in his hand is going to be a hand to call with. Therefore, Fedor might start thinking about adding in hands like pocket 7s as value bets. And he does value bet. He overbets it. Wow, a sick play. What the hell's going on here? The young prince. Wow. So he overbets the river and he gets called. Nice hand by Fedor Holz. Okay, well, he effectively put Victor all in. $41,000 pot goes Fedor's way. Nice play by him. And that actually might be a little bit more standard of a value bet than I might be thinking. But that seems like a pretty great spot there for Fedor to find a bet for value. On the river, very nice hand by him as he stacks Limitless. $40,000 pot goes his way, left-hand side. Limitless with the bluff, with the perfect blockers, the queen and the 7. Nice hand by him. So the action heating up right now, guys. The boys are going back and forth as Fedor gets in a punch off on Limitless. He's up to 66,000 on the right-hand table. And Fedor has the lead for today's match. So Fedor Holz trying to prove people wrong out there, trying to show them that he actually, you know what, maybe this guy's got a few tricks up his sleeve when it comes to the heads-up Nolan Hold'em format. And Fedor Holz right now up about $31,000 after 168 hands played. Yeah, very nice play by Fedor Holz, man. Very nice play by him. I mean, the alternative is the alternative for Fedor is that Fedor checks back the river, checks back the turn, or bets smaller on the river. And I think that turn is probably going to be a mixed strategy in some level, betting or checking with pocket 7s, maybe more betting than checking. And then once you get to the river, once we talked about ranges on the flop, once Victor bets small on the flop, gets called, Fedor is going to be calling with a lot of backdoor hands, hands that have to bluff. A hand like a 9-10, 8-10 of hearts, you know, maybe queen 10 offsuit, something like that. Even like a king queen might feel like it needs to bluff. So I think as played, you need to work in more value bets. And if your only value bets are trips, then you're not value betting enough. So you need to start looking for the next class of hand that you could potentially turn into a value bet. And of course, that would start off with pocket pairs above, what was it, a 6? So you might bet your best 6s and maybe a lot of 6s, and then you would have to bet your 7s, and then sometimes you're going to get called, and they're going to have a low frequency, kind of like maybe like aces or kings that they checked for balance on the turn. But often players, I would imagine a common mistake players are making is they're not checking those hands for value often enough on the turn, therefore weakening their range that they can call with on the river. So we don't exactly know how Limitless is kind of approaching these situations quite yet to know what his strategy might be. So a hand like pocket 7s then becomes more of an alluring value bet once you really deconstruct what your range is. And if you're not betting 7s, then maybe you're bluffing too much. So something to consider and think about. A very nice hand there by Fedor Holz. Nice hand, young prince. Carl Whitcomb, yo, Poppy, how much GG pay you, man? Listen, man, I'm excited to work with GG on this one here, man. Do a little collaboration.
Oh, nice bluff with ace queen.
Thanks.
Oh, the boys are alive. Okay. Is that it, guys? Is that what you want to give us? Okay. Fedor says, nice bluff to Limitless. Nice bluff, Poppy. Nice bluff by him. Yeah, I'm excited to work with some of the companies in poker, kind of see what ideas they bring to the table on marketing, on production, on content. You know, content's starting to heat up out there, guys. A lot of people making videos. A lot of people putting out strategy videos. I mean, ever since the solver got introduced, everyone thinks they're a fucking coach now. So everyone's like, you know, before you had to really know what you're talking about. Now you just need to go over a solver. You need to go over the output, study the output, talk to a smart guy and have him break down the output. And then you go break down the output on your YouTube channel and start pointing at some numbers, talk about some frequencies. Like, it's real easy to sound like you know what you're talking about these days in poker. So whether those players can implement those ideas and strategies in real time in the game are That's more what I'm focused on in my own play. You know, anyone can sound smart about poker, but not many people can really fucking play poker. So left-hand side, Fedor 3-bets pre-flop. C-bets the flop. Wiktor calls with the backdoor flush draw and the queen. Hits the queen on the turn, and now Fedor might get stacked here. This could be dicey because Wiktor is going to be calling the flop with a lot of those gutters, some ace highs. Might not always bet ace 5 offsuit on the turn. Might not always bet that hand, but he's probably going to be betting 4-5, 5-7. He's going to be playing those hands in the suited variety with 3-bet pre-flop, but not the unsuited hand, not the unsuited hands. But he's going to be playing some weak aces, maybe like a king 10. So Fedor calls 1-7 on the river. Not a good card. He loses to 4-5. 7-5 suited shows down as 7 now, so probably won't bet on the river. Whereas that's the kind of hand 7-4 suited, 7-5 suited, 8-5 suited. Those are the kind of hands that we might see bluff the turn. And now Wiktor has to be loving this right now. He's probably going to ship it in here with the top pair. Hope to get called by ace jack. Hope to get called by pocket eights, maybe ace high. And he's looking to get one back. Big pot's brewing here. Fedor faces the all in. He's got pocket eights. He's got to be thinking, is this guy really got it here, man? What does this guy have? What can I beat? You know, would Wiktor jack 10? What do you have, jack 10 here? I don't think so. What kind of bluffs does this man have? King 10, king 8. Probably not calling with king 8 on the flop. Ace 5. Yeah, could be certainly could be a hand. And Fedor lays it down. Nice fold by Fedor. Does not pay it off. And he does the emoji just one time. Nice fold there by Fedor. Nice value bet by Wiktor. Loving what I'm seeing so far here, guys. Boys are going back and forth. Two tables really picking up the action here today. This is a nice pace. I'm really enjoying this. So Wiktor turns top 2 pair on the left-hand table. Fedor has the ace high. Probably going to call 1 street if led into. Has ace high. Has a gut shot to the nuts. Right-hand side could be a check raise for Fedor with the 3-7. Probably don't always want to be check raising your backdoor straight draws and flush draws here, but he does. I mean, look at that turn. My God, that gets me kind of poker hard. That's what you're waiting for when you got the 3-7 of spades.
Hi, GG's.
GG. I still have stack.
Oh yeah, 1.8 big blinds, like a true hero.
Okay.
There's a pay jump in 10 places, so.
Oh yeah. Got it. Well, I guess I can focus on 100k then.
How's it going there?
I just started.
So people in the chat thought that Fedor would call with those pocket eights. He did not call with those pocket eights. So hey, even chat pros are wrong too. Shout out to everybody in the chat pro, guys. If you guys are enjoying this, make sure you guys smash the like button. It supports myself. It supports GGPoker's channel as well too. Leave a comment if you're watching this back on the YouTube video as well. And let us know what you think about the match. Let us know what you think about these players. What are your thoughts on Wiktor after coming into this match, right? What do you think about him? You know, you get to see him play. Get to see his personality a little bit, even though they haven't talked much words. Left-hand side, Fedor. River's the 2 pair. Probably going to go for some value. Hope to get called by an 8, by a 7. Wiktor is playing the 100K tournament sub. That's true. Matthew Sweetman, what's going on, brother?
All right.
Eric Gomez, people in chat are so bad. Calm down, Eric. You're bad too, probably, buddy.
Maybe.
We're all bad in some
Oh yeah,
some spots.
I'm still in.
Nice. Nice hands.
They're fans of each other. So Fedor thinking about what to bet. A tough spot here to know what to do in terms of bet sizing. He goes big. Overbets 3,600. Now Wiktor lays down the ace-6. And Faces Books just asks, why talk so much? Are you a lady? No, I'm doing commentary where I talk. Do ladies talk a lot? I don't know. I know a lot of guys that talk a lot too. So Left-hand table, Victor with the bottom 2 pair. Got that Columbia. Got that white. He's going to check raise. Fedor might decide to peel here with the ace-jack. Backdoor straight draw. And he does. Turn is a queen. Not a good card for Victor. Victor got to be worried about Fedor having a hand like queen 9, queen 10.
Again. Oh.
10?
Nope.
Oh, GG's.
That's okay.
So turn goes check, check. River. Victor might block bet here, actually. Try to get value from an ace high. Blocks versus a queen. Maybe it's called by a 3, but he does check. Fedor checks it. 4-5 is going to take this one down. Nice hand by Limitless. Right hand table, 3-bet pre-flop by King 10 of spade, King 10 of hearts. Yeah, I think what made the Doug versus Daniel heads-up challenge like real good is those guys are like talking shit to each other. You know, Daniel's like complaining about running unlucky, so you're kind of watching like, is he going to get unlucky? Is he going to win? Like, what's going to happen here? What's Daniel going to talk about in the post-match interview? What's Doug going to talk about in the post-match interview? So I think there was a lot of real interesting things to take away for future events from that Doug Daniel challenge that a lot of people don't think about. As we see right-hand side, 3-bet, lock in. Jack 5 deuce. Fedor has a nice 2-barrel hand here. Does he? He doesn't block any spades. He blocks King Jack, 10 Jack. Can probably want to be betting here some frequency. He can fold Victor off of his ace highs, his backdoor club draws, some of his king queens. See what Fedor is going to do. $10,000 in the pot. He checks it over to Victor. Now Victor has a 7-9 of spades. Can't be too worried about Fedor check raising here, so maybe he bets this turn, not scared to face check raise. And then we'll decide on the river. Here we go. 10,000 in the middle. He does indeed bet 2,600. Gets to fold out some of Fedor's worst bluffs, like King 10. It's maybe one of the worst hands he has here, like 8-9, 9-10. Fedor's probably going to call here with the ace highs, and then he's going to have to make a decision on the river if faces action. So this bet puts a lot of potential pressure on you on later streets with marginal hands. And now Fedor doesn't look like he wants to give it up here, guys. He might think about doing something a little bit frisky here. I mean, maybe. Maybe he's thinking about it. He knows that Victor's going to have some floats here. He's going to bet on the turn. And maybe he gave him just the right price. He does lay it down, though. Yeah.
I'll be here. I'll just make some tea. But I'll be around the PC, so it's no problem. My
Victor said he's going to go make some tea.
For the concentration. This time, no wine.
We do have the free roll on GGPoker, guys. The free roll is at 12 p.m. Pacific time, which is going to be in 8 minutes. And the password is Limitless. So go check it out if you guys are on GGPoker and you want to play in that. I need a poker set I can just send people the free rolls on. It's a pretty sweet thing to have. I'm going to turn on some music over here at my end, guys. Yeah, Limitless is drinking tea today, guys, not wine. He's not going to get hammered. He's going to keep it cool today. He's not getting too out of line. He's got a $100,000 term he's playing. And yeah, man, there's a lot of action going on today. A lot of poker to be played. Yeah, this chair, I don't know what this chair is. This chair is not the chair of someone who plays 501k. I mean, listen, guys, at least get yourself a black IKEA Marcus chair like this, black leather, pick it up. $199 at any IKEA, no matter what country you're in.
My doorbell is ringing. 1 second.
Yeah, cool. I'll be right back, like 2 minutes then too as well, after the hand.
These boys are running and gunning right now. I think we are going to see a break soon, by the way.
Yeah, you can play.
Okay.
What are they doing? That chair is disrespectful to computer setups. I want to buy this guy a chair, a better chair, because that chair is not the chair of a champion. Polish Scarface should not be rocking that chair.
Fine.
Okay,
My
buddy.
5 big blinds.
Yeah, place. All right. Okay.
Come back, Victor. Come back.
Okay, cool.
Is that it?
And who's delivering a package at...
Fedor has got a package being delivered now. Okay. What is happening with these guys? Yeah. No cigar today for Limitless. No cigar for Limitless today. Yeah, last time he was railing cigars. He was drinking glasses of wine. And today, very composed, popping an Adderall there, looks like. Gotta stay focused, Poppy. I like it. They guys are telling me that chair is $2,000. What kind of chair does he have?
9 p.m.
Let me look it up. Just because a chair is more money doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, that's cost. Different packages.
Yeah.
So right now, Fedor Holz currently up in the match. He's up $55,000 total, up about near a little under $30,000 for today's match.
10K?
Oh, I busted on the bubble.
N2 Deep says, you know what kind of delivery Fedor is getting at midnight. Yeah, what kind of delivery is Fedor getting right now? Maybe a burrito or something like that. What's he getting? I don't know. That's true. Tails says, Joey, are you European? I'm not European, no. I've been to Europe, but I'm not European. I am from Chicago. And I currently live in GTO headquarters in Las Vegas, Nevada. The center of poker for now. Caitlin Apostle says, I think Daniel being the biggest name in the industry had something to do with the attention the match had. Yeah, I think N2 Deep said there's much more personal investment in Daniel versus Doug, even without seeing them. I would rather watch. All right, calm down, buddy. That's kind of mean. Left-hand side and right-hand side, couple 3-bets here. Fedor, backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw on the right. C-bet small, takes it down. Nice hand by him. One of his worst hands he's going to have on the flop. To bet. Has some backdoor draws there too. Maybe 4 or 5. No backdoor flush draw. Probably would have been one of the worst hands. 3, 4, something like that. Left-hand side, limitless 3-bets. Does not C-bet with the 9-10. He's not going to fold here. He's going to call at least one. Fedor with the 9-jack of clubs. Nice hand to bet small with. Backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw. There we go. Turn is a queen of clubs. Now Fedor going to be looking to continue putting pressure on Limitless. Limitless is going to be check calling with hands like maybe like ace 8, ace 7, and his 10s. Some pairs below a 10, maybe like 8s, 7s, maybe even some 3s, maybe like a king 3. Probably bet that hand too. So Fedor going to want to continue on some turns, and this seems like a beautiful turn to do it on, guys. The jack of clubs. He bets again. Victor folds pretty quickly. Nice hand there by Fedor Holz. Takes down another pot. So Fedor extends his lead on the match today. XXZX says, where have you been in Europe? So I've been to Europe. I went to Tomorrowland Music Festival in Belgium twice. So I went there twice. And after one of the times, I decided to take a trip with my friends. And that got a little bit trouble for me. I went to Malta. And I met a German girl in Malta, and then the next time I went to Tomorrowland, that German girl came with me, and then I went back to her home in Germany. So very interesting how your decisions you make can compound themselves sometimes and take you places that you never thought you might go. So I spent some time in Spain in a place called Ibiza. That's how they say it, I think. It's a big party island. And there, I actually met a girl there too. And then I ended up living in Australia to date her. So as you can see, my choices in living are heavily dictated by women. So not the best sign. Maybe when I was younger, not anymore. We'll see. Nothing brewing here, boys. Couple Singer Ace pots going back and forth. The boys, no action right now. Robert Pankowski says, Joey, did you run your 23andMe more Polish or Austrian genes? I think I have more Polish genes, but I have not officially run that. So right now we're at about 189 hands, almost 200 hands. I think we're going on a break soon, our first break of the match. Joy says, we're in Germany. I stayed right next to the football stadium in Dortmund. And I stayed in like some hotel right next to there. And then I stayed in a place called Dusseldorf, which was pretty nice. I like that place. For Dortmund, they had like a downtown mall area and a bunch of places without air conditioning. So that was absolutely terrible. I remember I did 3 podcasts from my Airbnb when I was in Germany. So you can see me with my tan and with my light blue button-up shirt. I was feeling good. So here we go, guys. Nothing going on here in the Singer Ace pots. Make sure you guys drink your water, stay hydrated. Ying Tuna, you are a pussy whip. Thank you. It's not true anymore, but I don't think it's pussy whip to go live in a place where a beautiful girl that you meet on vacation lives and says that she would love to see you more, and you decide, you know what, I can live anywhere I want because I play online poker, so I'm going to go move there. So it's probably the move. Carlencho, Joey the international playboy. Yeah, maybe in my previous days, Carlencho, but Limitless stretching out there a little bit. Make sure you guys move around. Yeah, see, Fedor, I'd like to see these guys move around a bit more, right? Like when you're locked in for an 8-hour session, you guys got to remember to get some active, get moving, stretch out, drink some water, right? Stand up a little bit, get your body movement going, shake up the thoughts. Especially if you're not really focused in, when you're kind of flowing and you're locked in and you're flowing and you know, you're flowing, meaning like it's kind of like you're going on subconscious and you feel like you're playing well, you're running well, you're winning. I feel like those are the times where I like to really double down on my focus and don't try to break flow. But if I'm sort of a little bit out of it and not necessarily focused, and I sort of try to reset myself, get a little bit of water, maybe piss in a bottle, and stretch out, move around, put some music on. Whatever, man. Listen, I've played too much online poker, so. Left-hand side, no bluff by Victor with the deuce 3. Wow, okay, Victor, maybe missing a little bluff spot there. Nice hand by Victor.
Deuce 3, Victor.
Yes.
Deuce 3.
Not too many aces you have.
Uh-huh.
Give up. I thought you might have too many aces. Gave up.
So Fedor is a little surprised that Limitless would check back the deuce 3 there as well. That's very unusual check. Doug Polk probably shut down his stream if he was watching that one. Didn't bluff the deuce 3. It's the worst part of his range. Why does he not do it? My man Jeff Platt in the chat. What's up, big dog? What's happening, brother? Nice to see my man Jeff. Me and Jeff, we famously gave away 2 tickets for a heads-up event at Bally's on my stream when he did commentary with me. And then 2 tickets to a couple of guys in the chat. Nasty Nate was there. Andrew came in too deep in the chat. And Jason and I think his name's Derek, they won the tickets. And then I won the event. Shout out to me. Heads up Nolan Home champion. All that studying I've been doing paying off. You know what? I'll play anybody in the chat at Heads Up Nolan Home tournament. The same format I'll play anyone in the chat for up to $1,000. I'll play any one of you. And the more that you don't have social communication with other people outside of the computer, the more I want to play you. I want to come for the real, the solver. I'm coming for these bots, man. They call me the bot hunter for a reason. I used to love battling the bots on ACR at these mid-stake spots, even though I made a lot of videos about all the bots. I love to battle them just because I was like, fuck it. Let me see if I can beat these guys.
100K. Ace King can beat down.
My man Dom in the chat. Listen, Dom, I'm ready. I'd love to play Dom. My solver friend. My solver friend. Listen, guys, I know it's been a while since I played a lot of poker, but I don't think people used to remember. I used to be a psychotic person, so I played everyday poker for 5 to 6 years straight. So when I get back in the lab and I get working playing again, I get real fired up. And I'm ready to play some people. Even if I lose, you know, you lose, it is what it is. Like, ain't no shame in it. You get back in the lab, you get better at your game. 3 bets left-hand side. How can I subscribe to the free roll? The free roll is on GGPoker. Password is Limitless. It's at the top of the hour, 12 and 1. You got to be in there at the top of the hour. Password Limitless. You got to get in there, man. Okay. NTD. I want to play Dom and his. Come on, stop it. David Morph says, how boring is No Limit Hold'em for you, Poppy? So actually, heads up, No Limit Hold'em is very exciting because you get to play so many hands. So the reason I like Pot Limit, the great game, is because you just get to play a lot of hands pre-flop and you don't get punished as much for it. Meaning, like, if I play live, I can just play a lot of hands pre-flop that are terrible, just because you're not really getting punished too much for it, and then the bad players are making really big mistakes. So if you're able to maneuver post-flop with very weak and marginal ranges, which you're able to do as a really good player, then you can get away with playing those weak ranges. But when at Hold'em, I imagine it is the same if you're really good, but I'm not really good at full ring Hold'em yet. So I don't want to play for 3 hours and fold every hand. Like, I just don't want, it just sounds really fucking boring. So I don't think I quite have the discipline for full ring Hold'em with the live games, unless I'm with friends and we're drinking or something like that. So left-hand side, 3-bet pot. Monster flop there for Limitless, Jack 8. He just calls Fedor 7-6, backdoor straight draw, middle pair, $6,700 in the pot. Lock in, could see a big pot here. If Fedor decides to bet this turn, Limitless. I mean, Fedor's probably not going to bet this turn. 7-6, yeah. A little close spot, tough spot. I don't think it's that tough, though. I think it is more of a check. He does check it. Now, Victor could check back here with this Jack 8. Nice disguised top pair, especially when he makes a flush. And he does check it back indeed. River is the queen. So, Victor, worried about him having maybe like ace, king, queen. Now, Fedor has to turn some hands into bluffs here, and you got to start turning some of your worst value hands into bluffs at this point in time. 7-6 might be a little too strong, but maybe you want to turn, this is what I've been learning lately, by the way, guys, is that you got to turn some of these non-intuitive hands into bluffs on later straights because you want to have enough bluffs in your range. But you don't want to always do it, but sometimes. And now Victor with Jack 8, he might be thinking about making a value bet here. Hope to get called by a 7. Hope to get called by a 9. And a 7-6 might work. So now Victor, once again, going to want to be betting for value here. And you got to think about the hands you want to include, because you're going to have some missed draws. You're going to have some missed diamonds. Maybe like King 8 of diamonds. Maybe like, I guess he probably has a turn with that. I don't think he's got enough. I don't think he's bluffing enough here. Maybe 10 that he wouldn't bet the turn with. Maybe 10. When you start struggling to find bluffs, this is when you got to fold a little bit more maybe. Now Fedor, what's he going to do? 7-6, $3,900 bet. The young prince is thinking about it. What do I call here with? I think he's going to lay this one down. I mean, he doesn't want to have any diamonds. He does call. Nice value bet there by Limitless. $14,000 pot goes over his way as he's going to go up over $60,000 on that left-hand side. Right-hand side, Fedor's got the $65,000 stack. So the boys are each holding their own here on each table. I think Fedor hanging in there a little bit better than maybe a lot of people out there anticipated. I think Fedor is in the lead right now. Up a little bit of money. Shout out to all the producing team back home. We got a lot of guys working hard out there. My man John in the mix. What's up, John? My man James out there as well. James. And Nish out there. What's happening, brother? We got the team in Korea. What's up, guys? What's going on? I think they're in Korea. I actually don't know where those guys are at. They're somewhere working hard in the morning time. I feel bad for those guys, man. They should be sleeping right now. So left-hand side, Victor might check raise here with the open and straight draw. But he does just check call. I'm Sabush Hustler says, we once played PLO in Vegas together, Joey. Well, you probably played at the Aria or at the Wynn. I've been known to play a lot of sessions of PLO at both of those places. Very fun action, a lot of games, a lot of good time. Left-hand table. Fedor might decide to two-barrel here with the overpair, or the over cards rather. And no diamonds, and he does bet again, 1800. Wiktor just lays down the jack-8, okay. I mean, a little weird, but okay. Ace-5 on the right-hand side. Could be another 4-bet for Wiktor. We saw him 4-bet the ace-5 offsuit earlier. And Fedor with the king 8 of diamonds, 3-bet in that hand. They love to 3-bet the king suited, the king 5 suited, king 8 suited, king 7 suited. And Wiktor once again 4-bets ace-5. So we saw him do this earlier with the ace-5 offsuit. Fedor had jack-9 of clubs and called. Oh, no, actually he had ace-jack that hand. My bad, that was a different hand. So Fedor called with ace-jack offsuit that one time. So Fedor knows that Wiktor is going to be 4-betting some weaker hands. King 8 diamonds feels like one of the hands you got to lay down. A little bit too weak. Doesn't seem like it plays well post-flop. You flop a king, you flop an 8. I mean, obviously you're excited about that. But you just call. Okay. So he's going to go ahead and call this hand. Flops jack-9, 7. This is going to get a little dicey. Fedor, backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight, or actually immediate straight draw. 1 overcard. This is kind of going to smack his range a lot. Jack-9, Jack-10, 8-10, 7-8, 9-8, Queen-10. Wiktor has the Doug Polk dog special, you know, something we saw Doug Polk show up with a lot. And now Fedor is going to be able to lead this turn. Definitely going to want to be betting some percentage of his hands here that aren't for value. And the king 8 seems like a perfectly fine hand, especially on a board that is all hitting his range. Let's see what Fedor does. 9,900 in the pot. These are very unusual spots. 4-bet pots, out of position. Not a very, you know, not a pleasant spot to be in. Fedor does lead 6,100. Wiktor has one of the worst hands he can have right now. Ace-5 does have that blocker, that club blocker, little Pop Omaha play, little great game. But I think he's just gonna have to lay this one down. Fedor's gonna have some jacks, gonna have some pocket jacks, pocket 9s, pocket 7s. He's gonna have so many strong hands here, and Wiktor does lay it down indeed. Nice pot goes over Fedor's way. Nice bluff by him. Left-hand table. Wiktor with the nut straight. Fedor with the third pair. Has that 7. A little bit relevant. 1 diamond in his hand. David Morph says, who's Ben Affleck and who's Matt Damon between Doug and you, Poppy? It's a great question. I don't know what you would say about either of those people, but Ben Affleck or Matt Damon. I don't know, man. Busto Poker, 24 tables, heads up, Nolan Hold'em and PLO challenge mix. How about that? The most heads up I've ever played is about 10 at a time. So, and that was in my younger days when I was very much in flow of playing every single day heads up. So what I used to do is I would play 8 tables of like starting tables. So I'd play people heads up, and then sometimes I'd play like sessions, but I wasn't really like a specific heads up player. I like 6 max more. But sometimes I would just say fuck it and just get after it, man. There's people that put themselves in plus EV spots a lot, and there's me who doesn't, because I just like to battle. And that's how you get better, is you battle against good players. So, I mean, that's how the best players are the best, is they're not scared of anybody. You know, like Limitless, he's not scared to play anybody. Fedor, he's out here, he's trying to challenge himself, he's trying to grow, like you said. And, you know, a lot of you guys are real scared to fucking do anything that you don't have an edge in. So we call you guys nits, right? You guys are tight. You guys aren't good for games. You're boring. We don't want you in the games. We don't want you around. I'm just kidding. It seems severe. It seems really harsh. But yeah, you know, you can have a great strategy and do well at poker by being a nit. Game select, play against tight players, you know, farm, ace farm, be a farmer for aces, be a farmer for top of your range, like whatever, man. I don't know if that's what turns you on about poker, then I think that's cool. But also you make some money with that nice tight strategy. I've always found the joy in poker by taking it to the streets and battling a little bit. So left-hand side, Wiktor 3-bets pre-flop, flops backdoor straight draw and a backdoor flush draw. Fedor with that top pair. He's probably, you know, he's liking his hand right now. He beats a lot of ace highs, beats a lot of pairs under queens. A little bit scared of the flush draw, but I don't think Victor's been playing too tricky with his value hands after he takes the initiative. So Fedor could check back here. This would be a nice place to check back. with the king queen. Protects your range where you show up with those strong top pairs. I think a lot of players are probably overbetting. I think a lot of players are overbetting their value hands and not checking back enough. Fedor bets, takes it down. And the reason why you want to do that is because if you're always betting your strong queens or your strong hands, then against someone who's, I mean, you know, you could argue like these spots might not ever matter, but against someone who's a better player, they're going to be able to pick up on that. And but of course, they're going to need the right hand and the right spot too, so you can still get away with it. Right hand side Limitless does not have anything on this river except a Queen of Hearts blocker. The red line king. I expect him to make a bet here. 12,000 in the pot, 13,000 behind. See what Victor decides to do. Here comes the all-in, guys. I feel it. And Fedor has the 4-5. I mean, he beats ace king, one heart. He beats king queen, one heart. Victor goes for it. He does bet small, though. That's a bet Fedor can call. Not sure I'm loving that one. 3,700. Now Fedor, you're getting a good price, Poppy. You know, sometimes you just put the call in and you lose. And this time he's going to win. He might think there's no way this guy's bluffing me for this size and might actually make a tight lay down here with the 4. Yeah, Queen of Hearts, great hand to be betting here with. Maybe that Queen of Hearts has to matter. You're going to want to block one of the hearts. Now Fedor. Ying Chua in the chat says, don't bluff. He's going to call. Fedor lays it down. Nice size. I mean, hey, nice size there by Limitless. We thought he might go all in. He bets small. Gets it through. Nice hand there as the two boys are battling back and forth right now. Liking the hands that I'm seeing this match. We're at about 221 hands in. We got Fedor Holz up about $26,000 for today. JMC Stone says, I deviated from being a nit and found crazy variance. And that's the problem when you do start to loosen up your ranges, is that you are going to have a lot of variance. And when you play against better players and when you try to work in maybe a more balanced strategy with more bluffs, and it's real hard for people to kind of adjust and do that, right? It's real hard to understand the balance between bluffing and value betting for a lot of players, because when you bluff, you get called and you lose, you feel like you made a mistake. And depending on how you look at it, you might have played the hand perfectly fine. So you're getting this feedback that I lost the hand. I made a play, he called, I lost, like I made a bad play, when in reality, you got to bluff sometimes. And then a lot of the exploitative players might say, well, you know, you don't, in certain games, you don't need to bluff. You just want to have value bets, right? And that's sort of where that whole argument comes in. And, you know, it's going to depend on who you're playing against and what kind of style they're playing. And yeah, I mean, it's an interesting hand there with that 4 or 5. Ying Chua says, I was wrong, Daniel. Would you fold, Joey? You know, easy for us to think we know what we were going to do here at home. But, you know, when you're in the match, you're in the flow, it can go either way. And if that's a call, it's probably not a slam dunk call. And if it's a fold, it's probably not a slam dunk fold. So I think it could go either way. And you're going to see some hands where some spots where you can call or fold and either one's fine. So some people stress themselves out so much about making a perfect play in a spot, but when you go through the hands, you sometimes find it, you know, either way, it's similar in terms of the amount of chips that you lose. And of course, a lot of that's going to depend on the inputs that you put, meaning the inputs are like ranges or bet sizes. So when you work on your game, you're going to input questions, and your questions might be, okay, I want to figure out what to do on Jack, deuce 7. And then, well, how do you figure out that answer? Is you got to have inputs, and the inputs that you put in are what stack sizes that you have and what the ranges of hands you think your opponent has. And a lot of players, when they do that, they just use maybe standard ranges that come from GTO solvers to put in there, which would be perfect ranges. But a lot of players aren't necessarily playing perfect ranges. So if you're using an input that says, oh, this guy must be playing perfectly, well, he's not. So that might throw off a little bit in terms of what the result might be for you to do. And essentially, you're asking questions with bad inputs, and you're getting answers that don't apply to the situation. That I feel like I'm doing way too much fucking strategy on here right now. So we better calm down. Let me reel the horse back. on the strategy. I'm thinking I'm on upswing poker. I think I'm Doug Polk right now or something. But no, I've been as you guys can see, my goal is to become really, really good at heads up Nolan Hold'em. So we're about 4 months into it. And by the end of the year, I'll battle anybody. So I'm ready. I'm ready to get in the streets. So Victor takes it down.
Stone Herman Mulder? Is he a fish?
Oh, very aggro, good reg.
Thanks. I know my decision anyways. I was just asking for fun. But
He's Tim Mulder.
yeah. Let's see, Tim Mulder, race hold. Hold.
Nice.
It was weird situation. Yeah, I'll take it.
The boys seem absolutely riveted with each other today. Talking about one of their tournament plays that they're playing in. 2 pair for Victor on the right, takes it down left-hand side. Victor, middle pair, Queen Hearts. A little close bet on the turn, but the 8-9. I can't go too wrong there, especially on a King-Jack board. 8-9 seems like a fine play. I'd prefer to maybe have 1 heart. Booth says, Limitless doesn't know Twen Mulder, disrespecting the Duchess over here. Yeah, Limitless, you know, he's probably not paying that close attention. J-Rex says, you heard it here first, Joey will play anyone at the end of the year. There's also a chance I never make another piece of poker content again by the end of the year. So, you know what I mean? It could go either way. Depends what catches my interest, because crypto and NFTs right now are booming. So I'm probably, after this challenge is over, going to spend more time on NFT and trading collectibles, and then also trading the coins of the new NFT companies, because there's so much opportunity with these upcoming NFT companies, and they jump really fast. So if you find the right information, then you can get a nice return on your investment. Left-hand side, Fedor. Yeah, that turn, interesting. River, no heart, interesting again. We do have that range advantage on King Jack. Yeah, tough spot to be in once Fedor bets the turn. And Limitless looks him up there on the river with the Queen Jack. Nice hand. Nice hand by him. How many hands we playing? George says we're playing 400 hands. Maximum 500 hands, the boys tell me. So 400 hands. Daniel Fellner, what's up, man? Good answer, Joey. Thank you. David Morph, dude, I hope you're getting something from GG. Always love it. You hosting? Well, they are. So GG, taking care of me. Thank you very much to GGPoker for supporting my journey, just as I'm supporting their journey to be one of the, the bigger companies in poker. Like, I think GG is, I like them because they're ambitious and they want to create great events. They want to put on content and shows and live experiences that people out there really enjoy and love. And I think they're really pushing the industry to step up their game. You know, Poker Stars, listen, man, they kind of sat around for a long time. Okay. They weren't really doing, they did some things. They whipped out the Players Championship. That was an amazing event, but I think a lot of the complaints some people had, myself, were related to lack of events for high stakes, and maybe like putting together more things with the leverage and the influence and power that you have as the industry leader. And then GG, I think, saw an opportunity there and said, oh well, they don't care about poker as much. They care more about the the other revenue streams. It makes sense. So GG said, we're going to come in here and we're going to do poker a little differently. And I mean, listen, they're driving up if you guys know the strategies of these companies, like they're making other companies work harder now. ACR brought in Moneymaker, brought in Anonoko, Poker King brought in Durr, brought in Ivy, brought in these other people. And all the other sites now have to step up their level of marketing, of content, of product, of service, of customer service. So when I look at that and I go, hey, I've been waiting for that to happen for about 5 years, 6 years. So very pleased with what I'm seeing there, and hopefully the standard of poker sites continue to improve in the future. And
right, guys, there is a 5-minute break, so after those hands, I'll be right back in a second. Okay?
What did they say?
You need like 2 minutes. I'll be back.
Looks like we're going to take a break here, guys, pretty shortly. Ken Kyle, Joey, GGPoker made a strong move having you commentate this. Thank you, man. Yeah, I thought these boys would be a little bit more hype, but I love the action. I love watching the hands. So Fedor blocking with the threes. All right, so I think we are going to take a break here, guys. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back, I believe, in 5 minutes. And yeah, we are going to go to a break. So we're going to play one of the break videos. I think it might be that catchy Daniel Negreanu video where he thanks GGPoker for the GG Care. So let's see and be back soon. Don't go anywhere. The match will continue. We'll go through the last about 100 and some hands of today's showdown, and we'll see if Fedor Holz can end up the victor another day.
So my thoughts on the face-off challenge between Fedor Holz and Wiktor Malinowski. I think it's extremely exciting. You know, we just came up from a big heads-up challenge and now like another amazing one. So it's super exciting for everyone to be involved and to watch, and just so much great poker content. I think for the poker community, of course, it's amazing, especially because during these difficult times there's like a lot less content being created. Of course, everything is evolving online, so having those kind of like really exciting challenge and unique ones, it's an amazing thing. I have no idea who's gonna win the challenge, of course. My heart hope it's my fellow GGPoker ambassador Fedor Holz who wins, of course, because I know him. I just know him better than Wiktor Malinowski, so I'm rooting for him. But skill-wise, I have no idea who's going to win. Yeah, so that's it.
Hello everybody, Daniel Negreanu here with some good news from the GGPoker Network. We've been preparing a promotion for the new year called GG Care. As any poker player might know, sometimes you find yourself in what we call unfortunate situations, you know, some ugly bad beats, right? Well, that's where GG Care comes in. GG Care will take care of you with huge prize pools available every day. Let's see how you can get your GG Care benefits. Aces versus kings. Yep, all in before the flop. I mean, nobody's going to fold that, right? That's just a setup. It's a cooler. I can't imagine being, you know, at the final table of the World Series of Poker heads up and this happening to me. It's just brutal. Bad beats should never be a thing, but they are. Thanks, GG. I flopped the top set. Very nice. Some fucking idiot chases a runner straight to suck out on me. Unbelievable. But in my darkest moment, GG Care was there. Thanks, GG. Flop the second nut set, the middle set on the flop. It's an impossible cooler. How can you be beat there? The guy has top set. Nobody's folding that. Sometimes it just feels unfair. Thanks, GG. As you can see, in the most unfortunate of situations, GG Care will appear for you. Are you curious how to get these benefits? Don't worry, you don't even have to lift a finger. First, simply enjoy the game as usual. Whenever something unfortunate happens, GG Care will be there. Secondly, when confronted with such circumstances, GG Care automatically will register you into a flip-out tournament with a huge prize. Just check the pop-up window. Thirdly, take a rest, have yourself a nap, get yourself a good night's sleep, clear your mind of all the bad beats, and when you wake up, the daily GG Care prizes will be waiting for you. That's all there is to GG Care. Pretty simple, isn't it? Just play the game as normal and GG Care will take care of you. And the prize money will only grow more and more in the future, so keep your eyes posted and good luck everybody. I hope you don't have too many bad beats, but if you do, GG Care will be there. Thanks, GG.
low-key was waiting to come back to the final table.
Fedor Holz stings. Oh my God.
Michael Adamo is the best.
Yeah, sorry. I just didn't thought you're here, so that's why I'm calling. Okay. I'll disable. I don't know how to disable this.
The boys are back.
Maybe you can cancel my call. Then it's good. All right.
I think it's already.
Okay.
The boys are having some issue.
All right.
All right, we're back, 100-200. Going to continue out the rest of this match right now. Looks like we got Fedor up a little bit of money right now. If you're just tuning in, thanks for watching. We're on GGPoker YouTube channel. My name's Ingram1, aka Chicago Joey. Normally on my own YouTube channel at Ingram1, but today and on Wednesday and on Saturday this week, we're going to be collaborating with GGPoker for their Faceoff challenge. Fedor Holz versus Limitless. Limitless, one of the top high stakes no home players in the world right now, battling anybody at the highest stakes. Fedor Holz, of course, one of the greatest tournament players in the history of tournament poker. Right-hand side, Victor pick was pocket kings, beautiful pocket kings pre-flop. Fedor gonna call with the ace-6. Always a king on the, or always an ace on the board when you get pocket kings. Flops ace-5 deuce. Victor has the backdoor flush draw with those kings. Probably gonna make a continuation bet here, but probably could checker bet. He does check. Fedor, once again, could checker bet. Going to want to check back some of his strong aces on the flop. Victor's probably not going to go anywhere with those pocket kings. Thanks, GG. Yeah, guys, what do you guys think about those? Yeah, what do you guys think about all the GG commercials at GG Care? Thanks, GG. Frabber says, why doesn't Joey have all the effects that revolutionize streaming? Yeah, man, listen, my idea of a poker stream these days is I want to build like Star Wars for poker. I want to create a show that looks like Star Wars and people playing poker. So right hand side, Fedor could check back here once again. Most players, I would imagine most players are betting too often with their weak aces here and not checking back enough. But I mean, I highly doubt many people are going to be able to exploit that enough. But against weaker players, I think that they're pretty transparent. They might just check 2 streets here, and then on the river when they check back, you can make a small bluff potentially, maybe like a quarter or a third. That's something to look for, actually. Something I looked for in my Heads Up No Home tournament was that when I played the 5 matches, like you pick up a lot from people on live tells. You know, maybe not a lot, but you can just, you know, in a spot where you maybe have a marginal hand, you could probably check back or you could bet, and then you sort of see they're just over the hand, unless they're using reverse psychology and reverse tells. But right-hand side, now Fedor bet the turn. Gonna want to bet the river. He's scared of like ace-10, ace-9, but he can get called by worse. He can get called by any pair, 5s and plus. But he might not value bet here with the ace-6, and maybe he shouldn't value bet it all the time. But with the hearts missing, left-hand side trips for Fedor. Right-hand side Fedor indeed does check back. Not surprised by that. Victor gonna get out cheaply with your pocket kings, and I mean that's got to feel good when you got kings. The ace comes. The guy's got an ace. You only lose 1 street of value. Not bad at all. I think Spiel might say, "Oh, was that a conservative check back on the river?" But I think when you think about the hands that Limitless is going to have, they'll check call with. If he has a hand like king high, he's probably not going to be check calling that on the river. So yeah, it's tough maybe to call by worse. The guy might have a 5, he could have straight, could have a better ace. But yeah, maybe you want to value bet a little bit. I guess good hand though. Good hand to think about what you might be betting versus checking on the river. Left hand side, straight for Fedor Holz on the river. He had trips 5s. on the turn. Wiktor with the queen 4. Not loving his hand right now. So Fedor got to think about what to bet. Pot's 6,000. Right-hand side, Fedor probably going to double barrel here on the king. Great board for his hand, or for his range, rather. He's got the gutter, 1 heart. Can fold Wiktor off of a jack, potentially. See what Fedor decides to do. Maladin says Fedor runs so good. Shout out to Maladin in the chat. What's going on, guys? Nice to see you guys. Thanks for tuning in once again. Thanks for being here throughout the stream. Overbet by Fedor. Takes it down. Nice play by Fedor. Picking up a little pot, little by little. Okay. So it looks like we're at about near 300 hands. They're going to be playing about 400 to 500 hands. What's the prize? Stream was muted. Evo, what are you talking about? Which prize? Which prize are you talking about, buddy? What else is happening in poker right now, guys? We got a lot of live tournaments starting back up in America. I don't know the state of live poker in other parts of the world. A lot of content being put out there as well. Tournaments. I mean, it seems like there's, yeah, it seems like there's like too much. I don't know. It's kind of overwhelming for me. I just kind of watch, you know, a few people. But yeah, there's definitely a lot of poker to be played out there and to be watched. High stakes poker's been going on. I think people have been talking about that. I didn't really hear people talk a ton about high stakes poker until the Big Doug Polk first Phil Hellmuth hand. And then I heard people say more. I hear people say like, "Oh, I really like it." It's so like, what's the real difference between high stakes poker and another cash game show? Is the name and the feeling and the brand, and then you get Gabe Kaplan and AJ Benza who have some nostalgic factor to come back in. But yeah, so I find that interesting, the community reaction to that. I mean, they have, you know, a few real big names that never really come out to play on the event. Right-hand side, full house for Fedor. Not going to get much action. Gregor's McGanja says live is fairly strong in Vietnam. That's what I like to hear, Poppy. I'm glad live poker's going well out there in Vietnam. Have not been to Vietnam quite yet, but I'll put on some music over here for myself to enjoy. I don't think you guys can hear my music, but I hear you guys hear some music in the background. So Fedor is going to bet. Wiktor has pocket eights. Not the hand that you want to have. Not the hand that you want to have. Left-hand side. Pocket sixes for Fedor. Jack 5-4 flop. Turn is the ace. Fedor most likely going to check back here. See what he does. The boys are not talking. You can see the guys are on video, but right now they're playing some tournaments and they kind of have some other games mixed in. So there has not been much interaction. We've not seen much expression, honestly, from either player at all this match. So have not seen too much of them. By the way, I'm going to go back and look at this chat. I saw this earlier when I talked about wanting to play some people. Some people said they were down to play. So I am definitely down to play a few people in the chat. And from Twitter as well, too. I'm thinking about if I want to stream any of it or not. I don't know yet. So they're playing about 400 or 500 hands today, XLE. And total for the challenge, they'll be playing between 1,600 and 2,000 hands. It'd be 4 sessions total. So Limitless is going to bet the turn with the king 4 on the right-hand table. Has one flush draw, a little blocker with the king Fedor. Nice hand with king 10. Not loving it. You're hoping for no spade on the river. You're kind of hoping to get a jack on the river too. What was Fedor's 300 hand? Did we see the 300 hand? I think 300 hand might be coming up here. So we had a contest on Twitter for GGPoker where if somebody guessed Fedor Holz's hand, they win $1,000. So Limitless folds the 5s on the turn. Interesting fold with the gutter. Fundamental. I'm actually thinking about doing a complete how to play poker with the solver series for free on YouTube, but
sorry if I'm slow,
it just seems like a real bad idea. I don't know, man. You know, putting all that out there.
Speed is fine for me.
Looks like they're talking a bit. Okay. They said a little
Also,
something.
maybe for everyone watching, like Victor is playing the 100K today. We both had day 2 in the 10K, so
Yeah.
we just
I
decided
think we
today.
still play quite fast, anyways.
Yeah. So no, just that we're talking a bit less than last time and probably less.
But I
than
mean, but we have two
next time.
tables, and I think that's actually probably more fun too.
Yeah. So that's the reason.
So players commentating on why they aren't talking so much today. They said they have a couple of tournaments on the side. You know, I think for future challenges, if players play, they should say that they'll only play the challenge tables. And yeah, that'd make more sense, I think. Right-hand side, Victor with the flush. Left-hand table, Fedor with nothing, king high. Victor bets for value with that 7, hoping to get called by a 5-3 or ace high. Powell says, where can I bet on the match? You can bet on the match on GGPoker, courtesy of Poker Shares. So go on GGPoker client, go to the tournament tab, and hit running, and then you can find the face-off events. Right-hand side, Fedor calls with the 9. Interesting. Okay. That's a real weird hand. So Fedor calling with the 9, paying off that flush for the jack-high flush for Malinowski. So Fedor up about $10,000 right now. We're going to be hitting that 300th hand mark, and I think the boys in the back will let me know about when the 300 hand goes down. We're at 290 something right now, so we're getting pretty close. And on the 300th hand, we are on the 300th hand, we will let you know what it is. Speedy says you can't expect them to skip those valuable tournaments. I agree, you can't. But you could potentially schedule a challenge not around the tournaments, right? So there's different ways to go upon doing it, and I mean, you could miss the events, of course, right? So it's just things to think about in the future for these kind of things. You know, this is like a rough draft, a trial run, testing it out, see what works, see what doesn't work. Left-hand table, block bet from Fedor. That's small bet. Going to be doing that with a wide range, some of his bluffs, some of his weaker value hands like the Queen 7. Mike O'Malley, Cheeseburger Deluxe says, are your ears? Are that? Oh my God, I don't know what the fuck this guy's saying, man. Oh my God. Fucking YouTube comments sometimes. Shout out to everybody on YouTube. Jack 5 suited for Victor on the left. He might be thinking about 4-bet alert in here. I don't think so, though. He does 4-bet with the Jack 5. Okay, okay. Jack 5 suited. Okay, it's suited. Makes a flush. That makes sense. Fedor, Queen 9 is diamonds. I don't think he's going anywhere. We saw him call earlier with Jack 9. We saw him call with King 8. He does call, flops 10-6-4. So Victor with the backdoor straight draw, 2 backdoor straight draws, and a backdoor flush draw. Fedor, whole bunch of nothing. Just has the Queen highs and let the latest one down. So hand number 300 is the ace-6 of clubs for Fedor Holz. So if somebody guessed ace-6 of clubs, they're going to get $1,000. So congratulations. We're going to find out if anyone did indeed guess the ace-6 of clubs. Fedor folds to left-hand side. Right-hand side. Another 3-bet pre-flop. Fedor is going to check the Jack 8-7. Not a good board for ace-queen offsuit. Whole bunch of nothing. Victor, wouldn't be surprised to see him bet pretty small here with the ace-9. Has the gutter. Could check back here as well, too. Does bet small. Now Fedor has one of those hands. Price to let it go. Doesn't really have a bunch of nothing. You know, pretty much if you check calls here, hoping for an ace, hoping for a queen. And he does check call, and he's going to put himself in some tough spots when you do check call here. Returns a deuce, and now Victor's going to be able to blast off again. Is Fedor going to be check calling enough strong hands after 3-betting pre-flop here? I don't think so, because we haven't necessarily seen it happen too much yet, which means that you're going to be able to put a lot of pressure on your opponent, and that is indeed what is Victor's doing. So Fedor going to have some jacks here that he might slow play, check call on the flop. Going to have some weak 8s, weak 7s, or maybe strong 8s, maybe like ace-8, ace-7, maybe like some gutters like 8-10. He decided not to continuation bet. Well, Victor does have one of the 9s, and he has a bet, takes it down. Nice hand by him. All right, take that back. They're telling me the actual 300th hand is Queen of Hearts, 9 of Diamonds. So yeah, it's actually yeah, that's not true. Left hand side, no 3-bet pot, ace deuce, so diamonds for Fedor Holz. And Malinowski's going to call with the pocket fives. Turn is a 10. Tough spot for both players. It's Fedor Holz. Doesn't have a whole bunch of much here. Victor's going to be calling him with some hands that have a 10 in it. Maybe like Queen 10, 10 Jack. So I imagine Victor's going to call the turn, and then the river is going to be kind of dicey for both of these players. Fedor is a real interesting turn. I don't know what the hell he's supposed to do here. Ace, deuce of diamonds. Malinowski's calling the flop. I think the 10's a real bad card. So he's going to be have hands that have to continue on the turn. Like 10-8, Jack 10. See what Victor decides to do with the pocket fives. Right hand side, we saw a 3-bet pre-flop. Fedor turning a nice turn there with the gutter straight flush. Victor checks back to left. River's a 6. 3-bet pre-flop. Fedor bet small. Victor just call. Right hand side, Fedor getting a little bit tricky with that ace-4 diamonds. See what Victor decides to do. He has the king jack. Close spot either way. Let's see if left-hand table... Okay, right-hand side, no one has anything. Left-hand side, Victor didn't even think about going for a value bet there. Could have been a spot to maybe consider betting for value, but I don't know if you're going to get called by an ace-high anyway on this type of board. Right-hand side, it's got... Who's got the bigger heart? Who's got the bigger... Who's the red line king here? Fedor, 3-bet pre-flop, check turn. Still has ace-high. He's got some showdown. Now, Limitless might think about turning this into a bluff. With king high, gonna be one of his worst hands to have. I mean, really, like, what is the worst hand? Queen jack. And he does check it back. Does have some showdown. Fedor is gonna take it down with the ace-4 diamonds. Left hand side, big flop there for Victor. Top pair, nut flush draw. Fedor Holz in a 3-bet lock in. See what Fedor decides to do. Victor feeling pretty good about this board. Fedor doesn't have in the best hand. Yeah, and Deep said these guys are not appropriate for red line gear IMO. Yeah, these guys, I have not seen anything out of these two to crown them red line king quite yet. Although Victor, I know, is a red line king, but I haven't seen too much red line king happening here. And Fedor does continuation bet. Gonna be a close spot either way. Probably not too bad to be continuation betting here with ace jack. Turn is a diamond, nut flush for Victor. Terrible card for Fedor Holz. I mean, he's 5-7 gets, it's a real bad hand. Yeah. And Victor could actually check back this turn. Sometimes these nut flushes play so weird in 3-bet pots, man. Weird, really weird hands. Check back in spots you wouldn't think to check back in. Right hand side, Victor goes for a little value with the queen 9s, top pair. Fedor's got pocket 10s and all the draws miss. I mean, he's got the 10. And Victor does indeed check back the nut flush on the left-hand side. River's a 3. Unfortunately for Victor, big pot energy is not brewing here because Fedor's got a bunch of sausage in his hand right now. Got that sweaty man meat, that dick in hand. Shout out to Daniel Negreanu. But Fedor does check it, yeah. I mean, and now Victor's sizing is going to be interesting because Fedor doesn't most likely have a strong hand when we have that 10 in our hand as well. So Victor's sizing, I mean, you can't go wrong with anything here. Nut flush, right? Maybe you go big, get a little greedy. Try to maximize the times that he does call you with potentially a, but he goes small, 3,300. Yeah, very interesting river spot to decide what to bet. But Fedor most likely going to lay this one down. Moonlight Master, my man, what's up, buddy? Said general actions turned down a little bit, I feel like. Yeah, I mean, these guys are kind of, maybe not. I think Victor last session got a little bit creative with some of the overbets and stuff like that, but I haven't necessarily seen, maybe just a little bit of card distribution. These guys are doing other things. Show of Force says, wow, Joseph turned into a Nolan and Hold'em king. Meanwhile, Dan, listen, I'm telling you, buddy, I played 5,000 hands against this bot. I've been thinking about heads up Nolan Hold'em for pretty hardcore. I'm ready to play. This is way easier to learn than PLO. I mean, you guys understand there's a program that tells you what to do. You just play the program for hours and you get better. It's pretty simple. You work with your coaches, you go over hands, you read the most advanced articles you can find on content. I mean, it's a pretty straightforward path. And then you pray to God that you run well. But there's still so many spots that, you know, you don't really know what to do. So these like later, it's when you have those marginal hands in your range. And then even bet sizes when you have strong hands is real tricky too. So it's a lot to learn. Right-hand side, Wiktor turning that 9-8 into a bluff. But unfortunately, Fedor has a straight, and he's going to raise it up. Wiktor's going to lay it down. Brian Cox says the alcohol plus getting stuck big early had a lot to do with the aggression last time. Yeah, I could see what you're saying, yeah. Fedor up about $7,500 right now. What software? Well, I don't know what the software. I don't know. It's just secret software so far. Secret software, God bless America. But yeah, there's all sorts of things out there right now, guys. Private stuff, public stuff, underground stuff. Right-hand side, another 3-bet. Ace-Jack, flops queen, queen, 7. Fedor, 2 pair, 7s and queens with the 4 kicker. Wiktor. These guys seem like they're oversea betting on these board, you know, there's not much checking going on by these guys in 3-bet pots. They're choosing to bet small very often. Fedor not going to go anywhere with the 2 pair. Going to call at least one. Left-hand side, overbet. By Limitless on the turn, river is a blank, and he might need to continue blasting through here. He does check it, though, and King High is going to win. Right-hand table, Wiktor bets, gets called. Turn is a 4. Backdoor. Yeah, backdoor heart draw potentially for Limitless. And Wiktor's going to bet once again. Ace-Jack. Beautiful hand to bet with. Does turn. That nut flush draw. Fedor's going to be peeling that flop. That small bet with hands like 8-9, 9-10. Backdoor spade draws. Some ace highs. But Fedor's not going to go anywhere with the 7-4. He's going to call at least one more time. Does have those Potman Omaha blockers for the full house. River's a king. Ay, Wiktor. What are you going to do, Poppy? Lock in. Big pot energy brewing on the right-hand side. Ace-Jack offsuit. 3-bet pre-flop. Bet flop. Bet turn. Fedor Holz does not have the most advantageous hand to have. Will Wiktor fire a barrel through? I think it's going to get through if he does. 19,000 in the middle. King on the river. Fedor with 7s. Well, he has 3 pairs. Got that Fedor Holz. He's got the 3 pair, but not the 3 pair you want to have. And Wiktor goes with that small bet once again. Very interesting play by Wiktor. 7,300. I mean, I guess it makes sense to go smaller bet here. Wow, this is a really interesting hand. So it makes sense to go small. If you go small versus big, the range is probably going to be pretty similar. So what folds? Some 7s. Some 7s might fold to a shove and call this small bet. Some 4s. Interesting size. So can Fedor Holz find the call here, guys? He's got 3 pair. Fedor Holz. But the flush is out there. The queen's out there. Ace King. King 10. Maybe a hand like Queen 9. Got to be scared about those hands. I think Fedor is going to lay this one down. Fedor's in the tank. No expression on his face. Trying to get a read on Wiktor. Wiktor's giving nothing away. It's like they're not even there seeing each other. SS Torture wants the snap call. Scooby says small bet is less than 50%, Joey. Thank you, Poppy. Fedor might even shove. Ohm says, I agree. I don't think Fedor's going to shove. Does he have it in him? I don't think he's got it in him to shove here, and maybe it's a bad play to shove. He does lay it down. Nice bluff there by Limitless. Fedor not sure about it. Yeah.
I was balanced in this line, so I think your call or fold will be the MEV.
Yeah, I had a jam. I think that's
Ooh.
But I wasn't sure.
Mm-hmm.
Or call? Not
Yeah.
sure. Not sure.
Attention to that other one. To not make a short stake. I need to keep attention to the 100 because 1-2 pots different way. I have 30 BB and it's bad already. So, but so far so good for starting. So if you have a jam hand, means you probably have like a Jack 10, Jack heart, something like that.
I had 4-7 of clubs.
Ah, I think deeper it's more jam, but I mean, can be okay.
Yeah, I also felt like it's not deep enough.
Yes.
But also I wasn't sure how good of a calling hand it is, but
like I
probably
cannot
not.
fold flush anyway, so I think they're probably colorful. Unless someone value bets very thin, but it's tough to value bet thin.
So I believe they're talking about that one hand that just went down. Fedor was saying, should he call or should he fold? And Victor was saying you call or fold. Victor, Fedor talked about potentially shoving there, and then Wiktor said probably not deep enough to shove there. So yeah, someone said the bet on the river was a big bet, not a small bet. Yeah, it's the screen on my Zoom is a little bit lower quality, so to me it looked like a small bet, but yeah, maybe it was a bigger bet, so that makes sense. Daniel says Fedor is getting live coaching from Limitless. Yeah, Limitless basically said that deeper. He said deeper. Maybe you can bluff there. He is the solver. He is GTO. Left-hand side, a check raise by Limitless with the Mexican open-ender. Looks like he's got a little Mexico here. And Fedor with the 8-10, backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw. He goes ahead and calls, turns top pair. Victor going to bet once again on the turn. Fedor not going anywhere. If you call a check raise with 8-10 of spades and you turn 8, you're going to call at least one more. Mr. Launo, thank you, Poppy. Says, hi, Joey. Really enjoying your commentary analysis. All the best from Northern Ireland. Hope you're doing well up there, brother. Thank you very much, man. Samir Sitovic, Joey, you're an excellent commentator. Thank you. A little different without the graphics here. Left-hand side. Victor bets the turn. Fedor calls. River's a king of hearts. Not a good hand for 5 deuce. You got literally the worst hand possible right now with the 5 deuce. Not a good spot to be in. And when you have the worst hand possible, you might think about bluffing it. He does not bluff it. He gives it up. Fedor shows down his pair of 8s. $7,500 pot goes his way. So Fedor trying to end this session up. Currently up about $8,000, and we're getting near that 400 hand mark for the day. It's Fedor and Limitless battling back strong here. Did we hit 500 likes? Did we actually hit it? I'm not seeing it right now. I'm scared to look. I gotta take an edible. Let's do it. Take our trusty edible. Hello. Samir says, Joey, don't pretend you can't understand one word from Victor. Yeah, I mean, it's tough, but I can kind of understand what the guy's saying. The hand number 300 was a queen of hearts and a 9 of diamonds. Pick me, pick me. Right-hand side, Victor turns trips, check calls the flop. Felipe in the chat. What's up, brother? How's it going, man? Hope you're doing well, brother. Hope you and your family are doing well. Felipe working hard on his Twitch stream, on his content. Shout out to Felipe, Team Fedor here, but I must say I like Malinowski guy. Have fun, kids. Good luck, Poppy. Good luck to you, brother. Hope you're doing well. Nice to see you here, man. Hope your poker's been going well. I see you've been streaming, working hard as well, too. Keep up the good work. Right-hand side, Victor. I'm taking it anyway, guys. See if Fedor decides to blast it off here. Yeah, he doesn't make sense. Got a kind of bad hand. Wiktor shows down the trip fives. Yeah, having one heart, have a 6, have a 10. Maybe those are bad cards to be able to bluff there with. Probably not going to get an 8 or 9 to fold. Another 3-bet. Fedor feeling frisky with that queen 3 of spades. Stugatz, what's going on, brother? Nice to see you here. What's up, Poppy? What's going on, man? OTB Baron Joey, how is Landon's mom doing? I think Landon's mom's doing quite well. Last I talked to Landon's mom, who commentated with us during the challenge, she was promoting Dogecoin to me. So she's a Dogecoin shill and tried to get me to buy Dogecoin. So left-hand side, trip 7s for Fedor on the river, 4K in the middle, ace 5 for Malinowski. Probably going to feel inclined to call here if Fedor does bet. Fedor deciding what size to go with. Pot's 4,000. Flush draw misses. And he does go pot, 4,000. Wiktor might be thinking about laying this one down. Doesn't seem like a hand you lay down. You got top pair. A lot of hands that CrownUpGuy could be bluffing here with. Hands that might include a 10 in it. Maybe some with a jack. Maybe not. Maybe he's not bluffing here enough. We do got another free roll here, guys, going on right now. Password's CrownUpGuy on GGPoker, the last free roll of the match. As Wiktor does call on the left-hand side, Fedor with the trip 7s, takes a nice $12,000 pot. So it looks like Fedor working towards a second winning session in this challenge. So Fedor Holz holding his own here against Limitless. Yeah, I think Fedor seems to be playing pretty well so far. Mixing it up pre-flop, 3-betting a lot of hands that that some players might not be 3-betting. Seems to be playing the appropriate ranges pre-flop in terms of the queen 3-bets and those type of hands. Not everybody used to be 3-betting hands like that, but now it's a little bit more accepted to work those hands into your range some percentage of the time. A couple spots post-flop, Fedor, ends up in not necessarily sure what to do, but a lot of, what's good about poker is that you can end up in spots you're not sure what to do, and you can accidentally make the right decision, and then you can also make the wrong decision and still get away with it. So just because you're not making every decision as perfect as it gets doesn't mean that you can't still win and that you, you can't hold your own or you can't have some winning sessions. So that's what's nice about poker is that you don't, I guess the better players maybe hate that because they want to always win and make the right decision and never get punished and never lose. But with card distribution and variance and, sometimes you're just going to get coolered and sometimes there's going to be a lot of, maybe hands that don't go your way, right? Big hand versus flush draw, and you miss all your draws, or all your big hands don't hold up, and they can't seem to miss any draws of their own.
You probably saved some money.
Yeah, I had the best one to bluff.
Yeah, Connor says hardly an aggression. There's really not much aggression here from these guys. Pretty normal amounts of aggression for the most part. Pretty standard match so far. Doesn't seem like Wiktor's getting too out of line with anything. Maybe he also has that other table going on the side playing the tournament, so maybe a little focused on that. Left-hand side, ace-jack, facing a 3-bet. Right-hand side, right on cue, check raises the 7-8. A whole bunch of nothing. Fedor gonna call with 10-jack, taking to the streets a little bit here. Jamie Davis, this is just like two friends grinding together in a voice call. Feels good, man. It does feel kind of intimate, right? The chat has been taken over by free roll conversation. Fuck. Never what you want to see your chat devolve into. So pocket eights here for Fedor on the left-hand side. Right-hand side, Limitless. Bets the turn. That was what he was hoping happened last time. He had that 7-6 offsuit. He was hoping Fedor just called the flop light, folded the turn. So 3-bet on the left-hand side. Fedor bets. Victor's going to call with the ace-jack, backdoor flush draw, and backdoor straight draw. Turn is a king, Victor. Could better check here. Fedor's going to be checking some queens. Maybe some king sixes, king fives. Victor does bet. Fedor probably going to call one time with the eights here. Might not be expecting Victor to bet a queen. Victor is going to bet his gutters, maybe his bottom pairs. 8 on the river. Ay, papi. Great river for Fedor Holz, the young prince. Here we go, guys. Is Victor going to fire away?
Victor!
He checks it back. Ay.
You took the same line like 5 times in a row. And
Oh, what a river, man.
Why? I win without it too. Now you should have jammed.
I mean, if this not river, I will probably.
Man,
More
why not all of it? Tell me.
Sometimes you know to know how to fold them and to fold them.
Yeah, old school rec, huh?
A secret.
Field player. What a field player this guy is.
Fedor asking him why he didn't bluff there with the ace-jack. I mean, it's always kind of sucks. You hit a good river, you make a light turn call, you get there on the river, and you're waiting for your opponent to bluff into you. The guy's a madman. He's a psychotic player, crazy guy, and then nothing happens. Sadness. But either way, you get to show your hand down, you get to win, and got to feel good. So Fedor up now a little over 10,000, I believe, after that hand. Nothing real crazy this hand. We've seen a few big pots go down. Some good big pots. Haven't really seen much from the players yet. You know, they seem pretty focused in on their play, on their action. Yeah, Limitless with a pure soul check there. That's true. The field player check. The field check. Bruno Basic says if I ran like Fedor for an hour, I'd move up a whole stake in cash game. LMAO. Left-hand side. Might see a little something here. Pocket kings. For Victor, ace-10 offsuit. For Fedor, Fedor 3-bets it. They are pretty deep. 40K. Victor getting pretty excited, especially after that last hand we just saw. Maybe he might think he's tilting a little bit.
There was no slow roll so far.
Yep.
Victor indeed 4-bets. I don't know if Fedor is going to call. He doesn't call. He just folds, lays it down. Yeah. Ace-10 offsuit, not a very good hand to be calling the 4-bet opposition with. And Victor does not get any more action with the pocket kings. Never a good feeling. You always want to, yeah, when you get pocket kings and your opponent just lays it down, never a good feeling. Ay, boys. How's everybody doing out there today, man? This is, it's a different stream without the rockets and the big pot energy and the smoke. And the gorilla, you know, dancing. Ooh-ah. Right-hand side, Fedor 61,000. So we're getting a little bit deeper here. We got about 150 bigs deep. A little bit more than that, actually, for both of these tables.
Okay.
So Limitless could make a, could, no, he's down 44,000, so.
How do you normally say white flag?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's okay to be happy.
Sometimes it's good, yeah.
Not like every time I see him pressure. It's different.
Not sure what he said, boys. Paul Denner says, what's in the edibles, Poppy? It's in the edibles is THC. Sativas and edibles. That's what we got in there. More tanking is better. Cheers, Joey. Solid day here. Enjoying the stream. Thank you. More tanking is better. Hope you guys are doing well. Thank you guys for tuning in, watching. Hopefully enjoying. DJS says, need the graphics next stream, Joey. I don't think they're coming, boys. Quads on the left-hand side. Interesting. Right-hand table. Fedor check raises the flop. Turn is a 6. So Fedor makes a small check raise. Puts himself in a little dicey turn and river spot no matter what comes out here with this hand. 10 jack, top pair, 10 kicker. Fedor bets again. Victor's not going to go anywhere. Turns the open-ended straight draw. Scared of a flush, of course. But he knows that Fedor, I mean, yeah, I guess how light Fedor is going to be check raising here and betting. You know, probably hands that maybe connect with that 6. But Victor does call. Alex Roost in the chat. Puppy! What's going on, brother? Les Mildenberg enjoying from New Hampshire. Thank you, Les. Glad you guys are enjoying. Let's see what Fedor does here on the right. Is he going to bet for value? Hope to get called by a worse jack. Maybe a 5. Maybe a 3. Probably not a 3. Yeah, a little dicey spot. Once you check raise here and you get to the river. And he does go with a real small bet. 1,100. Now Victor. Probably not going to do anything but call here.
Looks like a shopping bet. That's how we call it. Cash game streets.
Wow, Victor lays it down. So Victor lays down the jack 4, the second pair. What a fold by Victor.
Did you say Stefan bet?
Shopping bet. Shopping bet.
Oh, shopping.
You bet this to afford shopping.
I don't know what thing I said. Some shopping bet. He said Fedor made a shopping bet, and because Fedor made a shopping bet. Shocking? What did he say? Shocking? Shopping? Michael Kuznick in the chat. Hey, Papi, big fan for a long time. In fact, you introduced me to the word podcast. Thank you. Well, thank you, Michael. Appreciate you very much, brother. Thank you for the comment. Thanks for letting me know. I'm glad you've been watching for a long time. Left-hand side, a flush for Victor. Right-hand side, 3-bet pot. King 10-10 board, Victor. Gonna go ahead, bet the turn. Gonna try to get Fedor off of these type of hands. Ace 3, maybe some gutters. Fedor does lay it down. Nice hand by Limitless. Left-hand side, a flush for Victor. Fedor, top pair, open and straight draw. He's not going anywhere at that 9-3 of clubs. He does call. River is a 10. So let's see what kind of bet size Victor goes with here. 4,800 in the middle. The 300th hand was Queen 9. Queen of Hearts, 9 of Diamonds, I believe it was. For people in the chat that are tuning and asking. Dubai Vlad says, Poppy, when you come into Dubai for some autoline action, mad games popping here. When am I coming to Dubai? Well, I haven't considered going to Dubai quite yet. I see a lot of girls on Instagram that go to Dubai, though. So I know there's a lot of things happening out there. But I don't know if that is poker happening or not. I don't know what's happening out there with these ladies. So there's nothing brewing here too much. Couple hands going back and forth. The guys aren't talking too much. Fedor up about $12,000 right now. Almost nearing the 400 hand mark. It looks like the boys are going to be playing a little bit longer than 400 hands. Michael Kuznick says, then I saw Ike Haxton. What did Michael say? Michael said, big fan of you introduced me to the word podcast. And then I saw Ike Haxton on Joe Rogan's podcast, and I was like, oh, they also do the same. And my second thought was, hey, this bald guy doesn't know anything about poker. Well, yeah, I'm not surprised Joe Rogan doesn't know much about poker. Most people don't know much about gambling or poker, so. Yeah, I could have used I would have used a grid. What would I have done here, man? I don't know. Yeah, I saw some people talking about NFTs earlier in the chat. Yeah, I think NFTs are going to be absolutely massive because they essentially create a new way that you can make money as a creator or a brand. So you can kind of see NBA doing that with NBA Top Shot right now. And there's going to be a lot of well-known brands who license out their name and their likeness to other companies who create products and services on top of marketplaces and different features that fans are going to want of those products, like Batman or Marvel or Pokemon. And basically artists can be able to release music without the middleman taking a percentage of their money. So it's easier than ever to get distribution for your music product through the different social media platforms right now. So it decreases the chances that you need to be associated with a big music label who's going to take a large percentage of your money potentially. So now if creators can build a brand for themselves and build fans and following, they can monetize themselves through the NFT, and the actual rake, like YouTube, takes 30% for me, right? So maybe if I was to create a t-shirt, then the t-shirt company might take a certain percentage of it. Well, now you can create a digital piece of art that you can sell as many copies as you want to sell, and you only need to really produce one time. So that workflow is a lot easier than, I mean, I guess it's usually easy to kind of put a product together. In this situation, you find a great designer who can design something that is authentic to your brand that your fans might like. And that's sort of what we're seeing out there now, is that a lot of designers who, you know, put together really good pieces of artwork are able to list their items, and it's kind of like a gold rush right now. So the people that are first to market, everyone's kind of speculating and purchasing different collectibles in the hopes that at some point in time it'll turn into something that's actually worth money. Nice bluff there by Fedor on the left. Fedor, I like Fedor, man. Mix him up here. I like it. So Porkmaster says, are there any side bets going on? Is this for honor and bragging rights? I don't think there's any side bets happening with these guys. They seem to be pretty good friends now at this point in time. So they're just kind of playing play at this point, it seems like. B. Dalmhez says, Joey, you need to get Ape Styles on the Poker Live podcast. Yeah, we're definitely going to be doing some more podcast here. I think I'm going to be doing my biggest guest of all time this month. So stay tuned for that. Maybe two of my biggest guests of all time in poker. So I'm excited about that. I got some other content I'm working on too. Right-hand side, Ace King versus King 10. King 10 of diamonds. Victor, not going to go anywhere. About $30,000 steep. Victor might be thinking about putting in a 4-bet here with King 10 of diamonds. He does put in a 4-bet. 4-bet alert on the right-hand side. Lock in a little bit. Going to see a big pot here brewing. Ace King for Fedor. Will he just jam it in? He's seen this guy 4-bet really light. If he's watching the replay with a hand like Jack 5 of spades. Earlier, Ace 5 offsuit twice. So Fedor, this would be the first 5-bet of the match as the big pot energy begins to build up. GTO, great times only. Let's see what Fedor Holz is going to do here, guys. 50-something hundred to him. 52, does that look like? Yeah. We've not seen a 5-bet. He does indeed 5-bet. Makes like a min 5-bet to 10.5K, it looks like. Very interesting size. Here we go, boys. Lock in. Could see one of our biggest pots of the session so far. What is Victor going to do? Is he going to continue here at min 5-bet? I mean, can you fold any hand to a min 5-bet? King 10 of diamonds. Let's be really unlucky here for Fedor. He loses to the King 10 after he min 5-bets him. He does call. Oh my God, look at that. 6-3 deuce, all diamonds, the flush for Limitless, the nut flush drop for the young prince. And this is going to decide this session. Will Fedor be thought of as a heads-up Nolan Hold'em god after his 2-session victory? It's all going to come down to this. 4-bet, or a 5-bet rather, our first 5-bet, 6-3 deuce, all diamonds, Fedor Holz, Ace King, Ace of diamonds, back up that truck for Limitless with the King 10. This is the kind of flop you want to see when you call him in 5-bet with King 10. And the small bet for Fedor, very small, $3,000. How is Limitless going to play it? Let's see if he gives anything away in his face. Nope, he looks stoic. He does call. Turn is a 4. Can Fedor get there? 16,000 in the middle. Is he just going to ship it in here? I think he's got to go all in. The young prince of Germany, ace king. The guy running, we know this guy's making a flush. He always makes the flush. Fedor in the tank, deciding to bet or check. Not much money left behind. 26,000 in the middle, 17,000 behind. Fedor Holz, ace king. Nut flush draw. Gonna see the bad news here. If he ships it in, he's gonna get snap called by Limitless. And we will see what happens. Lock in. He bets small again. No shoving. Okay. What is Wiktor gonna do? This is real weird. Left-hand side. Nice pot for Limitless. What is Wiktor gonna do? What do you do here? Your opponent bets 4,700. He does call. Oh no, river's a queen. Somehow Fedor might not get stacked here. How good does this guy run? He's not going to get stacked in a 5-bet pot when he has a nut flush draw. Is he going to bluff? I don't think he's going to do it here, guys. 13,000 behind. The pot's, what is that? 38,000, 36,000 there. I don't think this guy's going to do it. Ace, king. I mean, what does your opponent have? He's probably could have like king, queen with one diamond. Maybe not. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know. The chat says he's got a shove. Does he? Fedor Holz, his run good is broken. And Fedor does check it over to Wiktor. Wiktor going to go all in after some tanking. 12,000 behind. 36,000 in the middle. Fedor. He goes all in. Fedor maybe thinking about calling. What hand does he beat here? Ace, jack, jack of diamonds. You got to remember, this is a weird hand because he 5-bet mitten. So if Limitless 4-bet ace, jack offsuit,
not exciting. Go short.
Yeah, more tanking says, name one better bluff hand Fedor has. I mean, you do want to bluff sometimes, money. You know, I don't know. Fedor's thinking about calling here. What can he beat?
Pretty weird that you're jamming.
Yeah, it's a real bad road for Wiktor. Wiktor had a hand like king, queen. King, queen, king of diamonds.
Okay.
Fedor lays it down. Only the young prince can get away from a 5-bet pre-flop spot.
Crushed my strong hand.
I had a very good hand.
Me too. I had good enough hand to call 5-bet, so that's a very good hand usually.
Listen for the guys to say something. Jim Dugan said Limitless only calls 5-bet with suited hands or pairs. I mean, it's a min 5-bet. You might think that at first, but I don't know. And then you think about, well, what hands are included. I mean, maybe we saw him have ace 5 offsuit earlier. That made a straight. Yeah, his ace X bad ones. Probably, yeah. I mean, he's probably not. I don't think he's gonna 4-bet those hands. I don't know, man. I can't think of one. Ace jack, 1 diamond, ace 10, a 1 diamond. King, I don't know if he's going to 4-bet King 10. I don't know, guys. I don't know. Samir says, Victor made a mistake. He should go all in on the turn. Yeah, I mean, maybe. Maybe he could do that. Matthias says, jam turn with ace of diamonds, probably standard play. Yeah, and Fedor's spot. I mean, Fedor could play that different. Everyone could have played that. Listen, guys, that was a really weird hand. With starting with the min 5-bet, starting with, you know, then going on with the sizings that Fedor chose. So I'm going to be really interested to hear what Daniel, hear what Cockatee got to say about that and their breakdowns as well. See what they think about that hand. Very, you know, unusual all around, I think. So Victor, after that, does take the lead on the match, guys. Victor's up $5,000 right now after 389 hands. So Victor attempting to make the comeback. LAL says, for real, I think Joey could clean both of these players and heads up these days. I don't think so, buddy. But what are you talking about? This is so silly. LAL said, good morning from Melbourne, Poppy. Hello, brother. Nice to see you. My man, Jet Kiss. What's going on, Jet Kiss? What's happening, brother? How's it going? Dum Dum. Joey's a fake poker player. Listen, Dum Dum, you wire me $10,000 right now. Me and you will play for the rest of the week. Me, you play. I'm ready. All right, let's fucking go. Me versus you, brother. All right, hit me up. Give me your Twitter. Give me your Instagram. I'll send you a message right now. We'll get the escrow money sent up. Let's start playing. I'm ready. Sick of this dumb guy. I'm sick of you, buddy. I'm just kidding. I'm just teasing. Right hand side. 3-bet 7-9 offsuit for Victor. They are getting deeper here. That's what I like to see. King 9's going to call. Boys are gearing up for some action. This is what I like to see. Flop comes down, Jack 10-4, 2 clubs. Couple gutters for both the boys. Victor going to check it over to Fedor. Fedor, backdoor flush draw. Could better check. More tanking says, can we get a Cockatee analysis on that 5-bet hand? I agree. So Fedor going to bet. Victor has a gut shot to Mexico. Not the gutter you want here. I'm probably going to have to lay this one down. See what happens. Victor does lay it down. Nice fold by Victor. A little out of line 3-bet there, potentially pre-flop. Left-hand side, ace-9 of hearts. Just calls. Show of 4 says, yeah, turn looks like a shove spot. He just freestyled an exploitive sizing with that block bet, giving himself a river. Yeah, that makes sense. Protus says, last time giveaway was when there was 1,000 likes. Maybe today also there will be something, but there's only 344 likes. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, if you guys are enjoying the video, if you're enjoying the match, make sure you guys like the like button. I guess if you ain't liking it, you don't like the match. So let's people know out there at home. Left-hand side, a bet. Fundamental says, Joey, have you heard of Steve Will Do It? Get him on. He seems like a red line king. I have not, no. I've not seen him, no. Right-hand table, Fedor. Bets to value. Bets for value on the river, gets called by a better hand. Nice hand. They have just shooting in. We're playing 100, 200 heads up. Milliman Hold'em. Fedor Holz versus Limitless on GGPoker. Andres Fichetti says, because we only give likes on Joe Ingram channel, not GGPoker. Sorry, likes are expensive nowadays. Ay. Right-hand side. They are getting deep there, $45,000. So we're going to see the play styles maybe vary just a little bit. Victor, 3 bets, 8-10 of hearts. OTB Baron, any Redline King merch giveaway? Listen, I think I had giveaways for my last one. I'm pretty sure I got most of them, but there might have been some I didn't get. I got to go back to the email. I have like 50 emails. So I'm pretty sure I did give out the cards and the Die with Zero books and the earpods. But the Redline King stuff, yeah. Let's see what Fedor does in the right. Ace-8. Not a fun spot to be in. He's probably going to call one backdoor straight draw. And he does call. Turn is a queen. King queens, queen jacks, queen 10. Improved to top pair. See how Victor decides to play this one. Not a pretty spot to be in. 3-bet pre-flop, a little bit deeper stacked. He knows that Fedor is going to be calling with a bunch of overcard hands. And now those overcard hands, some of them picked up diamond draws, some of them picked up top pair. And Victor does check it. Now Fedor could start turning his ace-8 into a bluff. Maybe fold out some better aces. Maybe, probably not. Maybe ace-9. So let's see what Fedor decides to do. Could go with a little small bet. Poker flops. Joey bringing the much needed fire energy. Streams. Love the hat, brother. Much love. Shout out to my man, Poker Flops. What's happening, brother? Nice to see you guys. Let's catch up soon. Want to hear what you guys are up to. See you guys working hard down there in Florida. Plus, you got interesting your friend. And Victor does lay it down. Nice bet there by Fedor Holz on the right-hand side. Nice bluff, Fedor. Ace-8. Like what I'm seeing. Mr. Monk says, by the way, slowest players I've ever seen, both of them. I think they're playing pretty normal speed. It seemed like they were playing slower yesterday, or the other session. So. But yeah, certainly the pace, could be, I feel like we got a little spoiled with the with Doug and Daniel. Those guys were blazing through hands. I mean, sometimes they play, hundreds of hands, but they also, yeah. I got to go back and watch. Maybe I'm being a little bit revisionist history there with that. So right now, Fedor Holz down a little bit of money. We got Fedor down about $5,000 at last check at about 389 hands. Yeah, I'm enjoying the action so far. I mean, I love all the hands. You guys got to understand, I like watching hands, especially from somebody like Victor. One of the top players. I like to see how Fedor's sort of thinking about things too. I'd say Fedor's probably c-betting a lot. Michael Kuznik says, Puppy, have you seen the UFC this weekend? What are you thinking about Adesanya versus Blagojevich? Yeah, I did watch UFC this weekend. I thought it was completely unfair that Amanda Nunes got to fight Megan Anderson. I mean, she fucking destroyed her. It wasn't even close. So it was kind of like, a shitty fight to make. I thought Peter Yan versus Sterling, when Yan kneed him in the face to lose the match, I thought that was didn't make any sense. But that guy Yan is an absolute monster, and they're probably going to rematch, and that guy's going to beat him. But Sterling, I thought, was pretty strong. He had a lot of energy. He just that Yan guy's a real sick guy, man. But yeah, the main event, Adesanya moved up from middleweight to, what did he move up from? Light heavyweight to middleweight or something like that? One of the two. He moved up to 205, and he basically was about 200 pounds, and the guy he was fighting was about 230, 225, this big-ass Polish guy. So Adesanya, once this Polish guy got him to the ground, he couldn't do anything. So Adesanya's going to have to go back to the drawing board a little bit, I think. And but you got to applaud the guy for moving up, trying to take down 2 belts, and showed a lot of heart, showed a lot of courage by him. Couldn't have been easy to try to do. But it goes to show you the difference in size. I mean, the guy hits harder than you, and that guy had strong ass kicks as well. He punched really hard, and he had amazing on the ground when he got top control. So once he got top control, Adesanya was a little bit, he was fucked. Yeah, he was 205 at the weigh-in, but there's no way that Blagojevich guy was 205 after the fight. They weigh in, and these fighters put back on an extra 10 to 20 pounds. So they come into the fight at 225, 205, some of these guys, 215. But yeah, shout out to my Polish brother. Shout out to Victor's Polish brother as well, too.
Very fast. To table.
Yeah, it goes much quicker.
Yeah, I think the first form, more action too.
Kim Wynn says maybe missile truck graphics.
Best trader.
Bill is playing.
Huh?
Bill is playing 501k.
Yeah. There is a seat open if you want. Yes.
Okay, Victor. Okay.
I call maybe.
Talking a little bit. No. No. Okay.
Actually, some of it is not Maldives, so I don't think you can play. So,
You guys have to translate that one at home for me. Colodi says, is Victor playing a casual 501k on the side? I think so, yeah. Andre Facchetti says, that flat 5-bet King 10 suited reminds me of your full ring style circa 2010. Yeah, guys, listen, when I was playing full ring games back in the day with Andreas, I definitely was very out of line pre-flop. And I was out of line for a heads-up player, and I was playing full ring. So, yeah, I was a little crazy with it. Right-hand side, Victor. Probably going to bet the turn once again. Gets value from any pair. Maybe like with a straight draw, like a 8-5, 8-9. Gets value from spades as well, too. I mean, I guess Fedor does have the perfect hand, 6-9. You know, I forgot. I don't really need to look at what the guys actually have, do I? I could do that, yeah. So right-hand side, river's an 8 of spades. Now Victor has to decide. Pocket 10s, 1 spade in your hand. Block the 9-10. Still beat an 8. Still beat a 6. 6 probably wouldn't call you on the river. So Victor is going to check it back. Loses to a king as well. Not a very good river card there for your pocket 10s. The Danish Sausage says he isn't playing 501k, but he has open sitting at those tables. Yeah. Does he normally get a lot of action 501k? Like who sits Victor to play him heads up? I don't know. LA Will says, when does the Landon Tice Bill Perkins match start? I think that's going to start in June, I believe. So it's a little whiles away. But me and Landon are going to do a bunch of content leading up to that. So we'll be in the mix. Show 4 said, been a nice dinner. Good luck all. Thanks for the quality entertainment. As always, Poppy. Thank you, brother. Thank you, Daniel. Much love, man. I'll see you soon. Many attendees. Hey, Joey, are you going to be getting in the live PLO mix during March Madness in a few weeks? Well, March Madness in Vegas is always absolutely insane. So I'll probably get in some live poker games for sure. A lot of people come to town and usually meet up with them. So yeah, if you guys ever come to Vegas and you want to get together, you can try to get in touch with me and let me know. But I go meet up with people sometimes, play some poker with them. Go to a nightclub when they're open. Nothing really going on in these single raise pots for the most part. 3 on the left-hand side, 5-4 suited for Fedor. Victor's going to call. Flops 10-9 deuce. I can't really summon any big pot energy when I know there won't be a big pot. I can't even manifest a big pot when there's these bad hands for big pots. There is no big pot energy. There is no gorilla to punch these guys a little bit and get them going on. So Fedor's going to bet. Limitless, whole bunch of nothing, takes it down. So the guys are still going back and forth here. We're about a few hours into the match so far. I think we're over the 400 hand mark right now. I think the guys are going to play maybe for about maybe 20 more minutes or something like that. Fedor holding his own today. Looks like they're both about 200 big blinds deep here. So Fedor's got about 36,000 on the left-hand side, and they're about 41K effective on the right-hand side. Mike Litteris says, Joey, why are you always hyping this homeless-looking kid up on Twitter? Well, I'm assuming you're talking about Landon, and Landon is not homeless-looking. has long hair. So Lord Farquhar said, "What is up with Doug Polk saying this is staged?" True. I don't know if Doug's talked more about what he thought when he said it was staged initially when he quit it. So I don't know if he's expanded on that or not. From what I hear, the players are playing their money, so I think that's what a lot of people maybe were wondering or thinking about. The match appears to be real as well. The hands appear to be real and going down. Fedor overbets the turn with the 4-6. Limitless is going to call. Yeah, so Fedor getting a little frisky with that turn overbet. I know they love overbetting on king queen high boards. 4-6. Little wild of a hand. River is a flush for Limitless. $8,000 in the pot. Fedor, you know, I don't think he's going to turn this into a bluff. Still does beat some hands like 10 jack. See what Victor decides to do here. I'm sorry, Fedor decides to do here, rather. So he overbet the turn. I mean, I imagine he's going to check back here. I don't see why he would do anything else. Yeah, Fedor does check. Limitless shows down the queen high flush. A little disappointing to get any action there. Would have liked to see Fedor make a bet. He does not go down. Thomas Bratnick says, do you think the difference is also that in Doug versus Daniel's game, we didn't see the cards, so there was an opportunity for hyping? Yeah, I think there was an opportunity for hyping up hands when, especially in 3-bet pots where you kind of guess what they have and you could sort of speculate on what the hands are. Yeah, there was a lot of hyping out of that because you could just do that a lot of hands. I think 3-bet pot, 4-bet pot, stuff like that. So currently Fedor Holz is I'm not sure if they're up or down, so I think right now Fedor is up a little bit of money, but we haven't got an update yet. Many Tendy says, is this the best PLO at the Aria or the win? I think the best PLO is probably going to be at Aria. A little bit higher stakes during the March Madness. But Aria's got really long wait lists, so make sure you guys call in and get on the wait list. Right-hand side, Limitless, thinking about making a 4-bet potentially. He doesn't, just calls with 7-10. I mean, you guys can see in heads up that you often end up in spots where you know, you got a bunch of nothing. Right, you got that sweaty sausage, that sweaty, that dick in the hand, as Daniel Negreanu likes to say, and you got to really make something happen for yourself. So if you're coming to play heads up and you're expecting to show up with a lot of hands and then make bets when you show up with hands, you're playing the wrong game, because you oftentimes got to start making big bets with absolutely nothing, and you got to know when to pick your spots and what sizes to go with. So, you know, right-hand side, Jack 10 offsuit, 3-bet that pre-flop. You bet, you get called, turn is a blank. What do you do? Why do you do it? You know, so. Colodi says, this is still a much better viewer experience than any heads-up challenge before. Much talking or not, we were spoiled with whole cards, cams, plus microphones. The guy's still going back and forth right now. Fedor last checked up a little bit of money. Moonlight Master says the host being able to uncover at any time, letting people speculate more. Yeah, I think that'd be nice too. If you saw the cards, like once the pot started getting bigger, you had a choice to kind of alternate on and off to see the cards. Peter Petru says, I love watching pros play. The only problem is that when you don't play high stakes, you come up against all the fish who throw the rule book out the window. Yeah, I mean, you know, those guys certainly can be unpredictable to play against, but that's usually the kind of guys you want to play against if you want a better chance at winning against them, because they're just making a lot more mistakes. Right, they're making big mistakes pre-flop. They're making bigger mistakes on the flop, on the turn, on the river, whereas a pro, You know, I often hear people say they want to play against players who they play normal versus really bad players when they go to the casino. And, you know, you end up making a lot of your money against those bad players who make those weak plays. And sure, your bluffs don't work, and sometimes you get sucked out on, but in the long run, those are the kind of guys you want to be playing with. Nothing crazy brewing here. Poker Code in the chat. What's happening, Poker Code? Pat says, why don't you invite a color commentator like Kaki? Would be fun, Joey. Yeah, we might have one for on Wednesday here. I think we might add one in. We'll see what goes on. There's a couple of Singer Rays pots here. Nothing necessarily brewing. Haven't seen many big pots these past bunch of hands. Both players battling strong. And I think in a lot of these heads-up matches, you're just going to go through periods of time where the cards might not cooperate, and where other times there'll be a real flash of action, and there'll be a bunch of big hands and a bunch of things go down. Right-hand side, Fedor with a queen high, no heart in his hand, does not bluff the river. Limitless going to show down his ace. Nice hand by Limitless. Just hit the 428 hand mark of the match. Fedor is up $389. So Fedor, slight winner, $389, not bad. You play 400 hands of 5,100 and you end up $389. I guess you got to be happy about that. Left hand side, Fedor with top pair, checked back 2 streets with that king 3. Could have been, yeah, not the best board value bet on the river. Any 9, any ace. Takes down a nice small pot there. Many Tenny says, Joey, can you get a shout out to yourself for not only being the best host, but also best ambassador in the game today? Thank you, Many Tendies, for the nice words. I appreciate you, brother. I think we got about 15 more minutes or less left of this match. Fedor check calls the turn with the king high, or check calls the flop rather with the king high. Turn is a 4. Victor picks up the gut shot with the ace 3 and e5, gives him a straight. See if he decides to barrel this one through. Try to get Fedor off of his backdoor hands between like 7 and queen that didn't pick up spade draw. Does check back. River is a king. Fedor king high. Victor with the ace high. Victor probably gonna be happy to get this one to showdown when it's checked to him. Unless Fedor decides to turn this into a bluff. And he does. Nice overbet by Fedor, trying to get Victor off of an ace high. Maybe fold him off of a 4 or deuce, and does get through. So nice hand there by Fedor. Nice bet by him. We've seen some nice overbets by Fedor in this match. Certainly didn't always have the goods when he did. Willing to mix it up today.
King 10 of diamonds.
Yeah. Good fold.
Fedor just saw that Victor showed up with the king 10 of diamonds that one hand, the big 5-bet hand. Got to be happy he didn't lose more, I guess, out of that. You know, he did get a nice 13,000 saved on the river. So, Benton, how's it going? Who wins at the moment right now? It's been going back and forth. No one's really had a big lead at all. They're about even for the day. So, Fedor came into this session up about 37,000. He's going to go out of this session. As of right now, around that same mark. Unless anything big happens, left-hand side overbet with Jack 4 by Victor. Not going to work as Fedor turns that 2 pair with the 7-8. See what Fedor decides to do. Might think about check raising here. Try to get called by by an overpair potentially,
Okay,
or a strong
he's,
queen. But he does check
okay.
call, not surprising versus the overbet. Now Wiktor, you know, yeah, I mean, yeah, he overbet the turn, gets called. Gonna have some flush draws for Fedor. Fedor's gonna have top pairs, some sevens. And now he's got the jack. He's got a block. He's got a blocker. I mean, you know, he might, yeah. 7,100 in the pot. Let's see if he goes for it. And if he goes for it, what size does he choose? And he does bet 5,000. Fedor, easy call. Calls with the 2 pair. $17,000 pot.
Maybe no.
I was surprised. Why? I thought you're gonna go for like 100 now.
I should have. I got distracted.
Especially with this hand. But
yeah,
you have the heart.
I had to. It's 100%. I just had like 2 other situations. I guess I was lucky I didn't.
Yeah, but Jack of Hearts. Yeah.
It's like not optimal. I can Jack 6 always win, but.
Looks like they're talking a little strategy about that hand. Wiktor said he had 2 other decisions going on, so may have chosen a bigger sizing with that Jack 4. Yeah, a little surprised by that sizing too. So Fedor, got to feel good about that hand. Looks like he's going to go out a winner for today's session. 2 sessions in a row for Fedor. I mean, you got to feel good about that, right? Especially coming in, you know, having people say, you know, maybe doubting you a little bit and kind of go out there and say, you know what, I can hang around here. 500 hands, anyone's game. If you got a problem, if you want to play, line up, let's play. So that's what you like to see. Right-hand side, Fedor with a king high, turns into a bluff. Nice pot size bet on the river. Doesn't block any clubs. Wiktor with the 6-10, might not believe this one. So Wiktor in the tank, deciding does he want to call with the 6. But he doesn't, lays it down, decides it's too weak. Nice bluff there by Fedor Holz. Fedor has shown the desire to bet big on later streets with nothing. So the man is not scared to make these big bets, which it makes sense. The guy's played for millions of dollars in these big tournaments. So I never took Fedor for a non-aggressive player, so not surprised to see him play rather aggressive. This guy does not seem fun to play against in tournaments, man. My God. Probably puts a lot of pressure on you. Wiktor locked in over there.
Okay, I think we're at the limit soon.
Sure,
so.
sure. I'll just focus then on the MTT.
Yeah.
GG for today then, I guess. And,
yep.
See you next time. 2 tables, much nicer, right?
Much nicer, yeah. Much nicer.
More action. So just play one, but I mean, I guess it's like whatever. So, no problem. Okay, gonna try to double up in the tournament. Give me a like.
So we're going to do some post-match interviews with both players. They're going to come in here, talk to them for a little bit about the match. Definitely going to talk about that nice 5-bet hand we saw. Curious to get both players' thoughts. A couple interesting decisions there all around. MSCZ says any giveaways. Well, I don't see any giveaways in our Discord chat with the powers that be. So I don't know. You got to ask them. You got to be nice to them, man. Carlencho, maybe Carlencho will feel some mercy for you guys. DJS said 2 tables way better. Yeah, 2 tables definitely a lot more action. Could be a big pot here for Wiktor, left-hand side, Jack 5. Fedor has that beautiful 2 pair with the top kicker. But unfortunately for him, Wiktor rivers the full house. Kind of a hidden full house there with the Jack 5. Fedor going to bet here for value, get raised. Going to be a little suspicious. So Holz might not get the victory in today's match, actually, after this hand. 5,000 in the middle. See what Fedor goes with. We saw him little spot, kind of similar. No, it wasn't similar. He went for a big bet, but see if he does here. This hand will decide the session for today. How much Fedor loses here. He does check back. Oh, wow. What a god mode check.
Oh, it's a jam. That will be better idea.
Wow.
Okay, it's okay. So mean same sitting out both or what? Right? Like so my big blind, my alright. So GG for today.
GG, Victor.
You gonna jump in the other one or you just chill?
I'm just gonna. I grinded a long time yesterday, so I'm done.
Yeah, same.
I think the boys are sitting out, and we're gonna bring in. Let's see, we're bringing in first today. I think we're gonna bring in. I think we're gonna bring in Fedor first, I believe. And we'll get an update for how the match went. A free roll, Poppy. I don't know if I think we are out of free rolls. Are we? Do we have one more free roll? I don't know. Last hand going down here on the left. Not a good board for queens. Ace, king, yeah, you know. Yeah. 8-5 for the young prince. Bottom pair. He does overbet. Okay. Whoa! Nice bluff by Fedor. Fedor got him off the queens there. I understand. Okay.
See you later.
See you.
And that's how it's going to end, my friends. So there we go. 100, 200, day 2, session 2. Fedor Holz versus Limitless. Battling back and forth today. Looks like Fedor Holz was the victor after about 450 some hands. So we're going to bring Fedor on here first, get some thoughts from him on how that session went, talk about the big ace-king hand, and get his thoughts on overall play. If you guys have any questions in the chat, please let me know. Fedor, how's it going, brother? Nice to see you. How's your day going, Poppy?
Pretty good so far. Pretty good. I had a relaxed prep, and then now this is much more fun. 2 tables, like obviously it's a bit less talking because we were also playing some tournaments on the side for at least a little bit, but it's more fun to play.
Yeah, so how do you feel like you handled the 2 tables versus the 1 table? I know last time you were, playing pretty slow and kind of just making sure you're thinking your thoughts through and these more unique decisions. And now you got 2 tables. Seemed like you handled it pretty well. Didn't necessarily notice any real long tanking, any big spots or anything like that. It seemed like you kind of even sped up a little bit actually as we went to the 2 tables.
Yeah, I with 2 tables, I feel it's easier to get into that type of grind mode where you just don't really think so much about a lot of stuff anymore. I mean, it depends how good that is, but yeah, more of a good flow.
Yeah, I know what you mean, right? Sometimes you play long and you're not thinking at all. You're just like click, click, click. It's like, oh, it's working, it's going well, you're winning, and then I think we all fall into those states of mind when we're playing sometimes. And I see what you mean when you start overthinking. You're like, well, I mean, that can kind of even be worse sometimes for some people too. So I guess, you feel about the match today, you feel like, especially coming off last week, there was like a little bit of drama with what's happening about being staged or anything like that. And, some people like questioning the hands, if they're real hands and stuff like that. And I guess, do you have any sort of thoughts on that? And, coming in, I know you said on Twitter, you play your own money. This is 100%. Like you're putting up your own money here. You're battling like that's what's going on here, right?
Yeah, I find it kind of silly because not necessarily, I don't really care so much, but it's more for people who are watching and then when they don't really know, like when you're not so familiar with it and then they hear something like that and then they think, then you have that in the back of your mind, and you look at it everywhere and you're like, oh, this or this. And I think that's just sad because it takes away the joy or entertainment value for some people who enjoy watching this when that's, a doubt that is there. And I feel it's kind of an accusation or like bringing up a topic that is just quite absurd. If we would, if this would be staged, then it would be 501k and not 100, 200. Like we would just, play for a couple of million. yeah, that's why it's also obviously on a personal level. I just feel like it's not that we get a ton out of this. Like I'm not, printing money here. I'm playing against a really good heads-up player. So I think also that aspect of, I think there's a couple of players or people who enjoy watching this, and that was a big reason, that mix of me learning a new game that I'm not so familiar with, playing against someone really good. And I think Wiktor is like also really entertaining, a nice personality, and then potentially that also being entertaining for people to watch some high stakes heads up. So that's the whole thing for me for that.
Yeah. I was thinking about what kind of what Doug said, and then I was like, we are in poker. Like there's some crazy things that happen in poker. Like it seems on surface like, what do you think? And at the same time, I've seen it all, man. I've heard it all. I've seen a bunch of crazy stuff. Nothing will surprise me anymore. So let's talk about the action today, man. So the hand that stood out today was this little spicy ace king hand. Okay, so let's get into this. So you got ace king offsuit, and Limitless has king 10 of diamonds. So he 4-bets you with the king 10 of diamonds, and we have not seen a 5-bet yet. We've only seen a few 4-bets from Wiktor. He showed down ace 5 offsuit twice. And what do you have the other hand?
I thought he had it again, so that's why I went for value. And
yeah, exactly. He's ace 5 offsuit twice. So I was like, okay. And a couple weak hands. So you decide now to 5-bet ace king, but you choose a very small size above the minimum. So talk us through sort of that thought process. And I know we were a little bit deeper that hand as well too, but what went into your decision? I think maybe 30 something deep, a little over 30,000 deep, somewhere around that nature. And yeah, talk about that sizing there for that hand.
Yeah, so I think first it's the question. I'm not super familiar with that spot, right? Like I'm just going a bit off roughly 100 big blinds, like I would just jam it. And so now it's 150 big. So I'm thinking, okay, how do I want to structure my range around how many non-null in 4-bets do I want to have here, and what kind of hands do I want to take, and what kind of hands do I want to just jam? Against the hands I've seen from him before, like the ace 5 offs you mentioned, I thought that he's, obviously he's really good and he's gonna like balance that and mix a couple other hands in there, but I thought that he would go for maybe a bit more polarized approach there. So against a bit more polarized approach with ace 5 off type of hands in there, I think non-on in sizing with ace king is some of the time good there. So so that was my thought around choosing that sizing. And then I want to have obviously some raise folds as well. And if I go much bigger, then that's not going to be a thing.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Can understand that. And so you do 4-bet, right? So make it about a little over 10,000. He calls, flops 6-3 deuce all diamonds. So obviously Limitless is rock poker hard. He's got the king high flush. He just got min 5-bet for the first time in the match. And he's just hoping, oh, this guy's got overpair. I'm going to stack this fucking guy. And somehow, Fedor, you pull off the magic trick of the century by not getting stacked when you have ace king with the ace of diamonds. So the flop comes down and you make a real small bet. You bet about 49 or something like that. What size you go with on that flop there? What were you thinking there?
I mean, I really, to be honest, I'm just guessing. I have some thoughts there, but like obviously I don't really know much about the theory in this type of situation. So I was just thinking, if I think about his range again, like it's quite polarized in some sense, because also range against range. So if I think about my range, and what type of hands I have there, I'm not entirely certain, but like some frequency of some bluffs, like maybe ace queen, like maybe an ace 5 type of hand, and then obviously my value hands like jacks plus ace king. So hands like that, and then mixing in some of these other hands somehow, like so now on that flop I will have a lot of overpairs, and he will have and I will have some non-paired hands like ace king, ace queen type of hands, maybe some ace 5 type of stuff. And so with that, I think that I thought that there's two ways to approach this. Like there is never a big sizing in my mind. Like maybe there is, but I don't really see any, like just, shoving or betting half pot or something. I don't really see that. So I thought that it must be some small sizing most of the time. could be for me anywhere around 20 to 35, maybe even smaller, like 15 to 35% pot or something. And then I was thinking it's either like a bet and a shove on a turn, or a bet shove, and I think both will happen. But really, these type of spots, it could just be off. That's just my initial thoughts.
We don't work much on the min 5-bet pots, you know what I mean? The
Really?
150 big blinds deep is a little unique of a situation, you know what I mean? A little weird, right? So, but the hand does get a little weirder because the turn's the offsuit 4. So that ace 5, that bluff makes a straight. So the board is 6-4, 3 deuce, 3 diamonds. You have ace king, ace of diamonds in your hand, and now you have an even smaller bet in this board. So I think now the pot's about, what is a pot like what was it, 20, 30? It's like 30,000, right? And what'd you bet the turn? You bet 4,000 on that turn?
Yeah, again, the small sizing. So it's basically, for me, it's this kind of rock, paper, scissors moment where I have some queens, kings, aces with a diamond. I have some ace, king with a diamond, and some random non-diamond bluffs. Very, very rarely, if at all. And then he has these hands too, right? Like he has 9s, he has 10s, he has, how often he 4-bets 9s, but like maybe, he has 10s, he has jacks, he has aces or kings sometimes, but he also can have like ace king, ace queen with a diamond. No ace king.
I was thinking about if he would 4-bet ace jack with the jack of diamonds specifically, and then call the min 5-bet just because it feels like he's priced in, but I don't know if he's always 4-bet in that hand. That was the one hand I was kind of, a little bit close on the fence about.
Yeah, so I think ace queen, ace jack type of hands, 1 diamond. So in that scenario, yeah, I really don't know if a more balanced or optimal strategy is larger sizings, but it felt like I will have some aces, ace of diamonds, or kings, king of diamonds type of hands where in that frequency it kind of made sense to me.
Well, you did bet, and he just calls, and the river is the offsuit queen, which is a really bad card if he has like king queen with queen of diamonds, or king of diamonds, or a hand like ace queen with the queen of diamonds, because now not a good situation. And now people in the chat are like, this guy's got to bluff. He's got 12K left. The pot's 36,000. The guy is 100% bluffing here. And I was like, I don't think he's going to do it. So what are you thinking when he calls the turn? What do you put him on? And then the river comes down and you're thinking about bluffing or...
Yeah, so if I think his most likely hands are, like 10s, jacks, ace queen, maybe some ace jack, jack of diamonds sometimes. As you said, maybe sometimes king queen off with the diamond, maybe sometimes the ace 5, but him calling like ace 5 off calling against the 5-bet, I think that would be a bit wild. And so against that range, I just felt like the main thing in my mind was if he calls jacks and 10s, and if he calls pre and if he calls them on the river. And I felt like I think I had we had like 60K into 180, or like a third pot, I think.
Yeah, it was third pot.
So 60 BB and 180 BB. So I felt like he's not going to fold that. So in that, I just gave up. I think theoretically it's probably a jam, but I didn't feel like it's plus EV against the range I think he has. But yeah, so I just gave up.
Yeah, and he bet all in. You weren't thinking about calling this guy, right? When he goes all in, when it checks, because it seemed like you tanked a little bit there, and maybe think about making a call with a hand like ace high.
I think for quite a bit. I think it's mostly in these type of spots. I'm just making sure because it's for like 200 BB, so like it's just a spot where I don't want to make a rash decision, even though my first instinct is like, okay, snap fold, and then I wanted to think through, okay, how much ace jack could he have, or what, because it's also what is he value jamming, right? It's not so obvious to value jam a ton there. It's like jacks and 10s, snap checks, like a queen is not a value jam there, I don't think. So it's like some trapped aces that you can value jam there, and then some flushes, or the ace 5 suited or whatever he might have there. So it's not super clear, and that's why I wanted to take some time and just think it through, but I just felt like it's very, very hard to have enough bluffs there.
Well, he wasn't bluffing because he had the king high flush, and yeah, man, I hope you guys enjoyed the kind of us going over that hand a little bit, kind of talking more about the detail of it, and I guess moving on here, right? So you guys are gonna be playing on Wednesday, you're gonna be playing on Saturday, and what's sort of your process like now for? Do you go review the hands now, or are you gonna kind of what's sort of walk us through that? What happens now for you to prepare for Wednesday's match?
Yeah, so I mean, this is a great opportunity for me to learn heads up more, as I've maybe played a couple thousand hands in my life so far, so I'm still trying to learn and soak up as much as I can, and obviously it's a great opportunity to do so. So I would just try to review the hands we played. Obviously now today was much different than last time. Sober Victor is a bit different than drunk Victor, that's for sure.
Think so.
I'm going to try to look at the things that I think I am not looking so much to learn in crazy new stuff like that. I will try to look into one or two spots, but mostly about making sure that the things I know I do well, and the things I don't know, I'm not going to try to learn so much about that.
Yeah, it's probably some of these like river spots where you have certain combinations and you're just like, am I bluff here? You know, what size?
Exactly,
and then maybe value bet spots where you're maybe unsure if you can go big or what the EB difference is between 75 or 1.5 or anything like that. So it seemed like you were testing out this whole 1.5x bet today, Poppy, and the pot size bet. So you're definitely testing out on the edges of you know what I'm saying, that you're putting yourself in there with some hands that that not everybody would, you know what I mean, they're tough spots to play and tough spots to know. So yeah,
I think it's also trying to then deviate when I feel like even against really good heads up players, I think there will always be spots where you will spot things where you're quite certain that they deviate from an optimal strategy. And so still then trying to understand, okay, what do I think is a good strategy to adjust to that? And so I tried to implement that a bit. And I think some parts in the beginning, I think it went really poorly. And then in the end, I think it went a bit better.
No, it seemed like, I mean, you know, obviously it's hard to know because Victor has some of these weaker hands, some of these spots, but it seemed like you were picking some nice spots there, right? I remember like a king deuce on like a 4-5-6 board. You got him up 6-10, and last hand, what'd you have? 8-5 offsuit, bottom pair. You turned that weak part of your range into a bluff. Got him off pocket queens, where it was like ace, king, jack, something of that nature. You had 8-5 that last hand we saw. So I'm excited to see. I mean, so I've never actually played tournament with you, and by that I mean I don't play many tournaments in general. At tournaments, are you insanely aggressive? Is that probably your style at tournaments?
I think it's funny because people are talking about insanely aggressive, and I think it's just
standard.
The optimal. Let's say, you know, I think everyone is just too passive, and then if you look at the optimal play, it is a quite aggressive style compared to how people are playing. And then if people are too passive, you can be even more aggressive because that's the exploit. Obviously, it doesn't count for all situations, and like you get caught in the cookie jar quite frequently, and especially with ICM, like that changes stuff and so on. But I would say generally a rather aggressive style is just the natural style.
Yeah, I can tell. I can definitely tell with some of the spots you were kind of whipping out. I mean, it's kind of, you think about the Daniel match, and Daniel was a lot more passive in terms of evolving to this bigger bet sort of turn river strategy. And I think he has more of like a small ball passive approach to poker, whereas you already bring this understanding of how much aggression can go into turn and river strategies from your tournament experience. You had a lot of success, I'm sure, running people over in those events. So it seems like you're kind of picking up, hey, you know, I can do some things here with this part of my range. And I imagine you'll find more and more of those spots as you keep going on.
Yeah, it's interesting also because there's a lot more players now that play even more aggressive than I do. And it's not necessarily aggressive in like, oh, you play a ton of hands and you bet all the time. It's also about the sizings you choose. I think that's a big part that comes into it. Like when you play against opponents, you know, who start just, you know, check raising more and betting more than pot in specific situations, and then it gets much tougher. It's much tougher just like instead against someone who just bets half pot or a third pot on each straight, and then, you know, everything becomes kind of straightforward. So it's really I feel like compared to a couple years ago, where there was maybe, you know, 4 or 5 players who played that type of style. Now I feel like there's, you know, 30 to 50. So games are definitely, people are picking up, and games are definitely getting much tougher.
Well, if they've been paying attention to any of these challenges, they're going to start doing it more and more, right? Because we've clearly seen, like, to me, the competitive edges are in those big bets and understanding when you can use the big bets and when to take advantage of them, and just a general understanding how to combat them as well too. So yeah, it should be fun to see. But yeah, I kept you long enough, kid. I appreciate you, brother. And we'll see you back here on Wednesday. Thank you to Fedor Holz, putting on a great show for us. And thanks for coming on here, man.
Yeah, thanks for having me, and see you guys on Wednesday.
All right, see you soon, brother.
Peace.
Guys, we're going to bring in my man Limitless. Less wine than last match, and we're going to talk with him, kind of see.
Hello. Yeah, today was quite a lot of action, so I went more professional. No wine for me tonight.
How you feeling, buddy? What do you think about today's session? You were playing some 100K on the side, and
yeah, there was a 100K and day 2 of a main. It's like 1 million up top on the GG. So yeah, we even played one time, like just quick 10 minutes, 500 1K also on GG. So it was quite good action. I'm glad I didn't drink today.
Yeah, so you chose today not to drink, and I guess how does your game different when you're drinking versus when you're sober?
I think problem was that one table I get a bit bored, you know, and then the session becomes longer, and then you start doing some stuff that you probably won't usually do. Like 2 tables is perfect. You just play your game, and I mean, obviously today I was like playing better and more focused, and I think the bigger the game is, the probably better I play, because I'll be more like focused. I don't know. I think it's one of my weaknesses that if it's not high enough, even though it's a big money, then I might be not as focused or having too much fun basically playing. So I'm just like blasting away, or if I'm winning a lot in some big games, then I do this.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But
yeah,
it's like, it has its upsides and downsides. So yeah.
What'd you think about the match today in terms of playing Fedor? Like we were talking about Fedor, it seemed like he was up in the aggression a little bit, putting you in some little bit, maybe some trickier spots on those later streets.
Yeah, that's good. You know, the smaller the stacks get, the more like tournament players are always aggressive, because in like 30 BB poker, top pair is often like a nuts, right? So you're supposed to be your aggression frequency is supposed to be way higher. So yeah, like a few times I didn't have a calling hand, like even the queens, obviously it's like bottom of my range, because I check back, I have plenty of ace-x to call, so it's not like, no, sometimes in poker it works that way, that, okay, you folded, opponent had a bluff, but doesn't mean that calling everything means it's a profitable call, right? So I don't think it was a profitable call with queens, but yeah, that's just how poker works. It's same with bluffs. Like you bluff, and then okay, you round the nuts, or guy called you. It doesn't mean that it's always minus CV bluff. Like if you think about game that type of way, I think it becomes a little bit better for overall understanding of poker. Yeah.
I guess I'll talk to you about that hand that we talked about Fedor with, which was the King 10 of diamonds. So you had 4-bet the King 10 of diamonds, and he, as our screen gets a little bit wonky over here, and he 5-bet, he min 5-bet, and you have King 10 of diamonds, and you're debating. I think you made a 5,000 pre-flop, and then, $5,000 4-bet, and then deciding to call. So what are you kind of thinking in that situation?
Well, I had very good price. I just decided to see a flop and see how it goes, and because I mean, I need to pay like how much, 20 BB more, 25 we have like SPR is 3 left, so it's like I just felt it's not like even if it has like aces plus there, it's not super minus CV call plus. I've been forwarding him quite a lot, so I just felt it's okay to just call. Fedor is, by the way, very good at knowing when to slow down, when not, because ace king is mandatory 100% all in. It's like, I think, because of the ace 5, because if you play GTO ranges, I don't think 150 UB has a ace 5 as a 4-bet in the range. Ace 5 suited, I mean, because ace 5 off obviously falls to a 5-bet unless you just punt mode. But so that means he probably should just bet, but he slowed down because he just felt something's not right, or maybe I'm not folding. That's a good quality, actually. Yeah, so yeah.
Yeah, people were asking about the turn in that situation. So the king 10 of diamonds hand, you called, you flopped the flush 6-3 deuce, and the turn was a 4, and he bet small again, leaving himself about 12,000 behind. And people in the chat were like, "Why didn't Wiktor shove there? Why wouldn't he go all in there?"
But I mean, maybe exploitively is best to shove, but it's quite bad cards for my range. I feel like because of the lack of 5x in my range, and plus if opponent is capable of, then he can bluff like ace king no diamond sometimes there too. So it's not like the EV of call or a jam is whatever, but I think it's correct way to play just call and then play reverse. I think that's the way you should play this hand. I mean,
yeah,
if you have some call nuts that opponent will never bet fold, then it's obviously better to just jam. Maybe if you're deeper, it's better to raise, but the SPR is so small that doesn't really matter. Right. So.
Yeah, there's some. That was probably like the main hand kind of stream people were asking about. They were asking about your 100K too. Are you winning? Are you still in the 100K, or what's the status of 100K?
I have a starting stack. 1 minute left in the late break. I just saw that I folded aces and I was right, so that's good.
Nice hand. Well, nice fold, man.
Yeah.
So I guess for you, when you finish these matches, like, is your process still to study, or are you working at your game much, or are you just playing a lot of poker now?
I mean, I had the period when I was just playing a lot of poker because there was quite a lot of action live, both and offline. Then it was stagnated a little bit, like 1 or 2 months, not much. So I moved to play a bit tougher games and just trying to challenge myself because I like the game.
Mm-hmm.
And I actually played like for maybe half a year PLO mainly. If you don't probably know this.
Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, I saw some of those hands.
No, I mean I played on not on stars, but you mean about the heads up thing?
Yeah.
So I mean, I'm just whenever there is action, I'll be there playing because I like it, and then it brings me fun, brings me money, and it's good competition. This 100K is pretty good structure too. So I'm a bit. I mean, the only thing that makes me tilt in poker is tournaments because you just play long, you bust, and it's quite annoying. In cash, it's fine because you can reload and play. I just wish this challenge will last a little bit longer. So, but I have 2 more opponents to play a lot of hands. So, but the coverage is very fun, with the webcam, with everything, with the replayers. I think that's quite good.
Yeah. Do you have any more thoughts about what happened on Friday in terms of like? People being maybe a little overcritical of some of the plays that you're making or anything like that?
I mean, everyone will have the critics, like all the best players or not. I mean, it's okay. You're also dumb if you don't listen to your critics, but at the end of the day, you make your own assumptions. I have a close circle of friends I discuss hands with and stuff. I even run this hand like a few times. I don't think it's that. I'm just saying that everyone has the critics, so what? It's you just move on and do your thing, and maybe they're right, maybe they're not, but you just gotta think about it. I'm not dumb. Like I know the GTO solution. Ace 9 never folds there. It's not like I have some brain fart. Oh, okay, top pair fold. That's I wouldn't be playing high stakes, Joey. Like I know I know that it's a must call, obviously, right? So it's
yeah, it seems like people are rather like they just go what the solver says, and if you don't do what the program says,
the thing is that they don't even know what solver does, so they just like hear someone saying some stuff and then just look on EV and things like that. I'm just saying that poker has a lot of room to evolve, and I don't think people play that close to a GTO yet, and they'll probably very far away from it. Maybe in heads up in some situations, of course, if it's like not too deep, but yeah, like it's okay. I mean, I don't mind people criticizing the play and stuff. It's okay. Like, let's say I folded ace-9, guy had ace-jack, they'll say, oh my god, what a secret, right? It's like, come on. It's a two-edged sword. Sometimes you got to do those extreme plays, and I think that's what separates like very good players from bad players, I feel like, because if you just never think, never try, because I punt sometimes, but at least I try some new things and stuff like that. I don't think that's a bad way to approach the game. So yeah, anyways, I'm gonna free bet Mr. Arthur, but I'm here with you, so I'm listening. It's okay with me.
Well, hey guys, we'll let Wiktor kind of get on with his day. He's grinding his 100K, and we'll see him back here on Wednesday, same time, 12:45 p.m. Eastern time.
Thanks for all the work, guys, and yeah, tune in for the next match, and yeah, see you soon, everyone. Yeah.
All right, cool. Talk to you soon, Wiktor.
Cheers,
later, puppy. All right, guys in the chat, thank you very much for tuning in. Everybody in the chat, Wesley Sloan, N2 Deep LA, Cash Money, Transcendent Music, Abstrin, Ray, Fundamental, True Teller. Thank you guys very much for all the comments. Thank you very much to Fedor and Wiktor for putting on a great show for us today, playing some high stakes heads up hands. Fedor Holz once again did take down this match. He's 2 sessions for 2 in the victory circle, and I thank the guys for coming on, talking more about the hands, more of the action. We got a good team working behind the scenes as well too. Big shout out to everybody in the studio. Big shout out to everybody working behind the scenes to put this event on. And Carlencho in the chat as always. Danish Sausage. Much love to you guys. And I'll be back Wednesday, 12:45 p.m. Eastern time. Saturday, 12:45 p.m. Eastern time. We will be here. We'll be going over more hands. And yeah, let us know what you think about in the comments below. Hit the like button if you enjoyed it. N2 Deep LA. Thanks, Poppy. Lead as always. Thank you, brother. Joe Adams. Thank you. Les, thank you. And yeah, subscribe to the GGPoker channel if you want to catch more of their content, more of their shows. They're putting up content every day. You can follow them on Twitch and on Instagram as well too. Search GG if you want to follow up to more of what they're doing. And that's it. That's what we got. Take care, guys. It's been great. It's been fun. It's been great watching the hands. I'll see you guys very soon. Much love. Adios. Peace out.